Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Paradigm Shift Conference. We're very excited about this conference. It comes at exactly the right time for people to think about the changes that are occurring in this world. We are standing at an amazing time in the world where everything is changing literally around us, politically, weather-wise, geologically, culturally, and transformations occurring within us. It's the energy shift is amazing, and more and more people are talking about it.
Certainly is. We're seeing that all sorts of changes in the shifting of the global order, the shifting of the geopolitical landscape, climate change, global social upheaval. See cosmic energies hitting the planets, allegedly, and all sorts of things happening right now, as within, so without, and that's what this is all about. And we've got a great lineup today, all sorts of internationally recognized guests, and we're very proud and honored and privileged to have our very first presenter, Bruce Lipton, with us today. Welcome, Bruce.
I am so happy to be here with you at this very auspicious time. As you just said, Lana, things are happening, and it's not a coincidence. We are at the perfect time for the perfect transition. This is not an accident. We are right on schedule for evolution.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bruce Lipton is, of course, a renowned cell biologist who's written a famous book of Biology of Beliefs, and is basically recognized as a world leader in connecting the association between the mind and the body, and the understanding that there is a huge connection between the two, you know, really breaking through to a non-dualistic understanding of things, really a quantum physics approach. Of course, the paradigm shift is a change of perception in how we understand ourselves, the world, our interaction with the world. And what better way than to start with the self and the cells? Because as you have said to us before on our show, we think of ourselves as an individual, but in fact, we're a collection of cells, aren't we?
We are a community. And if you're in health, you got a happy community. And when you're showing signs of ill health, it's just a reflection that the citizens, your cellular citizens, are not in a happy frame. And so it's a reflection back. It's a feedback. It just says, is your government, your mind. The government is the mind, and you have 50 trillion citizens, and when everything's in harmony, all the citizens are in harmony, and when things are not in harmony, it begins to fall apart. So just like we see in the outside world, what's happening there with leadership issues, it's a reflection of what happens inside our body when we have leadership issues in regard to our mind, which is a spokesperson for 50 trillion cells.
Wow.
Interesting to think about cellular citizens.
I once called it, I had a book, not as well known as yours, it was called The Illusion of the Body Alive Principle, and my concept was the supermind and the little minds, and not that they're really little minds, but it was like you said, it's like a corporate body, and your supermind can sort of jump right in and take control and heal your body and do all sorts of amazing things that was sort of a stream of consciousness for me when I wrote that book. So,
yeah, well, it's the accurate understanding of the nature that your cellular community is a reflection of your life. And if your life is in harmony, your cellular community is in harmony. And if there's something out of harmony, you'll see it as a manifestation of some expression of some dysfunction in your community. It's sort of just like, as I said, what's going on in our world today. We have leadership issues, and we find that the citizens are not in harmony, and that this upset is happening right here. So on a global level, it's the same reflection of what's happening on an internal level as well, which is very helpful, because we always have a tendency to say that if there's something wrong with our health, oh, the cells did this, the cells were stupid, the cells got sick, not me, I had nothing to do with it. Cancer was because cells were stupid. And it's like, no, cancer is a symptom of disharmony. And the issue is, we've always focused on the symptoms as there's a problem. These cells are wrong. This organ is not working right and all that. And it's like, no, it's a higher up. That the message coming down from the top is not in harmony. So a symptom is a reflection of a mindset. And then our medical profession has, for the last 100 years, has been saying, well, let's deal with the symptom. I go, yeah, well, that's nice, but that's not where the problem is. That's the expression of the problem. The problem is in our consciousness. And whether it's a consciousness above 50 trillion cells or the consciousness above 300 million Americans, and then the influence on the rest of the world from poor leadership, then the disharmony in the world is a reflection of leadership. We don't have to go kill the people. We really have to look at the top and say, maybe we should reorganize the top.
Good point.
That's interesting how you say that the outside and the inside reflect one another. And of course, if we have a paradigm shift on the outside, we must have a paradigm shift on the inside. Now, I wonder, what do you understand as the paradigm shift, I guess, on a cellular level, and what can we do about it?
Well, the most important thing to understand is this, is that when we talk about evolution, we always talk about like physical changes, like the body changes, the anatomy changes, and look, you can see it evolved from A to B. I go, there's one level of evolution is the physical level, but there's a consciousness level. And we have to recognize that our vision, like from Darwinian point of view, has been based on genes. Oh, we look at what you call the tree of life. The tree of life is from like 1800s, and it's a picture of a tree, and at the base of the tree is the most primitive organisms, bacteria, and as you go up the tree, you get more and more and more complex organisms till you get to the top of the tree, and then you say, oh, look, humans are at the top of the tree of this whole evolution. And then you say, so what is the foundation of evolution going from bacteria to humans? We have been focused inappropriately that evolution is based on genetics. That as you go from simple organisms at the bottom of the tree to more complex organisms, there's going to be greater and greater and greater number of genes. And that's been our perspective of evolution, is genetics, Darwinian theory, which is based on genetics. And I go, well, how valid is that? And I go, well, completely not valid. And the reason is this, just a simple fact. The body is made out of cells, and the building blocks of the cells are called proteins. There are about 100,000 different protein molecules that are building blocks. It's like a giant Lego set, a kit with these different proteins. And if you assemble it in one way, you make a skin cell. And if you put the proteins in a different assembly, you make a muscle cell. And so it's like a giant Lego set of 100,000 proteins. Point. It takes a gene to make a protein. So the first issue was when they started to look at human genetics, they said, well, there's 100,000 proteins. It's going to be 100,000 genes. And they said, oh, look at a primitive organism like a bacterium. You get, oh, about 3,000, 4,000 genes. So it's like, as you go from the bottom of the tree to the top of the tree, there's more and more genes, more and more genes, more and more genes. Okay, we've now done the Human Genome Project. Here's the result. They work with very primitive organisms first, because they're easier to do the genome. And so one of the organisms is an organism they use in laboratory research called Caenorhabditis elegans. The name is this big, but the animal is this big. It's about 0.5 millimeter long. It's a worm, 1,271 cells. And they did the genetics of that, and they said, oh, the genome, there are about 20,000 genes in the worm. And so everybody goes, oh, okay, good. As we go up the scale, we're going to have more and more genes, get up to a human, have 100,000 genes. Well, we've done the Human Genome Project. And the answer is how many genes? 20,000 genes. We have the same number of genes as a little worm. The worm has 1,271 cells. We have 50 trillion cells, same number of genes.
That's a bit humbling.
What's that?
That's a bit humbling.
Well, it is. We have no greater genetic capacity than a worm. So it's like, okay, but it's how you assemble the pieces. And so why is it relevant? Because we've been putting emphasis on the genes. And really, the emphasis is what's different between the lowest organism and the highest organism. The answer is nervous system, consciousness. At a very small level, bacteria have very primitive consciousness. They can respond to some signals and adjust their biology to the world. But as you go up the tree of life, the nervous system gets greater and greater, and consciousness becomes greater and greater, and you get to the humans, and we have what is called self-consciousness and high advanced consciousness. I go, it's just a gradient of primitive consciousness to higher consciousness. So the point is this: if we're going to score evolution, don't score it on genes. That's not where the evolution is. It's on consciousness. I go, well, why is it relevant? Because the evolution that we're facing now is an evolution of consciousness. I said, well, what does it mean? I said, our Darwinian theory, and everyone saw the Darwinian theory, the dog-eat-dog world, go out there, rat race, go out there and fight because somebody's going to try to beat you and you got to beat them. And we talk about Darwinian theory in terms of competition for fitness and the struggle for existence. It's like, holy crap, life is tough. It's a competition to go out there and survive. And it goes, that's a misunderstanding of the whole thing. There's two levels of evolution: the evolution of the individual. But then when you make the smartest individual, you can't make a smarter human. For what reason? The brain fits inside the skull. The skull is this big. You can only put that much brain. And the point is this: we filled it up. And when we made the smartest human, I say, well, then evolution ended? And I go, no. There's two phases. This is what's not seen. First phase, make the smartest individual. But once the smartest individual is made, the next level of evolution is, how can you expand consciousness if you've already filled up your head? I go, by sharing consciousness. So the first level is make the smartest individual. The second level is to make the community of smartest individuals to share their awareness. So let's say an amoeba formed, let's say about 3 billion years ago. And I say, then what? I said, well, then evolution made the smartest amoeba. I go, then what? Evolution stopped. Why? A cell is only so big. You can only put so much intelligence in it. That's it. I say, evolution stopped. I go, yes. But then it started again. I say, how? So, amoebas came together to live in community. First little communities like sponges and things like that. Then that worm, 1,271 cells came together and said, we can make this worm. And then you look at a human, I go, 50 trillion amoebas came together to make this human. I go, what? They made the smartest community of amoebas called the human being. I say, yeah, now you got the smartest human being. What's the next level? Oh, the pattern repeats. You then start to make the community of human beings. And I go, so what does that mean where we are right now? And the answer is this: we have pushed the individual up against the wall. We have been living in separate situations, this government, that nationality, this state, that country, and it's only focused on the individuals. I say, what's evolution? Break down all the barriers. Why? All humans are cells. We are cells. You're a cell. I'm a cell in the body of something that's forming, that's bigger than the individual. It's a community of maybe 8 billion human cells coming together to share awareness to survive. And so it's a global community. I go, oh, well, then how do you get to a global community? And the answer is, you got to break down the structure that is separating the global community. And when you see what happened with the Arab Spring, it was, what does it represent? It represents people living in the Middle East who are now on a computer and connecting to seeing people all over the rest of the world going, hey, look what they got. We don't have that. So what did they do? Break the structure, because the structure was preventing their evolution. And then all of the countries started to break down their structure. Now we're in a state of upheaval, and there's good and bad in that, but what's the point? The only way we're going to survive is when all humans recognize we're only one organism, and that we have to share this planet, that we cannot do what you want in your country and ignore the other people in the other country. California spent the last 12, 15 years improving the air. Why? Trying to eliminate carbon pollution and car pollution and all that. And we did a great job. And guess what? The air pollution is rising. I said, how's it rising? We're doing everything we can. And the answer is, because the air is coming from India and China. Their pollution is being used up,
Right, yeah,
and now it's carried to us. So what was the point? Well, we can do our best to keep our, our air clear as possible, but if the other countries aren't doing that, then we're against the wall. So what's the point? All countries have to take care of things. All of us are in the same world. There are no two worlds. And so what's the evolution? Break down the separation. Start to recognize that the evolution is sharing awareness. That as we share awareness, we create such an intelligence and such an opportunity to thrive into a world. And so when you look at our technology, you can say that for years, 100,000 years, same technology, same fires with the cave people with the same little stones that they clean the meat and cut the meat with little stones. 100,000, 200,000 years, exactly the same. And about 30,000 years ago, technology started to come in. And if we were measuring technology, first it's a flat line for a couple 100,000 years. Then it started to go up. And technology started improving. And I say, and where is it today? And I say, that line is almost vertical. The technology from yesterday is being outdated by the technology today. I go, wow, what is driving technology? And the answer is population. When the population is very low, and I come up, let's say there are 5 of us in the room, and we're around a little campfire, no room, we're outside with rocks, cutting some meat, and then I say, hey, let's make a computer. And they look at you, the other guys, and go, what the hell's a computer? We're cave people. And I go, how many people did it take to make a computer? And the answer is 50,000 individual inventions. 50,000 individual people had to come up with some little invention. When you put them all together, you created the computer. I say, well, how are you going to create 50,000 inventions? I say, if you have a campfire with 5 people around it, you clearly are not going to do that. You have to build the population. And as the population started to get bigger, around 30,000 years ago is when it got big enough that ideas could be shared in a bigger population and then expanded upon. Today, with the internet, we're dealing with a population of 7 billion people sharing awareness in such a high degree that our technology is advancing day by day. First you got records, then you got LPs, then you got 8-track tapes, then you got cassette tapes, then you got CDs, now we got memory sticks. It's like every day the damn thing is changing. I go, but that's positive. And the reason is this: our footprint as humans on this planet, meaning how much does it take for us as individuals to survive on this planet? And the answer is, it takes at least 2 planet Earths right this moment to provide the needs that everybody wants on this one planet. It takes 2 planet Earths of material. I go, well, obviously that's not happening. So what does it mean? It says we damn well got to get more efficient. We damn well have to learn to live on this piece of land without destroying it underneath us, because it's not sustainable. How not sustainable? We are in what is called the 6th mass extinction of life. 5 times life on this planet was thriving. Man, nature was going full guns, and then some event happened and boom, life essentially got wiped out 5 times. The last one, about 65 million years ago, was when the dinosaurs and the earth was just rich in life and everything. An asteroid apparently hit the planet and undid the evolution of the environment and wiped out all the dinosaurs. 70 to 90% of life got wiped out. And then we started all over again. So we are now, after 5 mass extinctions, building up life. It's building, it's really looking great. And I go, guess what? It's on the edge of collapse. We are now in the 6th mass extinction, meaning what? From 70 to 90% of all life species got wiped out in every mass extinction. Today, we're losing species of organisms faster than in the previous 5 mass extinctions. And the reason is human behavior. We're undermining the environment. We're destroying ecosystems. The simple reality is they now, with a conservative estimate, because it's probably be sooner, 2048. How many years is that from now? 2048. There will be no fish in the ocean on planet Earth.
That's scary.
Will be gone. And if you were here in 1970, just to let you know how fast things are declining, they took a survey of all the animals on the planet in 1970. Today, 2/3 of those animals have disappeared. We only have 1/3 the number of animals on this planet that were here in 1970. 2/3 of the ecosystem is lost, and it's like, but we are the source of the problem. That is the fact of science, that we are undermining everything. I say, so why is it relevant? It says, well, you have a choice. You have hit the wall. We have hit the wall. We are facing a mass extinction. Fish won't even be here on the planet in a few years, and we're the ones. I say, so what can we do about it? It's like, the Earth wasn't the problem. It's the humans that are the problem. And so if we want to get out of the problem, then the humans have to solve the problem. And then we say, well, what is the problem? And say, we're living beyond the capacity of the Earth to support us. And either we improve our technology, which is what we're doing day by day. That's how we're going to survive. Solar power, wind power, using ocean waves as power. These are the important part of our evolution, of stop burning fossil fuels, stop polluting the air, stop throwing chemicals into the water. We're learning. I say, so what does it mean? I say, we're in an evolutionary upheaval now. We are in an upheaval. Why? We're already in the sixth mass extinction. We're not flirting with it. It's here. And that means us. We are going to be one of the first organisms to not be able to sustain ourselves. We can't now. So I say, well, what does that mean? I say, well, crisis precipitates evolution. What does it mean? It says, you're in a crisis. You want to get out? You got to do something different. We have to do something different. As Einstein would say, you can't keep doing the same thing and expect a different answer. And the reality is this. It is our culture and the way we live that is creating the problem. So there's only one answer. Change the culture, change behavior, change human civilization. And then you look at the world and you go, oh my God, it's in chaos. And I go, perfect. Because if it's not in chaos, we would stay exactly where we are and finish the extinction. So the upheaval. So listen, I was going to say something about Donald Trump, but my mother used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say about somebody, then don't say anything. So I won't say anything about him, except he's doing the most fabulous job. Not the job he thinks he's doing. His job is destroy the system, because the system is the problem. And so when we see this upheaval, it's evolution in process. He is taking his sword and destroying the system. And I look at it because I hate to see some of this stuff go, like Environmental Protection Agency, stuff like that. But it's like, no, level it, because we must build on a different ground. We cannot put Band-Aids on the current world and say, I could fix it with Band-Aids. It's like, no, the structure is causing the problem. So when you see the upheaval, you have two choices. You can go, oh my God, this thing is falling apart. Or you can go, oh, wow, great. It's falling apart, because now that it's falling apart, we have an opportunity to do something. And so everyone out there, recognize you have a choice. You can live in fear of it falling apart, or you can say, no, this is our opportunity to evolve. This is our opportunity to take a different role in the world, support community, support nature, support the environment. These are our destinations and these are our goals. And our current world doesn't give a damn about that. The petroleum industry, as long as they got gas to burn, they don't care if it's polluting the world and everything else. The health industry, they don't want people to get well. They make money by people being sick. The better the healthcare is, the sicker the people are becoming. It's like, yeah, it's a feedback system. If you healed everybody, then who's going to make all the money? So is the mission of the healthcare industry to heal us? No, it's to keep us at a level of constant care, because that's what feeds the system. So the whole idea is, we look at the world, it looks kind of crazy. I go, it is crazy because it's not sustainable. We need to evolve. You have to let go of the structure. You have to change consciousness, not change your body. That's not the issue. Hey, the same cockroaches are here 300 million years. What, they didn't evolve to anything else. They're still cockroaches. They fit. They do everything right. Humans are the ones that may disappear. But we have to figure out who are we. And the idea is we are an intelligence. And we are a collective intelligence. Individual intelligence, Darwinian theory, survival of the fittest. Who gives a damn about the fittest? If we had to go to court right now and nature was the judge, and nature said, look, you humans are destroying the planet. What do you have to say for yourself? And we come up and we go, we had Beethoven, we had Einstein, we had Mozart, Picasso, and they go, oh, these are wonderful individuals. So who cares? Because nature doesn't care about the individual. Nature cares about what the community is doing. Simple point. Nature is clear. If a species is not supporting the garden, then nature eliminates the species because it's not in harmony with evolution. We are at the verge of recognizing our own extinction is looming. Why? We're destroying the garden. And nature doesn't support us in destroying the garden. The garden is not a battleground like Darwin said, oh, life is a struggle for existence. A garden is a community. It's a happy community. That's why it's a beautiful garden. And we were inheriting a garden, and look what we did to it. That garden is now falling apart. We're destroying it. And nature is not going to get mad at the other organisms because nature said, oh, everybody else was trying to live in harmony. It's only you humans aren't doing it. And so the issue is this, do we want to stay here? If we want to stay here, then the choice is very clear. We either evolve or we go extinct. Is this 1,000,000 years from now? Absolutely not. NASA has done a big survey and says industrial civilization is facing an irreversible collapse within several decades. So what we're talking about is, you look at the world today and I say, come back here in about 20 years. It's not going to look like this at all. Either we're going to survive and bring harmony back, or we're going to kiss it goodbye. And it's an either or.
Bruce, it's really interesting how you're saying that we need to think of ourselves as all one organism. And in fact, I mean, some people have actually postulated that Gaia, Mother Earth, is like one organism. And it strikes me that there are some individuals that are the problem, the industrialists, the big corporations. It's like they're the cancer cells.
Exactly.
We've got to get rid of the cancer.
And but our organization, remember I said cancer is a symptom of an organization that's not in harmony. Okay? And in the world, while the corporations are leading us, the people are following them.
Agreed.
So as a result, you can blame the corporations, yeah, but I go, yeah, but look at all the people that give them money. That's how the corporation exists. So it's sort of like, I just don't want to point to corporate people and say they're the problem. We're the problem.
But what can we do as individuals?
I mean, that's like saying we're victims.
What can we do as individuals?
What the whole idea is this. It's individuals that have decided to do A or B. Right now, if we're doing A because corporate interest, advertising, the promotions, whatever, the money, the incentives, and we're doing A, and it's causing us to get sick, then who's going to make the difference and say, go do B? I'm going to make a difference. Why? I'm not living the way I used to live. Why? Because it's not sustainable. And I can't afford to live in that world, and it's also, the world can't support me in that way. So what we as individuals, every one of us out there right now, is given a task. It says, either learn to live in harmony efficiently and maintenance and care of Mother Earth, because we came from Mother Earth. I think that's where people forgot. You go to Judeo-Christian, they say, oh, in the Bible, God created nature and then added us as add-on options after nature was created. It goes, that's a bunch of BS. That means belief system. The idea is we came from nature. We didn't get added to nature. We are an extension of nature. I say, why is it relevant? If you destroy nature underneath you, you destroy the structure that provided for you. point is simple. If we destroy nature, we can't exist. We are nature. I'm excited about this.
Well, it's wonderful to see you seeing it as a challenge. There's certainly a lot of people can be quite pessimistic about it.
I consider myself a spiritual warrior. I love a challenge, and this is the biggest ever.
Well,
nothing like the end times to drive your spirit and challenge your spirit.
And to drive further human evolution, to actually consider ourselves as all part of the same organism is a huge shift in paradigm.
Oh, it's a maximum shift in paradigm. The Darwinian theory, as I said, focuses on the individual. The current evolutionary theory focuses on the group. It doesn't care about the individual. So the idea is, I don't care if 1% have all the money and screw it all up, because the rest of us are going to go down with it anyway. So the idea is, either we take back our power or we surrender our vitality to the system. And the question is it worth doing this? In a sense, well, you know, I mean, if I stop doing my conventional way of living and, you know, supporting the petroleum company and the health insurance people, can I do okay? And the answer is yes. Matter of fact, you can do better by pulling out of the system than staying in the system. And it's interesting because a lot of people are finding this out not because they wanted to volunteer and say, I give up my job and I'm going to be something, you know, different for my world. Many of them are losing their jobs because the system doesn't work. And when they lose their jobs, you have two choices. Oh, woe with me, I have lost my job. Or it's time for me to do something different. It's time for me to live in a different way. And I can assure you, health and attitude and love, all these things will grow as we disconnect from the existing situation, because we have lost our power in the current world. We've lost our power because we're individuals. We're not community. Community has power. If an entire community says we want this, then that's what you get. But if a few people say we want this and the rest are just not paying attention, you get nothing. So where's evolution? We must come together and recognize we have to take care of ourselves. And we can't be A and B world. You want to be on this side or this side? You want to be liberal? You want to be conservative? I say liberals and conservatives have to live in the same world. That's the only world we got. So the idea of saying there's one side and another side, it's like that's the biggest problem we have. There's only one side, and we have to come to that and say, what is the value of human life? Is it in money? Well, that's the world today. How do you rate in the world we live in? I say, well, how's your bank account? You know, are you part of the 1% or are you part of the 99%? And I go, was that how you rate people? I go, well, that's stupid. You know why? Love, happiness, health, harmony. These are far greater than money could ever get you. People think if I have money, I can get those things. It's like, no, you can't. Rich people are just as sick as anybody else. Rich people are just as unhappy as anybody else is. Why? Because if you think you're going to get money and that's going to make you healthy and happy, it's like, well, that's wrong. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with mentality. Are you living the life that brings happiness back in, or are you living a life of stress? I say, why is that relevant? And the answer is important. 1%, actually less than 1% of disease is connected to genetics. 90%, 90% or more of disease is due to stress. I go, why is it relevant? We can change stress. You can't change genetics, but there sure as hell can change stress.
Wow, yes.
And the idea about it is, our world today is stress producing, 24/7, 365. Just turn on the radio, look at the newspaper, look at the internet. You can find 100 million reasons to be afraid, scared, and lost. And I'm going, they're feeding you. They're feeding you that. Why? Because you lose your power when you're under stress. Stress debilitates the physiological system. And here's the other one. Just put this in your pipe and smoke this one. Stress reduces intelligence. Because when you become stressed, you don't use conscious processing. You use hindbrain reflexes, reaction. When you're in a stressful situation, it's not time for thinking. It's time to react. I say, well, then what's happening? I say, People are not being conscious today. They're just reacting to the next problem, to the next problem, to wherever it is. I go, well, once you start reacting, you lost your intelligence, because that's not where intelligence comes from. So we have to pull out of the system. Can you do it? Sure as hell. I did it too. I used to be a member of a faculty, a tenure, a professor, and I said, holy crap, this is wrong. I walked out. People said, well, you're foolish. And I said, okay, God takes care of fools, because ever since then, I've been taken care of pretty good. But it's through consciousness, through looking at a better way of life, to say, how can I improve my health? And the first thing is this: get out of the stress. And I say, the stress is provoking everyone on this planet to be sick and stupid, so that 1% can walk around and say, I own you. And it's like, not until you let go of that. You cannot be owned. You are a free creator. This is new science. You are a creator, number one. Number two, you are part of a universal creation. You want to give a name to it? All that is, God, whatever. I don't care what you give a name to it. In physics, let's just call it what physics calls it: the field. The field. I say, what's the field? That's the invisible energy around us. I go, what's the definition of the word field in physics? Oh, invisible moving forces that influence the physical world. Field in quantum physics definition is the same definition of spirit. Invisible moving forces that influence the physical world. Quantum physics is taking us out of a Darwinian competitive nightmare. And quantum physics says everything is one, everything is unity, that the concept of spirit is scientifically now called the field, and recognized by physicists as the field is the sole governing agency of the particle. Particle is matter. So what does physics say? The invisible field is the governing agency of the physical world. I go, hey, spiritual people have been saying that for 2,000 years. Now, if we own it, we can do something with it. If you give it lip service on Sunday, oh, I went to church, I said, thank you, Spirit. And then Sunday at noontime, forget the Spirit, time for the football game, and more food and more drink and more whatever. It's like, what happened to Spirit? Oh, we used it for 1 hour on Sunday, but that was it. And I go, no, Spirit is 24/7, 365. Spirit is consciousness. Spirit is using your awareness and your intelligence to create health, harmony, and love, not violence, war, and pollution. And it's time for us to wake up. We are at this crest of an evolution. Why? We can't do this anymore. It's already hitting us. It's already losing species faster than in history. That we are going to be one of those species. So there's a wake-up call that says, you want to do this or you don't want to do this? It's your choice. We don't have to evolve, folks. That's not necessary. We've been here before, and we've died out, and we had to come back. And this is not the first time. As a matter of fact, in Turkey, they uncovered a city that was covered up. It wasn't covered up by time. It was covered up by people. They had a city, and they took dirt and rocks and covered the entire city under a mountain. I said, Göbekli Tepe? When was this city? This city, the people left 10,000 years ago, an advanced civilization. And what do we talk about in our history today? Oh, civilization started around 5000 BC with the Tigris and Euphrates and Babylonia and all that stuff. That's the cradle of civilizations. Like, are you kidding me? There was a massive civilization died 5,000 years before that. And now we know it. And you know what? Interesting point. The time that Göbekli Tepe died out was also at the time of global climate change. And the reason was, where they lived in Turkey, if you go there now, it's an arid desert. 10,000 years ago, it was green enough to support a massive population in a city. And now it's a desert. They can't live there. They're gone. Who were they? We don't even know who the heck they were. They don't even exist anymore. We didn't even know that they did exist. We actually thought civilization started 5,000 BC. We now know a massive civilization left 5,000 years before that. We have to look, this is not the first time we've done this. Will we make it? We didn't make it in the past, but we have the technology to make it today. We have a global nervous system, an internet that connects 7 to 8 billion cells into one superorganism. The internet is a nervous system. And what's it revealing to us? Wow, the awareness that we're seeing now over the nervous system is mind-boggling. What's happening to the world, and what are the opportunities for the future? It's amazing. So this is an exciting time. Are we going to make it? 50-50, I have no idea. But the idea is this. This is an opportunity to try. This is an opportunity to let go of the old belief systems of violence and war and struggle and stuff, and recognize there was a garden when we got here. And if we understand it, there can be a garden when we leave here. And if we leave it in a garden, there'll be others left behind to share that garden. If we destroy it, as we are doing now, and do not change, we'll be another Göbekli Tepe in 10,000 years. They're going to look and say, hey, look, there were some people here in New York City. It was a city, but we don't know where they are and who they are anymore. They're gone. That's a possibility. I hate to see that, because having changed my own life as a student, to see that, oh my God, Darwinian theory, that was wrong. It's not struggle and survival. It's Lamarckian theory, adaptation and harmony. And the struggle survival world that we're in right now is destructive. And if we eliminate that and go into harmony and balance and adaptation, we will survive. So your program at this moment is a major program, because what you're doing is getting the people to wake up and say, we are at the evolutionary fulcrum. We're tilting. Which way are we going to tilt? I say, how many people are going to wake up? Because if we wake up and be conscious, it's the evolution of consciousness that will save us. Not the evolution of our body. That happened a million years ago. We're finished with that. It's the evolution of this.
Absolutely.
And you have such a lineup of people and such a wonderful audience, that this message all day long going into this audience is a necessary wake-up call. We are waking up. If we go back to sleep, kiss it goodbye, and it's not that far from now. If you have kids, just say, well, you better save some pictures of books with fish and stuff in it, so you can show them what a fish look like. Because your kids may not see fish. And that is not a joke.
Scary
that
thought.
Is a reality of the world in which we live. And I know there's so many people out there online now listening to this stuff. And it's like, you want to be scared? And I said, you can be scared if you want to, or let go. Get out of the system. You can fix it by fixing the system. That's falling apart. Not a coincidence, not an accident, a necessity. Because the reality is this: you want to survive? Step out of the old one, create the new one. And this program is like an introduction to, okay, let's create the new one.
Absolutely. Bruce, one of the questions I have for you is this. It strikes me that if you're trying to create a better organism, an organism which is more evolved, there might be two ways of doing it. One way might be that, apart from us as individuals making different choices, it seems to me that we need a movement, we need an organized movement. The second possibility, and both might occur simultaneously, is that if enough cells, individuals, change, then that may trigger massive change. Jung talked about the collective unconscious, the idea that as humans, we all have the same unconscious mind, which is a fascinating idea. There's also the idea of the 100th monkey effect, which is the idea that if enough, it's a long story about the 100th monkey effect, but if enough individuals, in this case monkeys, behave in a different way, then they will all learn this. So
Yes.
we are, in fact, amazingly connected. So
Absolutely.
I guess my question is it one, the other, or both systems that would help us evolve?
Both systems are very important. We have to recognize this. We have consciousness. It's inside your head. I say, how do I know your consciousness is working? I said, well, I could put some wires on your head, and it's called EEG, electroencephalograph, and I could read your brain activity. Okay, that's what neuroscientists do. There's a new device called not electroencephalograph, it's called magnetoencephalograph. It reads the magnetic fields of brain function. I go, what's relevant about this? I go, the probe is out here. I said, what does that mean? I said, you think your thoughts are in your head? No, I could read them with a probe out here. In other words, you are a tuning fork.
Yep.
The vibration of your thoughts are not contained in your head, they're in the field. For every individual who is on the same tune, playing the same tune, it amplifies that message. So as more and more people become conscious in their mind, they're becoming conscious in their broadcast. When you reach enough people, the power of that coherence, 100th monkey, when you get enough people with the exact same broadcast, the amplitude, the power of that broadcast is so great that a walking by person, just walking by, not even involved with your thoughts, but walking by in a field with that much power will be pulled into the field. What was the point? It's called the crowd effect, a mass effect. Enough people get coherent, the incoherent ones will automatically entrain, that's the word, entrain, with that frequency. So the point is this, do I need all 7 to 8 billion people at this moment to have this consciousness to evolve? And I go, nope. It's a small percentage. I think it's something like the square root of 1% of all the people on the planet. I go, you already got a good percent of them on this line right now. I go, you don't have to wait for the whole world to change. We just get a critical mass. And when the critical mass changes, the whole world changes. So don't look at it and say, oh my God, how long will it take 8 billion people to figure this out? And I go, you don't need 8 billion people to figure it out. You don't even need 1 billion people to figure it out. But if you get enough coherence among that number of people, that coherence broadcast into the field is creating a field. Now, when people are close together, like couples that have been together a long time, they could read each other's minds before the words come out. When you're close enough, you know what the person's going to say. You know what they're going to say before they say it. I go, yeah, you know why? Because their thought is in the field, and if you're close enough to read their field, you can get their thought, okay? And I'm saying that's just an example of when people come in a community, the thought can be shared without even opening your mouth because all we have to do is have the consciousness of it. And this is why this program and all the speakers that you have arranged on this program are critical to what? Raise that level of consciousness just by a few more people. And we can make a big difference on this planet. So I'm very optimistic, especially because, hey, look, we're on internet. And we could be talking to, you know, right now, I don't know how many people, but there's no reason why there couldn't be 1 billion people right now on this line, because anybody could do it. And so the reality is we are coming into a world where that opportunity will arise. And when we get coherence, the world will change because we'll change the field, the consciousness. And you go, so what if I change consciousness? And I go, Albert Einstein quote, I'll do it again. The field is the sole governing agency of the particle. A human is a particle, but the field will govern that human. The more people who share the field, consciousness, the more it will change the particles. And so evolution is not out of reach. Evolution is just how many people can we get online at this time. And this is why, to me, I'm very honored to be on this program with you because this is an opportunity to increase the number of individuals sharing a consciousness of a hopeful happy future where we can thrive into the future, live in a world not based on survival of the fittest, a world where thrival is just for everybody who wants to be there. And we can have that. There is no reason for violence, crime. There's no reason people must starve. We got more food than we throw away food. And so the whole idea is the answers to our world are here. It's just the belief system that it keeps the old picture going. And if we change that picture, we have a new world. And again, we're on the cusp of that new world right now. And this is why every action taken to increase the consciousness of this planet is a requirement at this stage to ensure that we will survive and thrive into the future rather than see the irreversible collapse that's looming in front of us right now.
And this is exactly why Svetlana and I started Universal Soul Love Radio, and this is why we reached out to you and Portal to Ascension to create the Paradigm Shift Conference and all our excellent guest speakers, and just trying to do our part. And I'm so honored and privileged to have you here and set the tone for this conference. And you're so inspiring and such excellent information. I mean, your interview alone, your presentation alone was just blows me away. Everything you've said about stress, and we're going to continue on with this about the law of equilibrium and everything else that you've started.
Yeah, it's all resolvable. There's no problem that can't be resolved at this moment. It just not change our world, change just our consciousness. That's all you have to change. And
very inspiring.
And that's it. So thank you. Thank you for letting me say a few words out there and try to get a few people to understand this. We don't have to live this way. Heaven on earth is a reality. I got out of the system, and for 20 years, I've had a honeymoon with my partner, Margaret. Why? I had to change my complete consciousness about relationships and earth and planet and all that stuff. And having done so, I look around and go, what a gift it is to be alive on this planet. And it's so interesting because we've been programmed with, well, if you have a really good life on this planet, when you die, you can go to heaven. And I go, boy, cosmic joke. You were born into heaven. This is heaven. Why? This is where you came to create. What is it you want to create? And you look at the world around, you go, this is crap. I wouldn't create that. And I go, yeah, but you're not creating this. You're buying other people's creation and playing their game. It's time to let go of their creation and use your own creation. We bought into other people's belief systems, which are flawed and are causing the problem. It's time to let go, get a new belief system.
Wonderful words, truly wonderful words.
That was spectacular.
Absolutely.
I'm just so thankful, Bruce. Thank you so much.
I must say, you're a wonderful collection of souls.
You really are, and you're very joyous as well. I mean, you just got a great attitude.
I had two lives on this planet. I had life as conventional person that we have just been talking about in the world of wherever stresses and all that stuff. I lived that world. I had all the stress of the university and fight my way up and get tenure and all that. And that was life part one. But once I learned the lessons from the cells, that I was not a genetic automaton, that I'm a creator and I'm creating the expression of my cells, then I was like, wait, I don't like the expression I've created, but I can change it. And by doing so, now I have life part two. Part two is not the same as life part one. Part two is like, oh my God, the doors open up for me without me pounding down the doors. That things come to me instead of me chasing them down. And what's the difference? Same guy, but different perspective. And why is it relevant? I'm a student of this. I'm not saying this because I know all this crap. No, I didn't know this stuff, but I acquired information, applied the information, and once I applied it, I have a different life on this planet. To come to the fullest extent saying, if there's a heaven, it's here. Because, boy, for the last 20 years, I don't want to leave this place. I'm finding it's like, wow, this is completely different than my first 40 or so years. This is completely different. This is joy. This is love. This is beautiful. This is happiness. This is all these wonderful things that I chased for 40 years. because my belief system kept putting it out like a carrot on a stick in front of me, and I couldn't catch up with it. It's like, boom, stick gone, I have the carrot. It's beautiful.
Wonderful.
Wow. I love what you said about stress, because stress is the one thing that we do have control over, since stress is within our minds. It's not outside of us.
No. And it's something you can do something about. That's the better part. If it's like, oh, Bruce, we have trouble growing this plant because of the environment. I say, okay, I can work on it. I don't know anything about it. But you say, Bruce, you have stress. I go, oh, okay, I can do something about stress. And I have. It doesn't serve anybody any good. It's actually, physiologically, that's part of my lectures now, talk about how nature of stress undermines the immune system, undermines the system of maintenance of the human body. This is why 90% of illness is not due to a breakdown of the cells because they were innately broken. It's a breakdown of the cells because the community is not being supported by my consciousness. And when I change that, I got 50 trillion happy cells and no doctor. Oh, wow, that's great. I haven't had a doctor for 30 years now, at least. It's like, if I break a bone, I'll need a doctor. But if it's other than that, if it's not trauma, keep away from the pharmaceutical industry. They have made you slaves, and they're not helping. I just want people to take their power back.
You certainly are a figure of happiness and stress-free. You radiate joy and happiness and health.
You do. You really do. You're just full of, I mean, we're talking about a very heavy topic, the end times, basically. And
I'm laughing.
You're smiling right through it. Hey, everyone, we're at the tipping point.
There's another part, too, as well, because outside of the quantum physics and the nature of the energy and the consciousness and creating reality from the field, the one biggest thing that upended my entire life was the fact that I recognized that I was a spiritual entity. Because up until that moment, I was doing biology. I'm genes, I'm chromosomes, I'm proteins, I'm cells, I'm here, I'm dead, that's it. But once I saw that the control was coming from the environment and that my identity was part of the environment, it was a radical upheaval, because I wasn't spiritual. And I didn't become spiritual because some person in a church told me to be spiritual. I don't really care about them. What I saw was that in the biology, our identity is something picked up from the field by the cells. And all of a sudden I realized, well, how can I die if my identity is the broadcast? I'm not the TV set. I'm the broadcast coming to the TV set. And when you're watching a TV and TV breaks, oh, TV's dead. I go, yeah, but is the broadcast still there? You get another TV, you plug it in, turn it on, and tune it to the station, and boom, it's back online again. I said, oh my God, I can't die. My identity is the broadcast. And all of a sudden I realized broadcast is eternal. I'm here forever in a different form, but the televisions come and go. So I can come back in a new TV set. And does it make a difference if it's male or female? Nope, that's a TV set. Does it make a difference if it's white, black, yellow, red? Nope, that's a TV set. Once we start to recognize we are an energy, we are a spirit, we are a creative force, that when we come into this body, we can use that creative force or not. You can just be programmed, because most people are running off programs. 95% of the lives of most people are not using creative consciousness. They're using learned experiential programs, whatever they learn from their parents, family, and community, and play this every day, 95% of the day. But once you start to recognize, wait a minute, I could run by a program, automatic, push the button, I'm on go. Or I could say, no, I want to put my hands on the wheel and drive it myself. I don't want autopilot. And once I started to recognize that I was doing autopilot 95% of the day and had the opportunity to let the autopilot go by putting my hands on the wheel and driving it, I have a new life. I'm not playing a program. I'm creating the life. And that is, oh my God, the wake-up call of anything in the world. We are programmed. Everybody's been programmed. The movie The Matrix is not science fiction.
Mm.
The movie The Matrix is a documentary.
Mm.
Every child on this planet before age 7 has been programmed. It's a requirement of biology. It's nothing to do with politics or nothing. It's biology. And the point about that is, you can play the program the rest of your life, and your life is already determined because the program is determined. As a matter of fact, the idea that we've been programmed isn't even new. It's 400 years old. The Jesuits have told people for 400 years, give me a child until it's 7 and I will show you the man.
Mm.
They were telling people,
Yes.
people
Very
didn't even
scary.
listen to what they were saying. They said, if I can control your education for the first 7 years, I control the rest of your life. And that's because 95% of your life is coming from the first 7 years. They knew that. And then I say, okay, so in the Matrix, we've all been programmed. Then they say something about taking a red pill and you get out of the program. And I go, exciting part. Almost everybody out there, at least 20 years or older, has taken the red pill and has gotten out of the program. And with the most amazing results in the world. I said, when was that? When did you take the red pill? When you fell in love. When you first fall in love, that beginning called the honeymoon. But the first part where you're like, oh my God, I'm so in love. You know, I go, what was that all about? I go, your life could suck every day. And then you meet this one person, and 24 hours later, it's like, I'm in love, the honeymoon. I go, that next period called the honeymoon, which doesn't last long for a lot of people. Think about it. You were the healthiest you ever were. You were the happiest you ever were. Your life was heaven on earth at that moment. Even if you had a sucky job, the job wasn't a big deal anymore. You were in love. I go, what does it represent? And science has recognized when we have fallen in love like that, head over heels in love, that is the equivalent of the red pill. We stay conscious and don't divert or default to the subconscious. Meaning, when you fall in love, it's the first time you stop playing the program. I said, what was the consequence of not playing the program? Heaven on earth. Heaven on earth without playing the program. That was how you got heaven on earth. You want heaven on earth? You want heaven on earth right now, all of us? Cash in the program. The program is what's keeping you from heaven on earth. When you fall in love, you stop playing the program. You start living from wishes and desires. And when you start living from wishes and desires, you manifest wishes and desires. And so the simple reality is this. We have hell on earth, and we are creators. How did that happen? And the answer is because we're not using our creative ability. We're only using it 5% of the time. 95% of the time, we just play the program. But that moment when you did fall in love, you did take the red pill, you stopped playing the program for that short period of time, and everyone had a profound impact on their lives. They were happier, healthier, loved life, heaven on earth. I go, that's available to us every day, except for the program. If you get rid of the program, you can have heaven on earth every day. And the world's upheaval right now is the result of the program. So in one fell swoop, you get rid of the program, and heaven on earth returns to the planet and to us as creators on this planet.
Really good points. Really good points about the importance of awareness and the importance of taking up your own sovereignty.
Your personal responsibility as a sovereign being.
Yeah.
And it works because I'm a student of it. As I said, I didn't do this because some divine intervention said, Bruce, you could do this. It's like, no, it's like, wow, that sounds interesting. When I looked at the research, I said, that sounds really great. I wonder if it really works. And then applied it, and it was like, oh my God, it does work. It does work. You could be healthy, no doctors, no drugs. You could be in love. You could have heaven on earth every day. It's just changed the program.
It's so great that you're here to just tell everyone this, because you're certainly one of the most well-known figures, public figures in the spiritual community, and to just be right here, right now, and say, "Oh, this is amazing."
I'm just so enjoying life. I can't help but tell anybody who wants to hear this, because it was not my life. This is not the way I lived for 40 years. 40 years I had everybody else's life. Am I going to make it? Am I going to find happiness? Will I survive all this stuff? It's like, ever since then, Not a question, not even a thought. I don't even know where the jobs come from. They just come from someplace. They come out of the atmosphere. I have no idea. So the beautiful part about it is simply this: we can change. I know this because I am living a second life based on what the cells taught me. And I would never take one step backwards to that original story because it's not worth it. It's just way too beautiful to be on this planet. And if you can't see it as heaven on earth, then the program has to be adjusted.
So basically your message to everyone is to be committed to your own happiness.
Exactly, because you can only give it to yourself. You're waiting for happiness is somebody who's going to give me happiness. Is like, no, happiness is an internal job. You want to be happy, you have to start inside. It doesn't come from the outside. If it did, I could buy it. Oh, give me a pound of happiness here. You know, like a order of happiness to go. No, you want
a happy meal.
It has to be in here. It has to be in there. And in there too, in your heart. In your heart. It's actually wonderful because my whole life as a scientist was creating from consciousness and brain power. When this inside information came about the nature of spirit and programming and all that, it didn't come from here. It was the biggest surprise of my life because I spent my whole life, everything came from here. And the day that my life changed, it came from here. The day this information came into my awareness, it affected my heart. I was in such joy. I mean, seeing this, that the purity of this insight was, oh my God, it hit me right here in my heart, that I started to have tears rolling down my eyes with this awareness. And the relevance about it was, this wasn't here, it came from here. And I jokingly refer to, I call it my heart orgasm, because I've operated my whole life mentally, never even had an experience of feeling this. But the day this new awareness came in, it didn't hit here, it hit here. And my whole life changed. And now guess what? Just a little sidebar. When I make a decision in my life, I've always made my decision using rational thinking. You know, well, is this a good idea because of A and B and C and D and G and whatever, you know, I make all these lists. I now have changed. I can do the rational thinking before making a decision, but I don't make any decision in my life until I ask my heart. I ask my heart, do you want to do this or you don't want to do that? How's your feeling? And I trust my heart so far beyond my conscious rationalization, because conscious rationalization could be faulty. I could just have a mistake of an interpretation and then the whole decision is screwed because of one mistake. The heart doesn't look at the details, it just looks at the energy. Is this move more energy or is this move less energy? What's the point? Always move toward more energy. So I've learned something, being a scientist and coming from my head. No, the real answers come from here.
And certainly,
yes.
Certainly the paradigm shift seems to be going from the intellectual scientific paradigm more towards a heart paradigm. And it's actually been acknowledged that the energy field around the heart is actually much greater than the field around the brain.
Well, but the heart is a device that not just generates energy. The heart is a device that reads energy. The head reads ideas, thoughts, concepts, decisions. That's why I said, oh, I can think about every answer to a question using concept, reasoning, and all that. But the heart doesn't do that. It just looks at the energy. And energy is life. Remember, energy is life. More energy, good vibes, is the direction to go into. Less energy, bad vibes, is the direction to avoid. Am I in good vibes or bad vibes? Don't ask your head. That's going to do rational thinking. Ask your heart. Is this, how do I feel? Is this the one I really want to do, or I'm hesitant? If I'm hesitant, bother, it's done. I don't deal with it. My heart says go, I'm there with you.
Great advice.
That's perfect for universal soul love.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Bruce.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed your presentation.
I'm so happy to be here and look forward to the rest of the wonderful, distinguished people that you have as a lineup today. Because
we
when you
do.
put all this knowledge together, there's a new world at the end of the show.
We're actually the next presenters, so we're very happy to. What you have to say is you're saying everything that we'd say, so
couldn't agree more.
Very powerful
and wonderful, happy feel that's been generated here among all three of us.
This is one of the most enjoyable interviews I think I've ever had. I mean, I'm just so honored to have you here with us right now and get your.
It's not me. I'm just a student. I can only tell you what I learned.
But we've got such a great feel. I can feel your presence from the other side of the world, from the land down under. It's just so great, and I'm so glad that everyone gets to have this opportunity to listen to you say all these inspiring, powerful words right now.
And it's very true that we function as a collective, or at least functioning as a collective can become a greater and greater source of being. You know, functioning as an individual is fine, but it's when you function collectively, it somehow raises the consciousness even further. And
we are a collective right now at this very moment. Right. You and I and Bruce and everyone on this teleconference event. So it's amazing, and we are raising the collective consciousness at this very moment. The energy is rising.
Yep, that's the direction. That's the only way out. So that's for sure. So thank you very much for giving me a shot to relay some of the things that this kid learned from the universe. Thank you, universe. I appreciate everything you taught me, and I think it could help the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for launching this conference on such a
it's
great start.
Absolutely.
All right. I look forward to the rest of the show.
All right.
Okay. Lots of love, Bruce. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye for now.
Bye.
So now on to Detective David Love and Dr. Lana Love, or Dr. Lana Love and Detective David Love with Universal Soul Love. Here we are with our presentation.
So we should introduce Universal Soul Love. We've been doing a radio show now for over 3 years, and we chose the name Universal Soul Love because it reflects what we believe in. We are universal beings. We are primarily soul, and love is the highest conscious vibration that there is.
Yes. And I'm just blown away by Dr. Bruce Lipton. That was amazing. I mean, he just said everything that I think we're going to be following up on in the next, for the next 40 minutes. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And what a wonderful way to start off, by looking inside us, and realizing that we are a collection of cells, and that the whole of humanity is a collection of people. We're all together as a collective, and how inspiring it is to know that we can make a difference. Our thoughts, our energy fields can really make a difference. Certainly the paradigm shift is something that's happening here and now. It's real. We're part of it. It's a very exciting part of our lives, and we can make a difference. Awakening to the truth of our reality is the most important starting point. And I think everyone is experiencing this in the spiritual community.
The Great Awakening.
That's right. And certainly the internet is really helping with that. And it's interesting that the printing press was something that helped disseminate information amongst people so many years ago. Now the internet is doing this. And as Bruce Lipton said, the internet is like the nervous system connecting all of us. Of course, there's another thing that connects all of us, and that is an understanding and a conscious connection, the ability to perhaps sometimes be clairvoyant, to almost pre-guess what the other person's going to say, especially if you're living in close proximity like David and I are, friends, organizations. There's a knowing that can occur when you're in sync with each other.
So at what point should we start? I want to take off where Bruce Lipton left off. Where should we start with this?
Well, I think we should talk about some of the 4 pillars of universal soul love, which is especially relevant to the paradigm shift.
Okay.
So, universal soul love, soul. So our 4 pillars are: soul stands for the sacred unity of the feminine and masculine. O stands for oneness consciousness. U stands for unveiling of your true self. And L stands for life beyond life. And we find these 4 pillars of understanding are a great way to awaken.
And that's what this is all about, awakening to just to your personal truth. But it's not just your personal truth. It's breaking through the matrix, essentially. The matrix is the social paradigms that we've come to accept, the belief systems that we've accepted from others.
And that we don't need to accept anymore.
We need to,
in shaping the new world.
Right. We need to know who we truly are by going deep within ourselves. And that's the way out. The way out of the matrix is by going within. And I know many people, we have many sophisticated, intelligent people listening in, and they know a lot of this already. But this is the essential information. And there's no other way of doing this, but by going within and knowing yourself on a deeper level. So
let's start with the sacred unity of the feminine and the masculine. And what do we mean by this? Well, there's certain power and force that exists in the world, the force of life itself.
The vital essence.
The vital essence.
Vital life force, whatever name you choose to give it.
And the way we think about the world now and the organization of the human organism is that we're coming into the post-feminist era. We've had lots of civilizations come and go. We've had certain forces that are at work. And now we feel is the time when the feminine and the masculine force need to unite, both inside of us and outside of us in the world. Today, there's a recognition that we need to live in harmony with the world. And that ability to be intuitive, to be loving and giving is feminine energy. At the same time, the masculine energy, the ability to be sovereign, the ability to make change is equally important.
So we're no longer talking about, this is the we sometimes call this the post-feminist era or the post-feminist movement. This is the cooperation between the masculine and feminine energies, which is obviously ideal. We want the feminine and masculine energy to be working in tandem. We want to have the divine masculine source and the sacred feminine essence working together as a divine union on this planet, together in unity, in a cooperative effort to make this world a better place for all, so that we don't have this end time scenario happen, as Bruce Lipton was just talking about.
So this needs to happen on a macro level and on a micro level.
Right. We can no longer see ourselves as genders. We need to see ourselves as just living human beings working together.
So certainly in the way of the world, politically, as a culture, we need to be able to be sovereign. We need to be able to decide things for ourselves, not allow corporations to decide things for us. We need to be an intuitive, giving culture. So it's high time that the two forces of the feminine and the masculine join power.
Yes.
And that's important on the level of the individual. We all have the feminine and the masculine inside of us. We need to go inside of ourselves and connect with those powers.
Certainly the feminine energy has certain attributes and masculine energy has certain characteristics. However, we both, men and women, have the masculine and feminine energy within us. And so we can bring forth both of those energies within ourselves, the intuitive abilities, the the drive of the masculine energy and the just have those working as one force, like I said, that divine union, so that there's no, because on a deeper level, on a metaphysical level, if we look into Buddhism or many other religions, philosophies, we understand that consciousness does not have a gender. There is no masculine and femininity at that basic level, at that life force. It adds, my understanding is in mysticism, is that it adds those, the masculine and feminine gender in life for a purpose. So at the very basic level, consciousness is just simply awareness. And then at the next level, it chooses to add all sorts of things, which I'm not sure that we have time to go into, but nonetheless, we just need to understand that we are not men and women. We are physically, but on a soul level, we just are. We are the I am. And so we need to look beyond the physical appearances of who we believe, what we perceive, and understand fundamentally that we are one.
Having said that, we do need to recognize the different forces within us and work with those different forces.
Absolutely.
In terms of relationships, it's high time men and women stop the fight and stop the battle, and that we come together in divine union. We believe very much in the importance of a tantric approach to relationships, to love. What do I mean by tantra? Well, we don't have much time to go into this, but it's a sacred way of understanding relationships, a sacred way of understanding and respecting the feminine and the masculine. There's an interplay of energy between a couple that can be really beautiful, that can allow you to, I guess, fill each other up with the energy that each of us carries. And it's a beautiful way of looking at sexuality as a sacredness. In this world today, sexuality is being debased, and that's very wrong. Sexuality is a sacred thing, and we need to teach our children, our adolescents, of the sacredness of the dynamics between a man and a woman.
We need to have mutual respect for each other, and we need to have self-respect. And that tantric process enables us to have that by becoming more familiar with our own energy in the presence of the energy of others, of men and women, and men and women and women. Tantra is so much more than what I knew nothing about it before I met you, Lon. I'm certainly grateful that I had the opportunity to learn about that in groups and learn about what it feels like to experience that type of
Tantra is really
thing.
Experiencing the soul and the spirit of another person. And in terms of relationships, sexuality becomes a spiritual process of energetic transformation of both couples, allowing them to ascend to a higher level. It's very beautiful.
And Tantra certainly isn't just about romantic couples or people looking to get into romantic relationships or partnerships. Tantra can be used between all people as a tool to feel more comfortable with yourself in the presence of others.
Absolutely.
So with that, I mean, we don't have time to go into romantic relationships and soulmates and twin flames at this time. That's not the purpose of this.
It's certainly beautiful to aspire to have a soulmate. You don't have to, but you know, we happen to think that having a soulmate, having another person in your life is really important.
And it's great for your spiritual evolution.
And it doesn't matter whether you're a same-sex couple or different sex couple. It's the dynamism of two people coming together and intertwining the energy and ascending together.
In an intimate relationship of any kind or in a close relationship, you'll learn a lot. You'll learn a very condensed, intense, in terms of personal growth and development. A close relationship is the perfect personal growth vehicle.
Absolutely.
And that being said,
we come to the O from soul, which is oneness consciousness.
The ocean of consciousness, the universal source itself, the collective consciousness, the planetary consciousness.
So basically, we are all one. That's the basic message.
And we've all heard this in the spiritual community. Nothing new there. The drop of ocean, we are our personalities are the drop of ocean within the ocean. And I've heard recently that we are the ocean within the drop itself.
And Bruce Lipton was talking about this. In fact, a wonderful way of understanding the true nature that we have is that we are the universe experiencing each individual. Mm-hmm. I'm the universe experiencing Lana. The universe is experiencing David. Mm. The universe is experiencing Bruce.
And at the same time, we're experiencing each other.
That's right.
We're all interconnected and dependent on each other, and yet sovereign beings at the same time. And
I think it's possible to understand this on an intellectual level, on a feeling level with your heart, and with a total experience of mind, body, and soul.
Consciousness happens at many levels, and we only have generally the conscious level, the thinking level. And there are so many levels of consciousness that we're generally not aware of until we start meditating and taking up spiritual practices, which there are many.
And there's certainly a theory that all things have consciousness, including inanimate objects. Interesting theory.
Yeah, that's something that
a rock can have consciousness.
That's right. Yep, the old philosophical debate: does a rock have feelings? Panpsychism. Yeah.
And that certainly introduces some humility. You know, we humans think that we are the superior conscious beings, and we're not.
The superiority complex of human beings.
So I think it's very important to respect all aspects of nature and recognize that everything has consciousness and we are all one.
And it's important to do that just based on the fact of where we are at the tipping point at this point in time.
And we already talked about a quantum field and how, in fact, consciousness might not reside inside the brain, but might be outside. That our brain is just a receptacle, a radio that is able to tune in to
this big, expansive, morphic field that includes the entire universe and perhaps existences that we are not even aware of.
I think it's possible to tap into that consciousness. And I think it's possible to expand your own consciousness and fuse with the consciousness around you.
And in fact, I often do, and many people do. I connect with my higher self, whatever oversoul, whatever term you want to give that. And that's something that you can also do through meditation and through many spiritual practices. And I encourage everyone to seek that out and do that.
And that takes us to the U of soul, which is unity with source, the practical way of doing this. The practical way of going through the paradigm shift and finding your true nature as the divine inside.
And this is very important. This is the process. This is the transformational process that you go through during the paradigm shift that's happening in the world and the paradigm shift that's happening with us. This is the introspective self-examination of looking within yourself, looking at all aspects of yourself, not just the darkness, but looking at your own thoughts and feelings and values and belief systems, just closing your eyes and looking as the independent observer within your mind and within your body and getting to know yourself on that deeper level so that you know yourself and not being influenced by everything that's happening outside of you, so that you're not in that reactionary state of mind where you're always just reacting to everything that's happening outside of you based on stress, but rather knowing yourself well enough that you can respond to the situations that are happening outside of yourself so that you're not so in fear all the time and stressed. And so I guess you know where I'm going with this. We're talking about the spiritual awakening itself.
We're talking about going within, having spiritual practices that allow you to center yourself.
Yes.
Allow the inner guru to come through.
the divine, to become the divine creator. That's source's self. That's finding the God of your heart, your inner source, your inner guru, your inner guide, your higher self, just that wise mind that can guide you in life. And that's very important.
Meditation, mindfulness, yoga can do this. Various codes can do this. David and I practice codes such as sound. Sound is incredibly important. It has a high vibration. Sounds like Om, the universal sound of creation. There are other codes that we can practice, including universal codes. Sacred geometry, just seeing certain patterns can create the same patterns in your DNA. With the energetic shift in the world, it's been said that our own DNA is actually changing. We have areas of our DNA called junk DNA, and scientists haven't been able to work out what that junk DNA is about. It looks like that junk DNA is actually coded for something amazing or godlike within us. Mm-hmm. And it looks like that's actually being turned on. Changes are happening in the world, and people are starting to discover powers beyond what they thought that they would have.
I certainly have. And I'm awestruck by what I discovered before I came to Australia and met you, when I went through my own spiritual awakening or psychic awakening, which is, I believe, very much a part of the paradigm shift, that as we're changing with the change of the paradigm shift, many of us experience these great spiritual awakenings where some people call it the dark night of the soul. And I certainly experienced part of that as I traveled through that and saw the light at the end of the tunnel of love and just awakening to myself, my true self. And I encourage everyone to go through this. You're not going to be fighting dragons in the world. You're going to be fighting the demons within yourself, or the dragons within yourself. And we have Brad Axelrad, who will be talking about facing your dragons at the end of this conference. But I do think that this is a very important point, that we do look within ourselves for the answers, rather than looking outside of yourself for the answers and having someone else tell you what the answers are. We have all of the answers within us. On a deep level, we know we have all of the information. We know everything we need to know. So
these practices are very important, and they have to be done every day. And David and I do practice meditation, we practice doing various codes, we practice the Om, we practice looking at sacred geometry. I truly believe that DNA can be turned on and we can actually become much more than we are now. And love is the highest vibration that there is.
We've certainly all heard that one.
And that takes us to the L of soul, which is life beyond life. Mm. Accepting your own mortality of the body, and yet the eternity of our souls, the continuity of life. And we believe that contextualizing your current life, knowing that there is life beyond this life, releases an amazing energy and a relief. Mm.
And what I want to say about that is, not only is death a teacher to you, the greatest teacher, it's also your greatest ally. In fact, I've been sort of spiritual since I was a child. I mean, I always felt that something was different about life that I couldn't quite put my finger on. And I studied spirituality and mysticism throughout my life, studying Rosicrucian philosophy and spiritualism. But nonetheless, it wasn't until my father died that I suddenly, and I also worked and volunteered in hospice facilities, but it was at that point that something clicked in my mind and I woke up, and that's when my dark night of the soul happened. And of course I'd been meditating long before that, but something clicked in, and death became a very powerful force for me. And I learned about while there's the death of the mortal soul, excuse me, let me retract that. The death of the mortal body, the mortal life, we have an eternal soul, we have an infinite soul, an infinite spirit. And that was the first spiritual lesson that really set the stage for all other philosophies that I accept into my belief system, that I use, you know, as my my life management system, or my life management strategy to get through life. It's made me live, and I can't stress this enough. If you can overcome the fear of death, everything else is so much easier. And I'm not saying that life is easy. It's often very hard, and life is a challenge, and we all face these tests and challenges in life almost on a daily basis for most of us. But just realize that someday you won't be here. And I do believe in reincarnation. I'm a past life regressionist. But nonetheless, you're here now in the present moment, and you're creating and manifesting in the present moment, and that is your power. And it's very important to understand that.
Absolutely. And for me, my mother hasn't died yet, but she has dementia. And that for me, I guess, brought to me the importance of living in the here and the now, because we are mortal as individuals. I do believe the soul goes on. I believe the soul goes on sort of in a more stream of consciousness way. Certainly, I'm a doctor. I'm a practitioner of help people with emotional health issues. I'm a Buddhist practitioner, and I believe in no self. What is no self? Well, I think the self as we think it is does not exist. You know, we have a certain concept that we are constant. We're not. From babies to old age, we are constantly changing. Our emotions are constantly changing. Some of our views are changing as well. And so the self as we know it, I believe, does not exist, which then creates an incredible sense of freedom, because we don't have to worry. We don't have to chase the things that we want to chase for ourselves. We don't have to worry when we grow old, because there's nothing to hang on to in the way that we conceive of it. When we talk about the self as eternal, I'd like to clarify that and say that the stream of consciousness is eternal. In that sense, we are eternal.
We are eternal.
And we are also eternal in the sense of being the whole world. You know, we are the whole world. There is no self as we think of it as an individual outside of the whole world. We are all connected.
We're fingers of the universal intelligence, or the divine source. We're this, like the sensors. We go out and we experience reality, and we bring it back to the divine source so that it can expand. That's the law of expanding consciousness. And
when we recognize that, life becomes easier. Non-attachment is also a Buddhist concept, which I find incredibly important, especially while we're going through the paradigm shift.
Absolutely.
While we're undergoing changes. We don't know what the future is going to bring, whether it'll be war or planetary changes. Non-attachment is not being attached. I mean, attachment and love is very important. By non-attachment, what we mean is not hanging on to the idea that everything is constant, because it isn't. Everything changes. We will lose things.
And it's our
we will gain things.
And it's our attachment to the feelings of the things that we experience outside of us. And it's,
that creates stress.
It's detaching from those things, and it's not that we're non-attachment doesn't mean that we're letting go of them. It means that we're letting go of our belief about these things, about our concepts, our ideas about possession and ownership, and all sorts of things about value of money, and all sorts of things about our relationships. So, and that's a spiritual warrior concept. And I often talk about spiritual warrior philosophy. Now that we've talked about the 4 pillars of universal soul love and of soul, I mean, I think now we can start getting into this. And I think this is really, really vital. And I love this stuff that we're talking about being the independent observer, as if you're watching it. This is how I do it. This is how we get out of, Leonard and I have talked about this quite a bit. This is how we get out of the matrix, out of the response reaction syndrome that we're in. We don't want to be reactionary. We want to give premeditated responses to everything that we perceive happening outside of us. That's the spiritual warrior concept. That's also part of non-attachment. You want to perceive life as a play, and you're an actor in the play. So you don't want to be engrossed in the play itself. You don't want to forget who you actually are. As you want to actually step out of the play and almost observe yourself as a spectator, watching the play with yourself in it, so that you can see what's actually happening from an independent vantage point, so that you can deal with things effectively and you're not emotionally involved in the conflicts and controversies and dramas that are going on.
One of David's favorite sayings is, "It's only life."
It's not that serious. It's only life. I mean, I guess I could go into all sorts of things and talk about parallel lives and past lives and so many things, but I just want to give you I just want to get right into the very important stuff, the very practical stuff.
We think seeing things in context is incredibly important for the paradigm shift. We call it total integration awareness. This is not the only consciousness or universe. There are parallel universes. There are other existences that are occurring right here and now. Other spiritual domains that some people can see, other people can't. But it's terribly important to understand that time does not really exist.
The concept of the mind.
That's right. The past, the present, the future are all fused into one. That's really important to understand. Space does not really exist either. It's also a concept of the mind. When you understand all of this, then you come to the point of unity, and you truly are able to experience the divine. And there is a certain meditation that you can use. You can close your eyes and you can imagine that you go down to the very cell of every cell of your body, and then you can zoom out of every cell into planet Earth, observing planet Earth as if you're an astronaut, and then zooming out and observing the galaxies, and then zooming out even further.
In its way of experiencing yourself as the divine by expanding your consciousness outwardly during this meditation. We won't have time to do it. We've only got about 10 minutes. We have author Harvey coming up, but nonetheless, certainly there are resources on YouTube and guided meditations that you can use to try this out for yourself, so that you can see what it's like to feel yourself expanding out to the universe and becoming part of the universal consciousness itself, so that you can experience everything.
Everything at once. The point of unity.
It's the point of singularity, just like I like to call it the creator itself, the universe itself can experience anything in life and anything in the universe from any point of singularity. Everything is a point in this creative force that we are, because we are the divine source itself, can experience and perceive everything in the universe from any vantage point at any moment, because the divine spirit is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipowerful. And so are we. And I believe that we truly have the ability to achieve this as well. And I have certainly had all sorts of paranormal and supernatural experiences. I've been a private investigator for more than 25 years. I'm also a metaphysical author, and I can attest to this. I've had incredible out-of-body experiences. I know we've got Alexander Metters and Michelle Mache coming on, and Sevan Bomar and others to talk about this sort of thing. But
metaphysical experiences are the basis to understand this unity of consciousness. And certainly exercises where you focus on yourself as part of the universe, when you focus on the past and the present and the future all being fused, when you are able to focus on the point of singularity and expand your energy outwards, expand your consciousness beyond your brain, beyond your head. These exercises are incredibly important to help stimulate your ascendancy and help the vibration of your whole being raise to the point of light.
I believe you call this total perception.
Total perception, total integrated awareness. It's a most amazing experience. When it's repeated again and again, it certainly raises your vibration.
And of course, as a detective, I've been working with my intuition, my gut level instinct for more than 25 years, and working with people and understanding human behavior. So I've had a lot of practice with just reading people, reading body language, and basically eventually reading energy, and doing it very quickly because I had to. I mean, it was vital as part of my job. But anyone can do this, and you can do this every day. And I do highly recommend mindfulness meditation or any type of meditation practice. I also recommend learning active listening, and I'm sure there are many resources on this. This is what I did. I also took classes on body language and nonverbal behavior, which was very helpful early on in my career. And I think, I'm not sure what you had in mind, but I did want to talk about, we talk about this often, but non-duality, duality versus non-duality, and the illusion of duality with the time we have left in our presentation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's another way of cutting through the illusion of life.
Right. And I've got this. This is a gift from Dr. Lana Love. This is my authentic replica of the Spear of Destiny. Some of you may have heard of the Spear of Longinus.
And we use it as a symbol of cutting through the illusion of life.
This is my flaming sword of truth.
So cutting through duality means cutting through judgment, cutting through black and white, seeing everything as equal, seeing everything having its place in the world. Being able to see everything from that vantage is truly an illuminated perspective. As well, being able to be centered in your heart, connecting with your heart center, with your heart chakra.
And that's at a higher level, because in mysticism, we talk about the law of polarity, and law of polarity has to do with the extremes. It's like a pendulum. Duality is our labels. It's our concepts like fast and slow, good and bad, big and small, beautiful and ugly, etc. And it's always in degrees. It's an interpretation of what we perceive outside of us, and so it's actually, the law of polarity is actually an infinite continuum, and it is the illusion of duality, because these are just our concepts, these labels that we put to everything, these meanings that we put to everything. These are our meanings. And so what the mystic often does is they don't go with the swing of the pendulum. They pull out of it. They don't look at the world in terms of these labels of good and bad and beautiful and ugly and all sorts of other dualistic terms that we use. The mystics will rise above the swing of the pendulum, so that they're now at a balanced point, like you said, where you're at that heart-mind balance, so that you're able to use your wise mind to make decisions, so that you can see things clearly and with clarity and make good decisions based on what's happening outside of you, rather than being caught up in the drama, the emotional discharge, and the stress of controversies of life. All of that is the illusion of duality and the illusion of reality. And that's what we need to break out of. That's a big part of the matrix. And this is something I learned during my spiritual awakening, was this idea of duality and breaking out of that.
The other important thing is, in raising your vibration, to remember to be grateful. And that's just such an important way of dealing with a paradigm shift and all the changes occurring with us. Remembering to be grateful for what you have. Remembering and seeing the beautiful in everything.
Yes.
Seeing the best in everybody. That actually raises your vibration. It's been shown. It's a wonderful way of feeling lighter, feeling less attached, and feeling happier. And of course, as Bruce Lipton talked about, when you're happier, your stress levels go down and you're just healthier.
And one of my favorite quotes that you came up with is we often talk about facing your demons and facing your darkness or facing your shadow self. And you once said, you need to face your happiness.
That's right.
It's not all dark and gloomy. And if we see the world that way, certainly the world will be that way for us.
And you know, that can be challenged.
That
That can be challenged.
Absolutely.
In our lives, we tend to focus on the darkness. So facing your own happiness can be a challenge, but when you learn how to do it, boy, is it good. It's wonderful. So what we'd like to end up saying is that the paradigm shift is occurring all around. There are negative aspects, there are positive aspects. It's a great time to be alive. It's very exciting. We're all evolving together. This is connecting us together. And we need to, as a spiritual community, we need to connect together, and we need to help evolve the rest of humanity so that we can actually survive and so the planet survives.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important. I loved what Bruce Lipton had to say, and I'm so grateful to have him just launch this paradigm shift conference for us and that we could follow up on it. And I believe we have Sevan Bomar next coming up. Very exciting. We love Sevan. We've interviewed Sevan quite a few times. I know he's going to give us a spectacular presentation. Everyone loves Sevan.
We'd like to introduce you. So Sevan Bomar is a metaphysical philosopher, speaker, and leader. He's author of the acclaimed book, The Code to the Matrix. And he has a number of popular websites, including The Resistance and Astral Quest. Sevan Bomar has got the most amazing knowledge on topics of esoteric knowledge, on religion, on chakras, on frequency vortex and imprinting, on total realization. And he's very experiential in this knowledge and really blows us away.
He really does. He's incredibly knowledgeable, and we're so glad to have him here to talk about aspects of the paradigm shift. And we just want to thank you for being with us today, Sevan.
Oh, well, you're more than welcome. I'm testing out my sound, making sure I'm coming through clear and everything.
Uh-huh. We hear you very clearly.
All right. All right. Well, I'm also ready to jump right into this. So,
All righty. So, Sevan, what we wanted to ask you is, this is a conference about the paradigm shift. So we'd like to start off by asking you, what do you see as the paradigm shift? How do people live through the paradigm shift, and how do people find their role in the paradigm shift?
Well, all of what you just stated is actually key. I mean, it's almost like when listening to, obviously Dr. Lipton and then yourselves, go on for the last 2 hours. I was just like, so where am I going to get in on this conversation? Because basically they're taking up all the words.
Right. And I think we're going to sign out and just let you go on and do your presentation from here.
I mean, I love the collective presentations. We can definitely keep it like that. But I was just saying, I mean, there were so many maxims presented within both conversations. It really is something for any listener to sit back and reflect on. And that's really where I'm also at now with my progress as far as everything that I've done thus far and what I'm looking to continue to do, not only for humanity, but also myself. And for those that are not aware of who I am, because I'm obviously not the most famous person in the world, but I will say that just because sometimes a person may say, well, how are you able to speak on these topics, or what gives you the authority, if you may? And what I would like to mention is that I did start a social network about 7 years ago that was related to exploring the depths of consciousness and to look for the vivid aspects of it, and for us to go into this activation or ascension that I had been participating in personally and had my own experience. And then I started sharing information, and then I started finding others that were having similar experiences, and it started from there. And this was 7 years ago. Now the network is at about 16,000 members. We've done TV shows, radio shows. We've had some of our own, and we've even created a university, and all these different aspects of things that have been created, either co-created collectively, which is always the case. We're co-creating all the time, and then also things that others were lending, such as this platform that I'm participating on now. And what was one of the most amazing things to me is just when you have, let's say in this tense, there's 14,000 members and you have 28,000 eyes looking at every single aspect that you may be missing, and then coming back and giving you that.
I'm sorry, Sevan, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? Could you turn up your mic, please?
Sure, I could turn up my gain. Give me one quick second. Let me just.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. Let me get over to where my gain is. 1 second. A little bit, if it's not too much. Just turn a little bit.
No worries.
Okay, so how about that? Is that any louder, or I don't want to blow it out of the frame? I do have a equalizer here, so do you want me to turn it up a little bit more?
Yes, a little more.
Okay.
Good. We want to hear you. Everybody wants to hear you nice, loud and clear.
Okay. All right, not too much more. That's good. How about that?
Sounds good.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now you go right on. We're going to stay here, but we're going to let you do your presentation. I know you've got a lot of great things to say, so
that's fine.
Please continue.
About the sound, so that way, it's not the whole thing and everyone's like, well, I didn't hear him. So what I'm getting at here is that there's been an extensive amount of not only research, but also intuitive connection with what's going on the planet and beyond. And we've taken a different approach. We've really allowed the person to be the central character in this entire theme. There's no gurus, or there's no one saying, hey, follow me. And then also we're really moving out a lot of the deities, or things that basically require a person to have energy to contribute. Like if you believe in something, that's energy that you're contributing towards it. And what we really challenge people to do is to start doing some introspections, to start going back within in order to get themselves together. And thus we coined the term understanding. And so what's been happening with this understanding for the last 7 years is we've unearthed some remarkable things. This all began with me personally taking apart the English language and finding that there was an underlying code within the language that was actually saying a story, because language can't be replaced right away. So just how we have many cultures that have basically lost their entire, all their roots and all their lineage and everything that is really connected into that, most of that has been despoiled and they've been given a new tradition and a new religion. But language is not something that you can replace like that. Language is actually the code that programs us all into perceiving this reality the way that we do. And so one of the things that came up on my radar when I first went through my personal expansion or ascension, or what you want to call it, is I started to see that there was an issue with the words, that in fact that the words that we were using weren't actually saying what we thought they said or what we thought they mean. And that was big, because what it did was it allowed me to uncover the other areas where a lot of times my positive or at least neutral belief in things and my own insecurities about the reality as far as how it was structured and what was going on in it, especially in pertaining to spirituality, was cleared up in a major way, because I was able to see that actually there's a program that's running that is a bit counterproductive for the direction that we want to go. And all of that was actually summed up in one word: backwards in English, meaning that the words are actually backwards. and that this can indeed control the aspect of how we think. Like one direction, let's say, is living and the other direction is death. This is a physical reality. So it often works on these dualistic components. And once realizing that and being able to turn things around in order to get into, let's say, when people refer to ascension, what they're actually talking about is getting back to their true selves, getting back, or as I always say, getting forward to this oversoul or this higher aspect of yourself that's in a perfected shape. And this journey has been amazing. And so just to drill into what is being said about this paradigm and the question presented to me, now that you know a little bit more about my background, my spiritual experiences, and also what I've done for the conscious community and continue to do, I will first say that when we look at any kind of term, we have to understand that there's a linear version and there's a non-linear version. So the linear version to me is always what we've come up with thus far in our experience and the reality, maybe what we've gained from others, what we read, etc. But generally, because we're reading knowledge, it's going to come to us in a physical base level and often linear. Like, this is what they said 20 years ago. This is what's supposed to happen in 5 years. This is what we're coming up to. And all those, that's a linear way of thought. And sometimes linear thought can be depressing, because if you're talking to a person that's, let's say, 60 and you're explaining to them that things are going to get better, well, it may not be in the lifetime that they see things they may not be able to see things get better this life if they are playing around with linear time. While if you look at the deeper level of the paradigm shift, which is nonlinear, you realize that you can actually cause the paradigm shift anytime you want. So there's basically what's going on in the reality, and then there's what's going on inside. And what's most important about the realization of this is to also remember that actually what Earth truly is, which has been proved in every single art, every single science, you name it, is a spectrum. So it doesn't just actually contain all the things that we quote unquote like, and it doesn't just contain all the things that we don't like, but instead an entire spectrum of these in order to get the in-betweens, in order to get what we call the saga or the story. And of course, we become very prone to, like, let's say mice pushing the pleasure button or rat pushing the pleasure button. We get prone to actually benefiting or making ourselves benefit from the positive sides of the reality. And then when it comes to the negative, we don't seem to see the real purpose in that. In addition, this is very similar to, let's say, liking to eat candy and cakes, but when it comes to bitter medicine, like, let's say, iboga or wormwood, these kind of things that can actually remove a lot of the parasites and things from your consciousness and from your body, then that of course tastes nasty, and people have a tendency to avoid that. And so this is what I began to discover, and I started to look deeper into, were we doing that also in our own presence, in our own reality? And in fact, the case became true about that we can actually say a lot of very beautiful things to ourselves, and we can continuously encourage ourselves. And of course, I don't see anything wrong with doing that. It's better than saying negative things to yourself and punishing yourself. But the reality is that through these two actions, we can make ourselves feel a certain way. But what connection does that have to the external reality? And this is where we have to start drawing a line or somewhat of a demarcation between what we expect to go on in the physical realities in their own time versus what can actually happen for us right now. And that every single part of the spectrum, whether you want to call it happiness, whether you want to call it sadness, is present on the dimension right now and always will be. Meaning that if you want to go somewhere that's going to provide to you what you feel like is complete happiness and positivity, there is a place on this planet that is actually hosting that. While if you want to go to just ground zero where everything's bombed out and it's basically the end, then there's a place in the reality that hosts that also. So what we find then is that because the universe is not linear, we find that actually it is as it states, it's a universe or university, that the entire process here is actually for you to learn your uniqueness, because once you learn your uniqueness, then you're able to flourish. You're able to actually get in the same zone of how you create your currency with what is most unique and special to you. And so this is where it gets a little bit confusing, because we know that we're all one, but in that same sentence, we can also say that we're all unique. And those are two opposites. So we should get used to that, because this is a paradoxical reality. And if we're thinking in binary, we always try to get one or the other to be the truth, but in fact, they're both truth. And where we should be at is actually in the arbitration standpoint, or in the center of our consciousness. This is how we'll actually be able to control the causes and effects of what goes on in the reality. And I'll explain that in a deeper way. If we're constantly in joy when we receive something that we like, this seems to also set us up for, extreme discouragement when we see something that we don't like. And when the person removes themselves from the likes and dislikes, they find that they actually find this harmonic to where they're stable, because what happens in this reality is there's a sun and a moon. So just the sun and the moon alone says that there's going to be a cycle, or there's going to be waves. We can even take the moon just as itself alone. It causes different cycles, different waves. And because of that, you're going to find many biological organisms that are often either in their good mood or in their bad mood. And all of us have experienced that. But in order to get to a point of being constant, which is really the opening of the depth, you need to be constant, you need to be sovereign, you need to have a foundation, and all that others and other things, other projections can stand on firmly. And to do that, it really requires that one get off the roller coaster and actually start sending out a constant, steady vibration or harmonic that becomes a host to their projections. So of course, tuning into too many different things that keep you on that roller coaster don't allow you to actually build things to where they can actually exist, even in a physical reality, or where they come to birth. So there was a lot of knowledge about this in every single interim of ancient societies. We have to also realize that, and I'll just give it to you like this, in the distance between where our planet is and the next projection, either it's going to be extremely advanced or extremely primal, nowhere in between. So where our planet is now, where we're visiting, this place that we have now incarnated into, woke up into this aspect of the dream, it is actually just coming off of a primal state. That's why there's this whole grab for technology. Versus if you go into a much more advanced planet, you'll find that actually they nullified all ideas of wires and anything that has to do with the actual inorganic infrastructure. And they started going to things like using crystals and using things that was going to naturally interact with us from a vibratory level. Okay, and that's where these stories of Atlantis and Lemuria and many other civilizations actually come from. So what happens in the physical realities is that's actually going on right now. That even ancient Kemet or Egypt or whatever you want to call it is actually happening right now. Rome is still going on. And there's a place that you are even there. And this is what we started to discover, that this continuum was actually us sending out aspects of ourselves into other realities. Even every time you think, you send another aspect of yourself into a different reality. And then the stronger you believe in those thoughts, it begins to animate those realities. And this is what many people refer to as a holographic reality. So there's multiple realities running. And what death actually consists of is that we leave this reality the reality that we currently die in, and then we slide into another reality that is more prime. And every now and then you have a dream about these prime realities, because these dreams are different than the other dreams, because it actually feels like you're really there. And even sometimes when you wake up, it's just difficult to adjust to that you were in another reality and then now you're back in this one again. How does that even work? And for us to begin to comprehend how this works, but from a deeper level, what I call the all-knowing, is we move out of this binary thought, good and bad, I feel great, I don't feel good. We move out of that and allowing our consciousness to be a host to that. And then we move over into this trinary aspect of ourselves, which begins to even have definitions, if you may, for paradoxical realities. So let's just talk about very briefly about what the paradigm shift would consist of for an individual that is going through it. It would consist of the process to where they're discovering their uniqueness. And the reason for this is because you're in a physical reality, you also notice that we actually have to find our way in the world right now. There's no just moving that out of the way. Like if we just said, hey, namaste, let's just wait on the dollar system to die and then everything's going to get better, we probably would be waiting around for a long time. Who knows? But the truth is, if you want to get into your own driver's seat right now, it really requires you to see that all of these energies, whether they're money or whatever, are to measure the energetic potential in the reality. They're actually alchemy. And when you discover your uniqueness, you actually solve the riddle of even working and doing something in the reality that you don't like. that's when it becomes a work or a job versus fun, right? So when you discover your uniqueness, let's say if you like to paint and you know that that's your unique way, the more you develop that ability, then you're capable of actually using it as a way to sustain yourself. And then you'll find, if that's your true uniqueness, that you'll never actually get tired of painting. You'll never feel like, oh my goodness, I'm being overworked with this painting that I'm doing. It actually won't come across like that. There will only be more joy the more energy is pushed into this aspect of you painting, okay, and creating art. So what your uniqueness is actually your own art. So a lot of times we attempt to take inspiration from others, but the true method of allowing a person to discover their uniqueness was actually, in the ancient society, was actually an elder would teach you. They would take you through the rites of passage and teach you how to discover this uniqueness within yourself. So it's totally opposite actually to much of how things are taught these days. Things are taught really to where it's like someone's trying to impress something on you, like let's learn about this key figure, or let's learn about this god, or let's learn about, you know, this set of knowledge, more so than let's learn about yourself and let me show you how to know more about yourself. And the reason for this is that actually let's say the book or curriculum level of teaching a person about themselves is actually the most outdated. A person would learn the most about themselves dealing with the real matrix in this case being nature, the fake matrix in this case being something like New York. So what the matrix, as it begins with ma, actually which comes from the words matrices, it would be able to at least teach you the guidelines and the ropes through symbolism and through observing the realities. For instance, we see that nature has a growth cycle and a decay cycle. So it doesn't mean just things are about growth and abundance. It also means things are about separation and things are about decay. And it would show you that so that you can identify those aspects in yourself, because once you have both of them identified, then you can actually determine what's in between. And that's the purpose of the dualistic reality, because it actually bases everything on contrast, right? Even the two eyes and two sides of the body, everything here is based on contrast. And so the paradigm shift is when you get it. It's like, okay, you know what? I get the whole thing now. It's going to be a yin and a yang, just like the old symbols say. There's not going to be some massive thing going in one direction or another direction here. What's most important is that I figure out how to make that happen within myself, because then when I do that, everything that I create and every person that I come around will experience that. And so this is a way of basically perfecting yourself, what we call understanding, in order so you can actually be in the proper position to actually assist others in this process of growth and figuring out themselves. And so that's what I have to say about the paradigm shift and what it actually means to me. Obviously, each person is going to have their different meaning, but I can see that this world, and this is from a realm of knowing, this realm is also in a continuous continuum itself. So it will go just like nature shows that she goes. She goes into this young cycle, the mistress, and then she goes into the maiden, and then she goes into the crone. And then when that is all happening, which is, you know, a big part of time, you have this allocation. And this is what some people see as the zodiac. You have this allotment to where you're given talents. And that's why I said you should work to find your uniqueness. You're given these talents, and that's the way that's how you fit in on this ship. It's like, you know, someone at this control panel or that control panel. And as long as you're doing that, then you will have achieved your dharma. You would know what it is that is going to contribute to you the most amount of energy here in this reality. And then through that process of the receiving of that energy, like when you do something amazing and someone says, hey man, thanks, this changed my life, that's the receiving the energy. So when you receive those confirmations, what then happens is this keeps boosting you. Imagine if, let's say for instance, if I was delivering this message for I've been 7 years now, but imagine if, let's say by year 1, it's like one person listening. And this is what I also call the co-creation, is because if there was only one person listening, then you can easily agree that probably that person wouldn't be talking too much more longer. They would go on and do something else. And to me, those are direct signs of that you may not be in the place that you're actually supposed to be, in the place that you really fit with yourself. And to believe it or not, I even actually got to that point with delivering the message like I'm delivering it now. I realized that even talking to people using the language, since I knew so much about it, wasn't even the greatest expression of who I was. But instead, that if I began inventing, because right now we're creating a device that programs water, but if I went into inventing, it would be a better throughput for me to express to humanity truly what I feel for it, versus me just saying the words that, or the sequences of me saying great things, versus something that is multifaceted and multidimensional the way that I am. So a part of discovering this uniqueness is actually to see what is the multidimensional aspects of yourself, and if what you're doing right now is really bringing out those multidimensional aspects. Is it just utilizing one part of who you are, or is it utilizing different parts of who you are, so that way you can feel the massage of all aspects of self in order to get into really good shape? And so that's the beginning. I know it's kind of a long answer to a very short question about the paradigm shift, but that's, again, exactly how I see it, that a person can go through this paradigm shift anytime they wish. We're not waiting at all on the physical reality to go through it. Many different people are experiencing it right now. And what we can do, though, is when we discover our uniqueness, and we will, and many are already doing that, what you have to contribute then into the external reality, because this is where you would push your energy into still until you leave here, then your contributions will actually make the change that many times we want to see with our minds, meaning that we set these intentions and we say, oh man, the world's really going to change. And we start to focus on that. And a lot of people focusing on that. And actually that was going on 40 or 50 or 60 years ago in Mount Shasta. And if anyone was monitoring, they would probably say, well, I don't actually see that things got better. I saw that they got worse. But again, you cannot determine that unless you're looking at the individuals that are going through their paradigm shift, go into their universe or university, have discovered this multiplicit side of themselves, that they are indeed not just a planet, but an entire universe, and then begin to question what state is their universe in. Are they still ruling as this good king or good queen or good goddess or good god, or have they completely forsaken their temple and now they're just off and wandering after something else? And so, you know, this brings us to a very serious part of our entire existence. It actually is the part that creates the adepthood within us. And I would just say that the encouragement that we should all have is that we are not the first ones. We are not the last ones. There, in fact, is no such thing. That we cannot cease to exist because we never were born in the first place. A part of this programming that's being delivered in the reality is this whole idea of birth, because when one thinks that they were born, then they must think that they're going to die. That's just the whole thing. There's a yin and yang. So just as you believe something great, there's another component of that actually is what you would perceive as not so great. And so we must be prepared at all times to see the entire picture, as they say, 360 degrees, not 180, not half. You know, and I say the symbolism within this is actually that we only see one side of the moon, and then the other side is supposedly not visible from where we are. And this is very similar to how we often view life, is that we only really see one side of our lives. And now we're being invited to see the other side, so that way we can move beyond what's called life, what's called time. And this is not a theory, and this is not a hypothesis. This is facts. Because what happens is that as you rapidly begin to move through your consciousness and you speed things up a bit in order to see the continuum, you'll start realizing that actually we know everything already. Everything that is truly important, we know already. And what the physical reality offers is what was determined as foolishness to gods or the supreme. And this is the highest aspect of yourselves, because then you would get on this process of thinking that you needed to go and learn something or study something or achieve something in order to actually unlock what's already within. And I found that most people who truly went through awakening actually did that many times just by themselves, and having the opportunity to pull themselves out of the reality for a while and all the things distracting around them, even schools and curriculums and religions, etc. And then just getting into that space to where you truly can not know self from the mind, which is basically a maze, but knowing self from who you truly are. So then you find words like belief, maybe, and all those kind of words virtually removed from the person's conversation. And what they start really emitting is this knowing. And then what that knowing does, and this is very interesting, is anytime you get into any kind of session and you're the one that is in that all-knowing space, then knowing always trumps belief. Like if you get someone that says, well, I believe, and I believe this, and I believe that, versus another person that says, well, I know, you'll find that people will be more comfortable with the person saying that they know versus the person that they believes. Now here, that says they believe. Now this is what also becomes tricky in the reality now, because we have many people, let's say a person owns a casino and I don't know, a strip club, who knows? Like, and in our aspect of judging, then that's not going to push the reality forward. But the person that's doing that is not actually in a belief of what they're doing. They're actually in a knowing of what they're doing. They're fully convinced that what they're doing is the best thing that they can actually do. Versus if you find a quote unquote conscious person that is thinking of, let's say, starting a holistic or a wellness institute, you'll find will be a lot into the belief area of, I wonder if it's going to make it, and I wonder if this is going to thrive. And of course, this is why the reality can often support people who see what other people are doing and then also attempt to do the same thing, following the same ropes, and then maybe they reach success. Versus with your uniqueness, it's such a unique calibration that, true enough, all of us can give you advice and everyone can give you some aspects of what they've achieved, etc. But to actually unearth it, to truly unlock it, you must do it yourself. And this is actually the secrets to really what the chakras are, is that the chakras, with their unique shapes, are basically keyholes. And you have to find that key maker within yourself to be able to turn that locked chakra, because many of the chakras have been actually seen to be fused in a certain sense, that they need to be kind of moved and unlocked, or they're kind of moving out of bounds or slow or sluggish. And this all has to do with the awareness of self. And so, yeah, you know, I can really go a lot of places with what's been learned. So the most important thing for me has always been to just bring out what needs to be known in this time, in this space. So, you know, if there is some more questions on this, we can drill into this a bit more.
Boy, that's a lot of information. That is just echoing a lot of what we've already heard about.
And I do love what you say about finding your own passion, because certainly when you do something that you love, there's a certain force, there's a certain energy, certain, I guess, happiness and bliss about things that allows you to flow through life.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the linchpin to everything. See, what happened was I started listening to a lot of people that were just, you know, real about it and just saying, hey, you know, I totally get it that I'm supposed to eat better. I need to change my environment. I need to do some reality sculpting. I even need to, you know, determine what kind of sounds are being played all the time and kind of do some soundscaping and, you know, all the different things that we taught in the university. But many also came with this aspect of saying, but still, because my job is taking up so much time, it's basically, job is like a ritual. So it's easier to actually remember things about the job than other stuff, because the job is a ritual. It's every single day, all the time. And there's so much hinging on it. So this starts to actually dominate the consciousness. And in many people's cases, their job is not actually congruent to what they want to see from themselves in this reality. So I started saying, you know, since we had gone so high, I mean, we basically blew the roof open on the entire projection. Like the world is in itself a massive projection. And we decided, well, let's land the ship then. You know, everyone had that in the group that I was instructing, and also others that were following us had gone all the way through the ascension process as we know it, and then found out that ascension doesn't mean you just die and that you're no longer here on earth. It actually means that you're actually on earth in the ascended state. And what that means is that now you still have to find your way in the world, but that doesn't mean that you have to compromise your time and your energy, because the entire time and energy system and power system is a brokering system. It doesn't just exist within what we're calling the physical reality. It's actually thermodynamics, which exists in the universe. So this is not just, okay, something I'm experiencing here on earth because some Bilderbergers or some bankers put some banks together. There's always in the physical realities a system of exchange. And what you find, again, when you really research all these deeper teachings, is they encourage a person to find that unique gift, the talent, because what that talent is going to do is it's actually going to give you the energetic potential that's needed to ascend out of a vortex. Now, let's talk about the vortex a bit, because some people start to maybe blame the vortex on others. And I feel like the only person to blame always should be self, because then when you want to change something, you can always change it yourself, versus if you blame it on Trump or blame it on somebody else, then we have to wait for them to do their thing and then we can change self. So no, this is about how you can actually begin to change yourself and how you can begin to empower yourself to get to the levels that are unlimited. And a big part of this, again, is when discovering the uniqueness, you have to begin to cultivate it. And so it's not necessarily the session to begin to teach a person how to unearth their uniqueness. Many people already know in what aspects that they find their most creative side. But it also means that when we take that uniqueness and we start to utilize it, then it embodies everything that we do. So we start to transition from what the reality has given us as, well, this is your role that we want you to play in the reality. You are a computer engineer. And it transcends into, well, yeah, I was a computer engineer in the reality, but now I learned how to use that in order to develop my uniqueness. So it doesn't mean also that you've wasted any time, because some people have this aspect of looking at things like, well, if I'd have learned this, 50 years ago or 20 years ago, then it would have changed my life. Actually, no. The truth is that you're living life after life after life after life. It's a continuum. You only start to become aware of the parts that you feel like you made a mistake at. And let me explain that. When you leave the body, and now there's a complete detachment between the physical body and what we would know as the spirit body, what happens then is that, this is why many people say they see their lives flash in front of their eyes. And because all our experiences are just memories, and our memories are projections, and those projections are created with light. So we see all of these projections of what we've experienced. And of course, if you're used to beating up on yourself, if you're used to duality and saying, because you did this wrong, and that's why it's important to get out of duality, then you actually get into this space to where you say, you know what, I want to jump right back in right there before I got married, or before I went to college, or before right there when I made that decision, I want to jump in there. So if you notice, many times in your life that you're living now, you'll have these deja vu moments to where you'll be like, whoa, I mean, was I here before? And those deja vu moments are actually a sheer sign that there's a part of your consciousness that's saying, hey, right here was when we should have went left instead of right. What we're introducing here is how to get out of that entire cycle called reincarnation, right? Coming back into Kar, which is actually the word for flesh or physicality, and then the nation. We understand what a nation means, a group or a collective. So to put the brakes on reincarnation, which is actually some of the highest levels of study in the Eastern traditions, is that you must get to a point of fulfillment. Now, fulfillment is not success. Success actually comes in spurts, and it's like, okay, I finished developing the website. Now here's another thing to do. Fulfillment is when you can do anything and know that if time was removed from you right then, you had already got the t-shirt. You are already ready to transcend into this next stage. There's no regrets. There's nothing to go back to. And most importantly, there's no fear, because see, what happens is that ideas of time, ideas of scarcity, and ideas of death all create this fear. And fear is a program utilized within the reality that is in conjunction with pain, because pain is what we remember even more than joy. We actually remember pain more than joy because we prefer joy and we don't like pain. So we always remember the pain. That's what I'm trying to avoid. So what happens here in all this is the transcendence, or the paradigm shift, is reaching into those aspects of self through the meditations and things, and realizing that actually you live as a being that has no dependencies, even water and air, and those kind of what I call the real gods, the ones that are not going to ask you if you want to worship them, but the ones that, are going to demand that there's some communion and communication going on all the time. In your higher levels of meditations, you begin to realize that those are things that are also things that you're choosing to enjoy. And so the reality then becomes more of your alchemical cabinet. It becomes to where you know now more about the energies and how they move, and that this is not just something that is like a fleeting life, but actually a very complex projection that you can do a lot of things in. And so this kind of puts the person more into the act, or the, as we say, the act in activation, versus this recipient level, which is what we call the downloader, a recipient level of just saying, okay, you know, as it comes into me, then I'm going to respond to it. So switching that and going into a complete manifestor, what we call an uploader, saying that, okay, I'm dealing with this alchemical cabinet here in the planet, and now I'm going to create this because I understand the dynamics of it. Now, those dynamics are real things. Like there's a certain arc, for instance, a degree, that when things are built using that degree, it creates this strange holophonic effect if you're talking in rooms like that are built that way. And it's like the way the cathedrals are built. So if there weren't any mechanics to this reality that we're in, stuff like that wouldn't occur. So I do find that if we spent our time in actually learning those mechanics to how things work, if we want to participate in the physical reality, then it's much more useful than going long stints with beliefs and going long stints with just absorbing knowledge and information that's about the past, especially, or maybe even the future. And the reason for this is because if you hear information about history and you didn't experience that history yourself, this means that, meaning that you don't remember a conscious life where you were actually there. This means that either way that you have to load it, you have to read it, and then it comes to into your mind in English, and then it now must interpret itself into pictures and scenes, so you get an idea of what's going on. And that's the entire process of programming, okay? So instead of programming yourself in a very one-dimensional and even a half-dimensional way about the past, you now get an opportunity to actually be present so that you can open up the hypersensory side of yourself. And this is what, you know, is often experienced when you start realizing that you don't even just have this consciousness that can perceive what's in front of it. You have a multi-sensory level of consciousness that can perceive not only what's around you, but also what crosses through different aspects of time. And these tools and these abilities actually push a person into a higher state of awareness. Now, this is another thing that I want to mention as a disclaimer in this conversation. It doesn't take a person to be extremely intelligent, once more, I'll mention this, to achieve all of this. Like granddaddy and grandmama may achieve this. The little kid that's sitting there on the side of the sidewalk may have achieved this. Even if it's, what I'm saying is, if it's coming across as complex to you today, that's because maybe you're attempting to use your mind to actually solve it versus realizing that you already know all of this. And then what happens is that wholeness, we don't even call it peace, because peace means to divide two things, as in two pieces. But that wholeness begins to pervade over your consciousness, and then that's when you get into the zone. That's actually what the Zen state truly is. That's when you're going to see, when you're writing something, which they call copyright, like when you need to develop some kind of text or jargon for your campaign or your program that you have with your computer or whatever you're doing, where you have to convey to others what you truly are about and what you mean. That's when it starts coming into play. That's when it serves you the most. And so, you know, these kind of modes of thought and states of being, I would say, are very productive for the being, because they actually start the process of moving themselves out of this whole idea of time. I'm going to be late. It's got to happen now. Oh, we need to do it already, into the space that, because if you're doing that, let's say, for instance, a basketball player can't actually be thinking about, when they get into the zone, is that ball going to go in, and where the arc of my hand, and no, that's not what's going on. Actually, they're so in the know about that shot, it goes in. They can ring that shot 5 or 6 or 7 times, versus the person who's like all technical and tries to actually do it will miss it, let's say 3 out of 5 times, make it 2 times out of 5 times, etc. So what we're talking about is basically tapping into the flow of self by removing the interruption, which comes from the mind. And this interruption, if people want to understand it a bit deeper, it's actually called thinking versus knowing. So in the thoughts, of course, thoughts are like an interruption. You could be hearing something and say, well, what about this? And, well, I believe that, but I believe it a little bit different. So all those thoughts, no matter what they are about, are actually interruptions. What we've learned to do is actually absorb and observe not only the reality that we're in, but also when others are saying things to us, in order to see the entire picture before engaging what would then be the R complex of the brain, engaging that part of the brain, which actually turns things backwards. Why? Because we live reality forward, but we perceive it backwards. So, and think about what I'm just saying. We live reality, like right now, just 10 minutes ago is now in the past. But for me to truly reflect on what's happened in life, I must think backwards. So this shows, again, the directions. And it sounds so simple, but it's also necessary to pay attention to, when we're going to behind to try to reflect on things. And that kind of closes what I was attempting to present here, which was about the densities, the vortex. What the vortex is as a solar being. Now, the solar being is neither male nor female, contrary to the English trying to make the term we use for the sun as a male, like my son, right? So this is the trick on the language that I was explaining, but it exists in so many different ways. So the solar being, which is male and female and has a neutral, right? Positive, negative, neutral creates a dynamo. This solar being that you are only has really one direction. And the interesting thing is that when you're on that stage, it's not even a direction. So it's very difficult to explain to people what direction, if it's right or if it's left. It's a way of being. So in that way of being, you're actually experiencing everything in that moment. So this is pure energy. There's no differentiations. There's no dividing. Hey, I had a good time at the mall yesterday. There's no time segments. Any level of division is not there. That's what allows it to be pure energetic force. So that's the state that we exist in, and we're there now. When we reflect, however, when you say, man, I remember that time, in the moment that you reflect, it's like you're looking backwards. You're like looking into your stardust, the smog that comes out of the back of the sun while it's experiencing all these projections. And you literally say to yourself, I want to go back to that moment. I remember my grandmother. And when you do that, you put back on what we call members, the dense parts of the reality that allow us to go in like surgeons and use the tools necessary to read the lower level of the projection. So let me just explain that. When you're experiencing things right away, it comes in as a feeling. But when you reflect on them, now they have names. Now it has a street name. Now it has all this physicality added to it. So many people are actually at the state in the paradigm shift to where they're ready to actually get rid of the idea of physical realities for themselves. Now, you won't be able to do that for everyone. Forget about it. But the truth is that when you're no longer perceptive of it, does it really even matter if someone else is perceptive of it or not? Meaning when you close your eyes, does my eyes close too? No. So in this reality, we have to realize there's a lot about it that's literally like that you have to make the choice to when you want to do it. You're the pilot of your own ship, the lord of your own life, the captain, etc. And so when you choose to say, okay, you know what? I'm done with living in my reflections. I'm done with living in my past. I'm done living in my memories and my regrets. And now I'm ready to just experience full on limitless. Now, full on limitless is a real thing. In fact, we found that it was kind of more difficult to handle the energy attached to limitless than anything else. And so it was so liberating, though, because it actually proved that everything that was taught in the reality was wrong. Because in the reality, we live on this limited potential. There's time, there's oil, there's all these different things. We get older, all these different things that say, hey, it runs out. Versus on the other side of this, you realize that actually there's so much of this that even trying to broker it with your limited potential and the idea of who you think you are of yourself, it becomes quite difficult. And many people have experienced that in their ascension process, that they're encouraged through the process to merge into the complete totality of who they are, which is everything. So this means that there is no separation between us and nature. There's no separation between us and these bugs, this metal, these people, none of that. And the one who knows that, not believes, and this is two different things, the one who knows that is able to even command those forces, and those forces obey, because those forces are still in the idea, let's say, that they are that. Meaning that even gold is still in the idea of believing it's gold. Even insects are still in the idea of believing they are insects. It's actually encoded within their pattern. So as an apex being, meaning a being that is endowed with their own volition. You can sail your own ship now. That's the gift that was given to you. You can choose to go and follow another current, which is what it would be, and sail off with some others, pirates or seafarers, or you can choose to actually become the navigator. And then this navigator, because time is still passing, things are still going on, this navigator then must go through the process of actually putting themselves back on track or back into synchronicity, okay? And what the synchronicity is basically lining the person up with themselves. That's why you experience these synchronicities the more and more you go into ascension. It's like you're saying a word and then something on TV is saying that same word, and you know, somebody just calls you, they say they thought about the same thing. So all those synchronicities are all connections to when you're catching up with yourself. And, you know, and it's a magnificent journey. It's very serious. And as the adepthood brings to us, it brings the growth and it brings the maturity that is necessary to have the ability, just like a parent is not going to give the child, let's say the car, right? And this is very similar to what it's like, because the cars are the vehicles that we're traveling in, whether that's a spirit body or whatever it is. So the parent is not going to give the car to a 3-year-old, 4-year-old. And not to mention, the car is given when you start proving that you can even drive. And then after that, it's like there's even limits on, okay, well, you can't stay out all night. You got to come back, bring my car back. And this is like your parents talking to you. So none of what we experience in the reality is different than what's actually going on in the total macrocosm. So we have to see it at that. We have to realize that there is a galactic parent, which we call the oversoul. We have cars or vehicles. We're living in the house still. And if we're ready to actually get out of this and get on our own, as we say, then we need to learn how to sail the ship. And to sail the ship, you must learn how to blow wind in your own sails. And wind in your own sails, because just as the word sails, C-E-L-L-S-S-A-L-E, like there's all these words are all the same. It's just saying through your uniqueness, you will discover how to motivate yourself. That way you don't actually consider that someone else is supposed to be and responsible for motivating you. That's easily how to get let down. But we work on taking the crutches off, though. See, I'm talking about something that is done in different aspects or different segments of training yourself, not all at once. This is not a genie in the bottle where it's like, okay, genie, I just want to go into ascension, boom. And then, or like my favorite one is, I don't want to die. And then, you know, 5,000 years later, you're in this old decrepit body. You're like, genie, I can't stand this. You say, well, you need to be a little bit more specific. You said you didn't want to die, but maybe you should have said you wanted to stay like you were 20 and all the rest of this. And this is kind of how it is to take on this vehicle. It's not just you putting your foot on the gas, it's also knowing where to go and knowing how to steer it. And the good thing that the universe has done, because it is a university, is it's given us a class. And that's why this whole universe, as far as the languages and the programming is concerned, came from the stars. Now, English language actually is a deviation from the star pattern. It's actually someone attempting to chart out an entirely new course inside of the cosmic structure. So using the same structure, but putting the order in a different ways in order to change how a person perceives the reality, versus the ancient languages lined it up from in the cabal or the cable from the beginning to the end. So then you can determine where you are in that whole process. Then you would know where you're going. And then this would not necessarily ruin it for you. It would prepare you for what you're about to deal with. Just as sure as you can look at the sky and say, hey, this is about to rain. I better get my umbrella. And then also, if you can look at it and say, it's going to be a sunny day, let me go ahead and put on some shorts. So this is how the reality is actually read, or what I call actuality. Because reality to me is what we think is going on. Actuality is what's really going on. So I can give myself very positive reinforcements all day, and that does really well for me. And that would be my own personal reality. If I really want to start removing and releasing and changing and all that kind of stuff, that, you know, the prime mover stuff, then I need to get into the knowing. And then the knowing comes when I activate those aspects of myself. And so, yeah, so that's what I have to deliver about just the paradigm shift. Hopefully we've covered, you know, enough for a person to get a good idea of at least what I feel and know to be really good things to begin to make the progress into that direction more.
Absolutely. You touched on so many particular points that just resonated with me on a deep level. And some of them, at least one of them, was when you started in the beginning, you were talking about something that one of my past life guides calls the separate but equal theory of consciousness, meaning we are unique individuals, unique personalities, and at the same time, we are also part of the oneness of consciousness of the universe. We are all connected. And it's not one or the other. It's not dualistic. But yet it appears dualistic. And that was one point. And I'm just going to go through the particular things the three things that I really caught on to. And the second thing was this idea of an obsolete, we're very much holding on to the Big Bang theory of the creation of the universe. And you started talking about the infinite universe, or the steady state universe theory, which had no beginning and no end, but was always here. Time, the universe was always here. And the third thing was you were talking about knowing, which was sort of where there's this idea of, because we both sort of study mysticism, our own version of mysticism. I think we have a similar background. And there's the path of illumination, and there's this idea that you need to study and pursue knowledge, pursue higher knowledge or esoteric knowledge or information as if there's something to achieve, when in fact, once you tap into the all-knowing, and I guess you could call it the higher self or the oversoul or whatever terms you give it, that inner guru, you are the all-knowing, and you're always in the all-knowing. So you're not believing anymore, but you're in that infinite source of wisdom, so that you always have those answers within you. So those were three things that you pointed out during your presentation that really stuck with me. I don't know if you want to say any more than that.
Well, for sure,
on any of those topics.
Now you've learned, and you've learned, now you must unlearn it. And this is really how it really works. I mean, that's why I say everything comes in a specific order, though. You just can't start off with the unlearning, even though some people that have got to the all-knowing be like, yeah, it's better if we just start off with the all-knowing. Well, we did. and this is also the wrestling that goes on. And it's literally like wrestling with God in the physical reality, because in the physical reality, there must be an explanation for everything. So there is actually no explanation of where nothing comes from. And actually, that was the end of the knowledge. I got to a certain point where I realized that we came from nothing, and I realized how that created a paradox for how we normally process information, because it's like talking to a child. The child keeps saying, why? And then if the child just says, you know, well, we come from nothing, and then you tell the child, well, we come from nothing, they say, why? It's going to be the end. And even if you go to any spiritual book and try to figure out where nothing comes from, it can't. You know, if it does, then run from it, because it's definitely cooked up a really massive lie. The truth is again, that all of these constructs and confines we put together as a way of defining literally what this experience is about, because we come from a space that doesn't have a definition. And that can be very uncomfortable for certain beings, especially if they've come into this already. And this is why, like, when a person gets into, let's say, a high vibratory frequency, it can become uncomfortable for them in there. They can start feeling like, okay, well, am I going to die? You know, I don't know if I should have did this. You know, there becomes a lot of fear, because what they've done, especially if you take certain elements that do that, is that you still have your physical body, but now you're actually experiencing more of your spiritual body at that point. So there's a tear or rip, and this rip is literally ripping you between time and no time. So it could be completely disorientating until you figure out what is going on. And that generally comes through taking those journeys and actually getting familiar more with the spirit body and how it operates, and how to get beyond that point to where you feel like, oh my goodness, I'm so afraid that, you know, I don't want to let go. And because what happens is like, I used to have this fear of deep water until I realized that it was easier to swim in deep water than it was in shallow. And that's just the truth. And so, because what happened was I used to always try to base what swimming was going to be like by jumping into like 3 feet or 4 feet. You know, I'm 6 feet tall. So it's like, okay, well, I still can stand up. But then when I would get into areas of like, let's say the ocean, where I couldn't stand up, then I would get this whole anxiety, and I would try to get just back into the area where I could stand up. And then one day I actually was out, you know, when you're snorkeling or whatever, you have a life vest on. And so I was out with some friends, and you know, we were out there snorkeling, having a great time, and then I realized that I forgot my life vest, that it was actually at the beach. And then it was at that moment that I realized that, hey, you know, it's much easier to swim in deep water than you think. And this could be very similar to, as an analogy to what I'm talking about when it comes beyond getting through that threshold of fear, because that fear is actually really a body ID. If, you know, we all can admit that living in Wonderland. Now remember that the code is Alice is in Wonderland through the looking glass. So this means that looking into the mirror gives us this idea that what we're actually looking at in the mirror is us. And then it just begins from there. And that's why mirrors are some of the strongest components used in magic, right? And so once we get into this whole path of looking at, believing that we're that person in the mirror, we're actually witnessing, at least on a subconscious level, this gradual decay of us, quote unquote, getting older. And this interlocking of this relationship is actually causing a person to send information to themselves, to program themselves that they believe is coming from somewhere else, meaning to believe that all these external components actually have that much control and power over you is only the belief in itself in an egregor. And these egregors could be religions. These egregors could be the sun. It could be the moon. It could be any kind of thing that you think is a maxim in your life that can't be nullified and moved out of the way. Now, what the adept knows is everything in the reality. And this is why you always see the magus or the magician there controlling the storm and all these different animals. And it's because there's a knowing, not a belief, but there's a knowing that all things that are in physicality are subservient. And that's just what it is. If it can be named, it can be controlled. That's what the ancient texts say. It's subservient to all the things that are bound within that confine. And when you remove yourself from that, because I'm not just talking about other things external to us, I'm talking about us. We've given ourselves a name, or we let someone else give it to us. We go by that name. That name means something, but it doesn't define who we completely are. It actually, name is an anagram for Amen. It means hidden. So that means who you truly are is hidden behind that name. So there's all of these things that we can use to encourage ourselves that give us affirmations of what we know to be true already. And this is what we call the blueprint. It's literally having something that is able to interpret the as above, so below nature and what we're experiencing, so we can come to these realizations that, yeah, you know what, as long as I'm still within this certain state of mind and I don't get beyond the mind, then I'm always going to be wrapped in the confines of time. So how do I get beyond the mind? Is there something else that ever said anything about this or ever talked about this? And then what we start realizing is actually, yeah, there was quite a bit of text that talked about, well, I guess the recent story running is about the Anunnaki and sending humans on into the mines to find gold, right? Mm-hmm. And all these are just paradoxes, metaphors of basically saying that the external thinking can send you into your own mind to try to expunge what is the most valuable to you so that you can bring it out into the physical reality. But then when we do that, because we can do that with our children, we can do that with our businesses and ideas. When we do that, if we then give it to someone else or something else, and this was the whole play with, you know, they work and bring us the gold. If you give your ideas, you give your creativity, you give your energy, you give your limitless to something else, it doesn't actually mind taking it from you. And there is nothing in the universal blueprint actually that says there's anything wrong with that. This is what even gets even more deeper. We feel like there's so many injustices going on, but in actuality, when you agree to something, when you bind yourself to something and that's through these beliefs, etc., then nothing is actually happening out of the ordinary. And this is why we know that we can take power back over our lives once we push that power back into ourselves and say, you know what? It's no longer Jesus. It's no longer whatever that has the power, Guru, Shram, or whoever that has the power over determining what I know and what I don't know. It's actually me. And if I only just took the life that I lived, not the past and not the future, but just the life that I've lived up until this moment, I have enough there to actually increase my own personal faith and my own personal belief in self, who I am, and the reality that I'm truly in to get to the next stage. So I don't actually need 2,000-3,000 years worth of knowledge, even 5,000 parsecs worth of knowledge. You know, it's just going to be a bunch of stuff to dig through in order to get that main maxim, which is all is self, first of all. So every single thing that you're seeing here is really another variation of you. Now, it's exploded, though. That's what the Big Bang concept is really about, is basically the beginning of deuce, which is to split something into two, then four, what we call mitosis. And then you would get into these infinite amounts of possibilities as it's perceived by us, because it's moving on a fractal equation, which we would call phi. So it would keep producing all these different variations that would be perceived as being different, but all would come from the same source truly. And for one moment, if we just look at the source code, like where everything is actually coming from and emitting from, which are geometric shapes, then we would realize, okay, so this is how the vessels are created. This is how the bodies are created. This is how all the patterns that we see in the physical reality, whether we're using the third eye or not using the third eye, this is where those patterns are coming from. So this pattern is literally a code then. And this is what, when you rip back the veil of the reality, you start seeing just everything as a geometric code or a light language. And then when we get more into breaking down that language, let's say, and beginning to realize how that language exists even with us, then we begin to speak that language. And that's the language of that manifestation. That's the language of what we would say is a time lord, a person who can move through different aspects of time and manifest things. And it's just because they're only sending out exactly what they want. They're not sending out mixed signals. They're not sending out signals that are not constant, which is basically belief versus knowing. It's just they're dialing it right in, and then they're receiving the response that they're looking for. Yeah.
That's amazing.
That is. I mean, you just give us some incredible information, and it's very technical, but it's very, I mean, it's very pertinent. It's very useful and practical in terms of trying to gain back, like, I mean, you're just basically talking about empowerment and empowering yourself to become the divine.
Because we've been disempowered. Like, I wouldn't ignore anything going on and just assume that it doesn't happen and doesn't exist. Like, I would want to work through any kind of issues and any kind of problems. And if let's say in the fake matrix, I just love to call it that way, they've enacted an entire scheme of disempowering others so that they won't know their true power, then there must be then a deprogramming process to actually re-empower that person. And a big aspect of that would be to know, why would someone do that to them? I think that a big part of good people, if you may, is just not accepting that there's also bad people that don't think the same way that they do. It's like, okay, well, why would someone even want to do that? And then when you look at even the political structures, ever since there was a king and a queen, actually, that wasn't a direct member of the tribe, it's been going on since then, where one being or a group of them will attempt to elevate themselves over others and insist that they've achieved something that others have not. And this is a direct lie, that actually all of us have the same allotment. However, if you get supplanted, and this is why, you know, the spiritual texts actually show, especially from some of these more nefarious characters, what really happened. And this goes on in the supplanting of a person's allotment. And, you know, I'll bring it to a close here, but the truth is, again, that we have the universe, and it belongs to us. You have your own personal universe. So nothing then would be more valuable than the entire universe in a physical reality. And since you have that, actually, now the universe needs to be refined. And this is why you have alchemy, because it shows you how all the elements in the universe can actually be refined to the top element. It's called a synthesis. So our process sometimes in living in life with other alchemists or architects is that they're attempting to synthesize us and get the most valuable thing out of us so that they can extract it and use it, versus us synthesizing ourselves, figuring out what is the height and the truth of self, and then using that to restore ourselves and cause a panacea, or basically something that cures all diseases. Like, the diseases are not just physical now, we actually have some spiritual diseases. We have some coding viruses going on within our consciousness that have been embedded there. However, why? Well, anytime you say, I've learned something, now must come the test. That's all the university is about, is that when you say, you know what, I've mastered the course of non-duality. The only thing the universe is, well, let's see. Let's throw some stuff out there for him to hate or her to hate and see how they respond. Look, they're still doing it. No, actually, it's going to take a little bit more than just you saying it to actually do it. And how do you do it? You start focusing on yourself, your uniqueness, and gift. Don't try to nullify duality from your brain. The brain actually has a right and a left hemisphere. So this is going to be extremely confusing to try to think your way out of non-duality. What it's about is removing the idle time that we have that is serving the cause of others and other things, and then bringing that time central back to self to begin the healing process. And so, yeah, I know my time is running a bit short here, so, you know, I'll tie it up. And as far as just what I have to say for today, it's just to let everyone know that just as I've learned, I must unlearn. I know a lot of different things about different respects of how this this entire mainframe is put together. And the most important thing that I've gained, however, in all of this, and this is why I always talk about this over and over again, is that all-knowing and how to stay in that space when you're doing your creating. So, you know, I'll just leave it at that. And if there's obviously any more questions or any more additions to this, then I'd be more than happy to shed some light on.
Thank you so much, Sevan. I mean, that was amazing.
Yeah, that absolutely was. You are spectacular when it comes to, I mean, explaining metaphysical philosophy and mystical principles, and just delivering it in a very I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm just always
in a knowing sort of way. The way you talk about it, it's almost like you're not going to our brain, you're going deeper. So it's thank you for explaining it.
Oh, the only thing that we can do better than that is showing. And so, yes. Yeah, I mean, we started open source spirituality, which is basically all of us creating this, let's say, flowchart or map that is organic, like an organic grid that we can all begin to utilize to understand where we're at. And so that's why, and then also different people have different kind of experiences, but when we put all those experiences together, we actually create an entire field that allows us to see, hey, that's where those experiences go on. And this is how, you know, this is why this certain thing happened to this person. And then again, the transcendence level is that, okay,
amazing.
Now we get it. Let's move on. Let's create some action here. Let's do some things. Let's do some humanitarian efforts. Let's really work with Earth. Let's bring back our creative side. Let's start getting our inventions together. Like, this is the day of the desktop. That's why I was in this room today. This is one of my creative spaces. And I have things here to where if I have an idea, I can start to work on creating that idea. And this is really one of the first times in history that something like that has been available for developing physical items, I would say. But we've always had the ability to do it within.
And this is what people love about you, and this is what we love about you, is you deliver such an inspiring information that people can use to break out of their outer matrix and their inner matrix.
It's really about
their mind, and that's wonderful.
It's really about being the most that you can be, about really expanding,
being everything you are.
Amazing.
Yeah,
amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sevan.
Lovely.
We have so much. It's been given to us, and let's utilize it.
Thank you so much for being part of this conference, Sevan. Thank you. Bye for now. Okay, and coming up next, we have Doug and Dawn Newsom
from BBS Radio.
Very excited. Hi there.
Hi. So just to introduce Dawn and Douglas Newsom, they are founders of BBS Network.
BBS Radio Network.
BBS Radio Network, which is I think one of the biggest radio networks for spiritual
alternative media, and of course we have our own radio show. We started out on BBS Radio Network, and we've been here ever since. And we have a great relationship with Doug and Dawn, and also Alexander Metters, who's coming up with Galactic Connection, is on the BBS Radio Network, and they're our favorite people in the world, and they're delivering, you know, they're the guys who generally work behind the scenes and who are a vital part of the spiritual community and the dissemination and sharing and exchange of information. That's
part of the paradigm shift. You guys are a big part of the paradigm shift. You have the platform for which so many spiritual leaders and authors and thinkers are reaching out to people.
We love you guys, and we're going to give the floor to you so you can tell us your story and Talk about the paradigm shift.
Well, still not done.
Oh, you look
All
perfect.
right. Well, thank you very
great.
much. I hope you can hear me okay. Can everybody hear me okay? We're using one of my younger boys' laptops because the camcorder we had stopped working when we updated to Windows 10. So I had to scramble around to get something that was, well, you know, worthy. Hopefully this is worthy. I apologize. Again, we're dealing with a tiny little laptop with a tiny little camera. And
You've done well.
You sound great. You look great.
Well, thank you. So do you two. Well, this is about a paradigm shift, is it not?
It is.
It is.
And what we're asking all our speakers to do is to comment on what they think the paradigm shift is and how people can best, I guess, move through the paradigm shift and find their role in the paradigm shift. And we know that both of you are, apart from being entrepreneurs, business people, and apart from having a great radio network, you are both very spiritual as well and have had many deep and meaningful experiences.
Incredibly knowledgeable. We've actually we've had you as guests on Universal Solar, both of you, and so
we loved it.
We can't wait to hear you two. Your story.
Well,
Fantastic.
you know, thank you. Appreciate that. You know, we love having you a part of our network. Again, you two are as iconic to BBS Radio as we are. We're family here, and we appreciate everything you two are about, how you work, how you interact with us and your guests. We love it all. I mean, you two are stellar. So appreciate this forum and this time. And hopefully we can add something to your audience's lives and the people out there that are listening about our own paradigm shift. I'm, of course, going to allow my twin brother to open up with his paradigm shift and how he became who he is. And believe me, we were volatile, angry, young adults with a mission. And we didn't know what that mission was. We just knew we had a mission. We were, you know, angry and very volatile and very determined. And it took, you know, a paradigm shift to get us out of our own shells, and so that we actually became members of society, good members of society. Not that we weren't, we just didn't, you know, once you have the shift, you start to entertain new ideas about who you are and your relationship to all that is. And that's why, well, this conference today, in part anyway. So I'm going to actually hand this over to my brother, and he's going to go into where it all started for him, what that paradigm shift meant for him, and why he is who he is today. And then ultimately, after I have a little chance to explain my own paradigm shift, we'll lead it into how that translated into BBS Radio and what that means for us in the future. So, Doug, it's a pleasure. My twin brother, Doug Newsom. Take it away.
Doug Newsom, I just want to thank you. I know you're in a lot of pain, and you just had a back injury, which I think is indicative of the paradigm shift and how we sort of push through this as the show must go on. So thank you, and we're very grateful to have you.
Oh, my pleasure. Sorry, my finger's on a button over here because one of these buttons doesn't seem to work correctly. You know, Donald and I grew up around a lot of people that were oriented towards money, and that was it. That was their lives. And we started in business when we were very, very young. You know, we started working at the age of 9. Unlike most kids today, you know, Donald and I really toted our own when we were very, very young. I can remember 3 and 4 years old asked to go out and help paint a fence, or, you know, 6 or 7 years old, bale hay. I know even at that young age, turning hay in fields. So we grew up around work, constantly work, and we got into business very young. About 15 years old, we were starting to move paper for large companies. By the time we were 18, 19 years old, we were raising, you know, tens of millions of dollars in public markets for publicly trading vehicles across many, many industries. And a lot of the people that we worked for, we came to find out, weren't in it to make everybody money. They were really in it for their own well-being. And you don't really find that out until something goes wrong. And invariably, when you're building a company and you're in the initial stages through to profitability or providing a service, something is going to go wrong. And I use the analogy, if there are room for 3 in a boat and there's 4 people, when that happens, you can only have 3. You're going to find out who your friends are and what their beliefs are. And that happens in business. Ultimately, by the time we were 19 years old, you know, we'd worked with half a dozen companies and things went awry due to too much money being spent on friends or associates that weren't a part of a project, or, you know, money under the table, or doing things that were not correct. And Donald and I decided we aren't going to work in this environment any longer. And when we left that environment, it caused a real problem for all the companies we were dealing with. It led to some, you know, big life changes for Donald and I, because we basically lost everything. And from there, we continued to build another half a dozen companies in the oil industry, in the trucking industry, in the cosmetic industry, in the mining industry, in the software industry. And our job really was to raise the capital, build the business plan, act as lawyers, create relationships with brokers, and really do almost everything except, say, develop the product or spend the money. Let's put it that way. Though we did almost everything else. But over a dozen companies, you know, from the time we were 15 to the time we were about 30, raising, I don't know, $40–50 million in private money, a lot more for publicly trading when you know, getting people to buy stock on the public market. You know, every single time something bad happened, where a company didn't pay their distributor, and the distributor sued the company, and the company, you know, fell into default, or something was going wrong with the company, so the management decides to sell the assets to another friend of theirs in another company and go work for that other company once the sale of all the assets are done, and bankrupt the company they were in. Too many games were played, and all legal. But, you know, most of these people in business, they want complicated agreements, and yet they know the ways around those agreements. And when you get into business and you're young and you're really excited and you want to put all your energy into it, and you find that the case is that people are really looking for ways to go around the agreements because they want that edge. They don't think about partnership and let's all be equal. It's more like, I see an avenue to profit, and the agreement doesn't say this, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. That's business. And that led to some really hard realities for my brother and I. You know, there was one company we built that we literally had people, the most powerful people in, you know, lawyers in a particular state, bring us right in, look us right in the face and say, we're going to screw you out of everything and there's nothing you can do about it. And that was for $33 million. We sued, we made a couple $1 million. You know, we've had to do this a couple times, settling for pennies on the dollar. And it was just a really hard period. So because of that, you know, the last deal we worked on, we raised $9 million, got them to publicly trading, a status, everything, did it all right. And they did it all wrong. And ultimately I had to bring in, my brother and I had to bring in a gentleman to buy out the company's assets. And we were left with nothing. And at that time, I think 450 some odd shareholders lost money. When that happens and you lose tens of thousands of people money over your lifetime, you better start thinking about what you're doing. Well, we did. And what I did personally was I got a little apartment. I got into the apartment and I shut out the outside world. I just couldn't handle it anymore. I went to bed thinking, how, you know, I've got to do something. Something's not right here. So I started to meditate, never reading a book on meditation, never understanding anything about spiritual. You know, I'm not a religious guy, never really was. My dad You know, he believed kind of as a pantheist that, you know, there might be a God, and if there is a God, it's everything, and that's life. And my mother, she was a Catholic. So I went in with the idea that I'm just going to take in love of the universe. I'm going to look back at my periods of time where I really had problems, my brother and I'm going to forgive those events. I'm just going to forgive those events. And then I started to breathe out being thankful. So I took in the information. I realized there's nothing I could do about where I was, so I let it go. I looked at what I learned. I looked back and I forgave the events. And that started the meditation process. But unlike most other people, my meditation was for hours every day. Sometimes I'd spend an hour, 2 hours, then I'd come back to it a few hours later and I'd spend another hour, maybe 2 hours. And it was a very unique process, a little different than how other people meditate. I did it with my eyes open. After it took maybe 15, 20, maybe 30, 40 minutes for me to really breathe in the love and breathe out the thankfulness and get to a quiet spot. But once you get there, then you start to turn, your emotions start to work. The things you think about start to release chemicals in your body. And so now your intention of what you're doing can take place. I mean, I hit a period of quiet, but then there was a period of intention. And the intention was, may this information flow into my body. I'm going to feel like electricity, and I'm going to imagine light hitting me in the top of the head, and it's coming in, it's delivering me information, let's just say. And I did this for a couple of years, and nothing happened. I mean, I remember a few times where I would, you know, I'd meditate with my eyes open, and I'd imagine energy moving around me. If you can imagine that, it's pretty tough, you know. And if I look in the ground around me right now, can I see air move? No. Can I see little specks of dot making up atoms? No. But if I kept doing that for a while, a few months, maybe a year, I would be able to see things. Like when you fog your eyes over, when you see a newspaper, a 3D image. Well, when you're in meditation, that starts to happen. So energy started to move around me. It became brighter. It started to interact with me more. When it started, the lights, even though I meditated in a dark room with a sliver of light, that sliver of light would start to manifest and move for me. And so that happened for a couple of years. Well, one day I was stepping out of my shower, towel drying. My towel was like this. I was leaning over, towel drying my back, and instantly a golden rod. I don't really know how to explain this, except imagine something twice as big as your head, starting here, going through your neck, down your buttocks, through the floor, and it's a gold rod, and then expands out into a circle, and instantly you're in an area of whiteness. Everything's snow. You don't see anything anymore. You're in a snowy world. Well, total clarity comes into being. It was I call it a kundalini, because I experienced so much during those moments. I remember revisiting my life. I remember my heart was so blissful because everything I thought was important wasn't. Every person or every human being that did me harm, I realized they didn't know what they were doing. You know, when Christ says they don't know what they do, those are enlightened words. They came from an enlightened position. So when you're in a period of enlightenment, you're going to say that and think the same things that you would hear from, let's say, Christ in his wonderful words. And believe me, you would. And you'd recognize that people don't really know what they're doing. They're kind of like, you know, you wouldn't get upset at Hitler if you were in that mood. You wouldn't. You'd laugh. He'd be like a baby to you. You'd go, wow, he just doesn't know what he's doing. I love him. So with that understanding, you revisit your life. Instantly, you understand who you are, and very simple things became evident to me. They aren't simple. They're very complex, but they're simple. And when I tell them to you, but they're complex because they'll change everything you know. For example, everything's connected. You can't avoid, you can't run away from everything. Yep, you're responsible for everything you do, and everything is connected. Live with it. Well, now that's easy to say. I mean, oh, we're all connected. But that, to me, that's like a second head. talking to a person with one head saying, you really don't get it. I know you see the head, but it's really not on you, so you really don't understand. It's like a blade of grass can be somewhat aware of a dog, but a dog can know the blade of grass even more because it's a higher level of awareness. Well, that's what you feel, a higher level of awareness. It's simple to say, but hard to give on to somebody else. So that changed my life. I had to radically change the way I perceived life, the way I took in information. Every day became a learning experience because everything that I now knew was different. And that's an ongoing process. For about 6 months after that Kundalini event, I saw things, felt things, went through a school of learning that's hard to believe. After the Kundalini was done, I could always imagine my energy felt like I was standing higher than my body. I was way back here. My energy, my brain was up here. I almost felt like I was looking down on the world. I wasn't. I was just floating kind of above everything. And a lot of different things occurred through continued meditation. For example, people might believe that very few people have the ability to be the Rain Man, let's say. And how when he throws toothpicks in the air, can he count them all at once? He can't see every individual. When I look at two images, I can't concentrate on them both. I can only concentrate on one. So how can he concentrate on all those toothpicks at once and know what the number is? Well, you can. Your brain can do that. These are things that were shown to me when I was meditating. In fact, I could tell you, well, I don't know what this is. You could say it's an alien. You could say it's me manifesting energy. You could say I was accessing another dimension. But 3D images made up of dots. You know the people who do the dots on the page, they hit it with a million dots to get shade? Well, imagine those dots coming off the page like a whirlwind and taking a holographic image and make those dots colorful. So now imagine a 3D holographic image around you. Well, that's what these beings or energy looks like. 3 holographic images. They don't have any solidity to them. They're made up of light, but they move, and they started to interact with me. They didn't speak to me. They just moved around me. And for a period of 6 months, I saw that energy moving. Now it dissipated after that Kundalini event happened, and 6 months later, that energy just wanes away. But you're in a fantasy land. You can't believe it, because now somebody just told you fairies are real. Somebody just told me that, or is showing me that there really is a Disneyland around me. That's hard to fathom, but it happened. So I don't say poo-hoo to anybody any longer. If some experience happened to them, it might be true for them, and it might be very, very real in a way that you or I or the rest of us couldn't connect, because I think on many ways we each have a bridge to reach those higher levels. And that bridge is going to be different. It's supposed to be different. You know, everybody says oneness. I say oneness and infinite separation at the same time. If you ask me what I want to be, I might want to be the greatest man that ever lived in kindness. But that's that dot in a bigger bubble of trillions of dots where each person has their own unique perspective, and each is necessary to make up that globe of dots. So the bridge that I have is one specific point in that sphere. Everybody has that. As a result of that change, it moved me in such a way as I wanted to do good for people. I couldn't raise money anymore. I couldn't build companies for the sake of making millions. You know, Donald and I really wanted to be the next Bill Gates. We thought we had the ability. But now, would I think that's important? Absolutely not. I don't even know why I thought that way. You know, if you had a Kundalini experience and your whole life was about one thing and you find out that's irrelevant, it could drive you insane. And I guess in some cases, some people, it does drive them insane. But we got into, my brother, when I was working for another company at the time, Donald was building BBS radio, figured it all out. And it was just at the time period when there's so much good energy coming around me. I mean, when you have that sort of an awakening, not only do things manifest, but other people with like energy start to come around you. It just happens. You can't help it. It happens. And that that made me want to work very, very diligently on a project that would benefit people. And because Donald was creating BBS Radio on the side, it was a perfect fit. Here we could reach people. We could bring a lot of spiritual information and knowledge to these individuals that could help them. And if it could lead them to just a little bit more awareness, just a little bit more awareness, or an aha moment that changes them, then we did something good for the world. BBS Radio provides that platform, and it's given us a second life. That's my story as it came into BBS Radio. Really, Don was the initiator, but I just found it a perfect fit for the energies that I experienced and came on board a couple years later. So I'm an
amazing story.
You know, that's my story. It's wild and crazy, but true. I mean, if you put a lie detector test in me, it'd be true on everything, but is it true for other people? I guess it depends on what they believe or their bridge or what they've experienced. I hope that everybody can believe in this sort of magic because it is real. And it's going to affect you if you let it. Well, here's my brother. He had similar experience in a different vein. His bridge had different experiences. It changed his life. And I really think that you should hear his story because just like me, it changed everything for him.
Your story was amazing. And I loved what you said about you can't run away from everything. And which is so true. I want to quote you on that at some point. And that each one of us has a bridge to a higher level. I mean, that was so profound. So much of what you said is so profound and so relevant to this conference and to the paradigm shift. Your, what you call the Kundalini experience that you had, which some people call spiritual awakening, psychic awakening, dark night of the soul. I think it's all very similar, and it's great that everyone could hear that story. Thank you for that.
Thank you both. I am going to swing over Donald.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Well, hey, that's my twin brother, folks. Doug Newsom. Well done. He had quite the living experience. I've never had a Kundalini. Actually, I'd love to have one. I hear they're quite exciting.
Well, yes, kind of roller coaster ride. I know Lana hasn't had one. A lot of people have heard about mine. Quite very similar to that. I can relate to what he was saying about seeing energy and everything. It's unbelievable, like a fantasy Alice in Wonderland experience. But nonetheless, you've got the floor. So.
Oh wow, no, I love to hear about Kundalinis because again, I'm looking forward to mine. Well, folks, I really love this entire conference idea of paradigm shift because really it takes a paradigm shift for people to turn 180 degrees going in the other direction. It really does. And mine started a little bit after we had moved to Texas, and this was 25 years ago. And my brother and I just got out of raising a lot of money for a lot of companies, and things changed up for us. And again, we were in an industry we didn't find relevant to ourselves anymore. It grated on us. We didn't feel good about the people, the industries. We were around a lot of money, and those people with a lot of money did a lot of weird things. I'll just leave it at that. And we didn't feel so inclined. It wasn't the way good, honest people do business in many cases. And, having to live with that, puts a burden on your soul. And those burdens weighed heavy on my brother and I as we moved into Texas. And one day, when we had rented a home down there, we just moved there and we were about to do a deal with some oil and gas companies and raising some of the money for their companies. Through the Gulf of Mexico and, salt domes and coastal gas wells. But I was driving home and I was depressed. I mean, so depressed. People get very depressed when they don't feel that they're doing their life's mission, let's say. So, and I felt off for a long time and everything just felt off, and I was getting lost and profoundly saddened. Lost, sad. I didn't know why things were the way they were and why we had to live the way we did. And it just eventually came to a culmination point when I drove home. I pulled off the side of a road, which was about 1.25 miles from the house we were renting, on a gravel road. It was about 1 in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon, when I pulled over, and I sat there and just feeling depressed and praying. A lot of praying, a lot of souls, please help. What should I be doing? I mean, isn't there any way out of this? You know, the kind of problems that just are overwhelming. And you know, I looked up on the top of the car. I was still sitting in the car over on the side of the road, doors shut, sitting in there, and I looked up to the roof of the car, and this cloud, a white cloud, I could see it out the windshield and the side, and it was just around my car. It was a clear, sunny, bright, hot day. And this little white, fluffy cloud had somehow appeared over my car. And I looked up, and as I looked up, and I kept wondering, gee, that's a little peculiar. But it started descending down through the car. So as I was continuing looking up, this white cloud descended through the top of my car, and all I could see was the white cloud. And I kept looking around, thinking, this is really strange. Maybe it's a cloud. How's it descending into my car? And it just kept going lower and lower. And as it passed down to my eye level, all of a sudden I couldn't see. And so I looked down to the car floor, and I could see the car floor. I could look at my hands, my feet. But when I looked straight ahead, I couldn't see anything. Looked up, couldn't see anything. And it kept descending and descending. And all of a sudden, as I was looking down, it kept getting lower, and I couldn't see anymore. Just whiteness. And when everything was white, I felt calm. I didn't feel unusual. Remember, I was in a pretty somber mood. I just felt very calm, and all of a sudden, an interesting feeling came. That no matter what I'd done, it was okay. And no matter how things were, in other words, everything was going to be okay. No matter what had happened, everything in my life would be okay. I felt it, and I knew it. I absolutely knew it. And I felt this overwhelming love, like everything in the universe loved me. I was, you know, I was at the right place at the right time. Everything was okay, and everything was going to work out perfectly. But the feeling kept saying, "You're loved. You're loved. You're loved." And it was such an interesting, powerful feeling that I reveled in that for, I thought, maybe minutes, a few minutes. And then, when, you know, as things started to come back, you know, the cloud started to leave the same way it came. It started coming off the ground. I was looking at the ground. All of a sudden, I could see the floor again. And then I could see more of the floor, and then more of the car. And then all of a sudden, as it descended past my eyes, I could see outside again. And then it kept going up and up, and slowly went through the car again, and up and away it went. Well, it was nighttime. So it was somehow, you know, during the time when the cloud came down around 1 in the afternoon to the time it left, many hours had gone by, because it was like black, pitch black outside. And I thought, you know, I wasn't worried, because I should have been home by now. It didn't really stun me all that much. It should have, because it didn't really clue in that it was, you know, such a drastic change had occurred, until I actually drove the 1.25 miles back to the house and sat there and contemplated that. But my life at that point changed. I knew that my past brought me to this moment. I knew that everything that I was about to do would change. I knew that all my life from then on, the paradigm, you know, that what I had understood, that the reality of let's say, beings, I call them unseen energies, folks. The unseen energies, I don't know if they're gods. I believe they are. We're all gods. We're all part of God. So I actually believe in many gods, folks, but I do believe in one ultimate creator. But somehow I understood that, you know, that we are in this together and that there are unseen energies out there helping. And from then on, I started to get, you know, over the course of 2 or 3 years, and I went through my own meditation processes. I started walking around the lakes, one lake in particular where we lived, and I saw many UFOs. I saw UFOs that would come down low. They would put clouds in front of me. They would they would put, you know, like all of a sudden it'd be a clear night, and then boom, clouds would just roll right in, and then you'd look up, and then a diamond would be there, and then a triangle, and then a square, and then you'd say, okay, make it a circle. Boom, a circle. In a circle in the cloud where you could look straight up and see all the stars, and only through that circle, because everything else was clouds. And then it would change shapes like that, allowing me to see the stars through these shapes right over my, right over my head. And this would be one experience. And then other experiences would be UFOs, glowing orbs would start flashing, you know, not far in the distance, big ones. And then they'd get littler, and then they'd glow brighter and brighter, get bigger, and then get littler, and then they'd grow bigger and bigger and brighter. And you'd look at those. You knew that something was interacting with you. I didn't understand what was going on. They didn't talk to me. I didn't hear voices in my head. I was shown a lot of things that gave me a lot of validity of what's out there, what's interacting with us, and what let's say, my place in this ordeal was. And I started to bring that all full circle as more and more contact, let's say. Can you call it contact? I don't know. UFOs showing themselves in different ways, meant a lot to me. It wasn't, again, nobody came down and shook my hand, although I'm waiting for that. I'd like to, to have that happen. But it led me to this paradigm shift where I realized that it wasn't just me, this little world, and these horrible financial vehicles and people and money raising, and it wasn't all about that anymore. It was about the people and the connections and the amount of effort you can put in to others, including yourself, because again, it led to a responsibility factor, that you are responsible for everything you see, everything you do, and including, believe it or not, what happens in your universe and everything you see and how you feel about that. So it really comes down to, again, how you feel about that, how you'll react to those energies, and what you do about them. So it's a physical world. We got to take effort. You can't just sit and meditate and run from everything and hide. You can't turn away. You can't walk, turn the other cheek. I don't believe in turning the other cheek in many instances. I believe you got to keep going forward and be a part of everything. You can't step back and say, I'm going to be neutral. There is no neutrality. You wouldn't be here if everything was neutral. We're not here to play that neutral card. So I became aggressive with BBS Radio, started a vehicle that would ultimately help people in their own paradigm shifts. And my brother at the time, we started collaborating on our own adventures. And it made more and more sense to us why we were doing what we were doing. And what it all meant, it became a party. It became an adventure, and we're still living it. We're still as excited now as we were the days these things happened. We don't maybe understand them a whole lot more. A little bit more. Again, there's not total understanding. There's not total clarity. It's a growing adventure. But every day things become more and more clear, and every day life, starts anew. We can turn that page and life begins again. So to us, it's an adventure we're a part of. We're excited to be a part of it. We know that the adventure is going to continue. And I personally believe these adventures are going to lead to a worldwide awakening, not just on our part, on everybody's part. I think the world is going through this consciousness shift, this paradigm shift, and we're doing it together. And the more and more of us feel and resonate with that energy will extrapolate out and touch others. It's osmosis, Amoeba. So, we're feeling each other, we're resonating with each other. It's like many women having their periods. They go in sync together. Well, the planet starts to synchronize, and we're doing it. And eventually, I think we're going to see a brand new landscape out of this, consciousness scape. And we're doing it now. We're in the process of it. And I love what's going on. I mean, we see a lot of crazy out in the world, but you wouldn't see that if things weren't shifting. You know, we'd be back in the 80s, 70s, 60s. You know, we wouldn't be seeing these conscious shifts, but we're seeing them now. And I'm just happy to be a part of it. And I have my twin brother to work with and be a part of it with me, who senses things in his own way with his own reality, and we get to collaborate on that. So I feel very, very blessed, and I am just so happy you guys allowed us to share this with you, share your time with us, allow us to share this with you. And let Doug have a few more words, because I think he's got a few more things to say. But gosh, we love you two. And we love being part of this. This is an honor, a pleasure for us, and we're going to keep doing it until we're gone.
That was incredibly inspiring, both of you. That was amazing.
Wonderful personal stories
so
of personal paradigm shifts.
And just coming off of Sevan Bomar, who I know you absolutely love, and I know you said you'd love to have some.
He's the savant.
He is. He was spectacular. These are great personal testimonies.
He's one of the finest interviewees that I've ever experienced, to be quite honest. I mean, I love you, Sevan, and what you do and how you do it is perfection to me, my friend. You know, one thing we didn't talk about is what the experience, a Kundalini, even the experience Don had, because I think this is important to note, is that you have a feeling of infinity as well. Like when you're in that sort of environment, you're no longer, and you come out of it, you're no longer afraid. You're no longer afraid of limiting factors, death. You know, and I wish this would be the case for everybody, that they could actually know that they're going to live forever, because it's so beautiful to know this. And we know this, yet trying to tell everybody out there who hasn't experienced something like this, that this is just one aspect of where they will be into infinity is difficult to do. But it is a fact. We're timeless, we're infinite, we're connected with everything. There was one man who explained this very well. He said, imagine God being the sun and the rays of energy just moving out, and you're part of that energy. You're like the rays within the sun going forth out into the universe. You're a part of the sun, you're a part of everything, but your light is moving out into the universe. It might be, you know, just a photon. You might just be a photon, but you came from that large sun, and you're moving and you're interacting with everything that came from that sun. Well, that's kind of like everything to me, and our place in everything. God, universe, everything being connected, being one, and yet we're an aspect of it. I thought that was a brilliant analogy. I agree. Things that you learn when you have a Kundalini or you have experiences like Donald has are ongoing. And I would recommend to everybody to spend a little bit of time getting to know themselves. When you have a little bit of quiet time, go in and ask yourself questions and answer them honestly. I mean, we don't take the time to do it. We get upset at somebody or get upset at the world, and we don't take the time to think about our day when we go to bed and analyze what we've done and really question our motives and our understandings. Right. I think that daily life review. Right. And then forgive, you know that what just transpired, it's gone. You can't change it. Don't get upset at it. Be neutral towards it. It's now gone. Your day's gone. So you don't need to be affected by it anymore, but you can learn from it, and you can take that learning forward. And that's the beauty. I think Dawn and I wanted to move towards BBS radio, right? And really what we hope BBS radio will become into the future. So I'm going to let Don speak to it, because he really was the impetus behind BBS radio. I came on a couple years later, even though I was always there in the wings for the first couple of years, but Don was really the master behind the idea and putting the idea together. When he heard brilliant conversations that would change people's lives, he said, gosh, we got to tape these. Now we got to share it. No, now we got to let other people into the conversation. So it really started along those veins. And I'm going to let Don explain more.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Doug. I appreciate that. Yeah, he's great, isn't he? That's my twin brother, folks.
Fantastic. We love you both. Amazing.
You can't do better than being able to work it where you live and be with your twin brother and be building a business that you're thriving at together and other people are thriving in. And it's a holistic, joyful experience. So really, I'm blessed. I feel blessed. Folks, I go to bed every night. I don't think I've forgotten to say prayers to the unseen energies for decades. I mean, I just have that much love and gratitude. When I go to bed, and many times throughout the day, I'll just send waves of love, like, thank you. I'll stand outside, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I might do this multiple times a day because I'm just so joyous inside. And I like to extend that joy, that energy out, because it's a big part of me. And I resonate with that because, well, I love what I'm doing. I've somehow connected a little bit more with who I am and where I'm going, and my twin brother and where he's going. And it fits with BBS Radio. BBS Radio was the vehicle for those energies. My twin brother and I needed that vehicle, and we got it. And, to be able to continue this journey with others of like mind, or maybe a little different mind, but of similar experiences, and being able to help them share it with their audiences and with our audiences, to me, is such a blessing. And it's one we're going to continue. We're just going to keep continuing to do this, and hopefully we continue to grow and grow. We've had a phenomenal run, folks, and we are growing right now. And in fact, it's a little overwhelming at times for us. My brother and I have been growing quite a bit here in the last little while, and it keeps us very busy. But we're entering into some new arenas now with TV productions, and we've made a couple contracts with a couple other companies. We have not told anybody about those yet. We are keeping it under wraps, but we'll release that information in the next 6 to 8 months as we get our documentation and stuff together. But we're getting ready to really start to march there onto the stage, and it's exciting times for us. It really is, and it's exciting times for the entire planet, because I've seen more and more and more, let's say, things that would, more and more things that would tell me the validity of what's happening. In other words, these adventures haven't stopped. They keep happening. When you look out the window and you see 3 UFOs and their top hats, and they're all sitting there and they look like top hats, or you see a vehicle, let's say, move into your airspace, and then the clouds start glowing, and they're really glowing and really glowing, and they're setting off all these lights and colors, and then they disappear. Other things start to happen on a regular basis. You realize something out there's paying a lot of attention. It's not only spending a lot of attention watching, but listening and being a part of whatever it is you're doing. And that's occurring on a regular basis. So that gives me a lot of hope and a lot of feeling that we're doing the right thing, and it's going to continue to be magical, really magical, because I don't think this is just happening to me. It's happening to others, and all around the world. You got people getting contacts in their own ways. I don't want to go into a lot of it because I'd sound a little crazy, folks, but it's a lot more contact, from contact to seeing people float out of the sky and float right in front of you, and to hearing noises from ships, to walking under ships and feeling like you're going to float in a circle. There'd be a circle in a clearing, and I saw something over me, and I was another walk around the lake, and I'd walk into the circle and I felt drunk. was like a 3 feet diameter. I walked into this 3 feet circle and I felt like I was going to float up the sky, and I felt drunk. I couldn't walk. Then I'd walk right out of this circle and I felt normal. I tested this for 15 minutes, folks. I thought I was taking drugs. Every time I stepped right into this little 3 foot diameter circle, I felt like I was on, you know, so high and lucid, and I couldn't quite understand what was going on, but it must have been something above me making me feel that effect. And, you know, there was different things that would constantly occur and are continuing to occur that show me that, gosh, something out there's paying way too much attention, a lot of attention. I had a little silver ball in my ear after that dissension of that cloud in my car. I had a little metal ball in my left ear, and it stayed in my little left ear until about 3 years ago. It finally, you know, I woke up one day and it was gone. And I actually asked, I said, you know, I don't know what this is for. I feel a little odd. I've had it for years and years. I meditated, get rid of this ball. I don't, you know, I shouldn't have this thing in my ear. It smells metallic. When you smell, you know, you put your nose right behind my ear, it smelled like metal. You know, like that metal you'd have in your teeth when you have metal in your teeth. And it just felt awkward. And then the next day it was gone. So it's a lot of these little things showed me that, you know, there's something out there paying a lot of attention. We better be on, you know, not our best behavior, but we got to be, you know, if we're willing to take on this kind of responsibility, we got to realize that it is a responsibility, and it's to others. It's a service to other endeavor. It's not a service to self. The service to self will be completed as we serve others, because ultimately that is serving our greater self. So that's kind of the paradigm shift that we've become a part of, and hopefully it continues. Again, I thank you. Thank you for letting me close this out and rambling on and on. Again, I didn't know really what to say. My brother and I kind of ad-lib everything we do, but we're in radio, so that does be one side effect.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Please put this out for me. I'm rambling too much. I'm feeling a little nerdy.
No, that was great. I love the last statement you made about the service to others will be completed when, maybe you can restate that. It was really good.
Self will be completed as we serve others, because we weren't born here alone. We were born here with many others. And again, I truly believe this is a service to other endeavor. And again, that will complete us. You will complete me.
That is excellent. You will complete me. We will be whole. We will be one. No, I mean, look, this was an excellent presentation that you both gave, and it was quite emotional, maybe even a little more than Bruce Lipton in a different way. I mean, it was joyful, but it was very powerful. Emotionally powerful, and
it's hard to put it all into words. It is, because you get so much, you know, that you want to explain so quickly. It's a little hard, even for me. You know, I've been, you know, I don't do radio, folks. I don't do much radio or interviews. But hey, if Dave asked me to do something, done. I love Detective Love. Love. I got to tell you. So when they asked us to be a part of this, I jumped on it, and I'll do it every time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much, because I know how difficult it was for both of you to find the time to be here.
And you did it.
You did it.
It's such a personal, intimate story to share. Very inspiring for us, for our audiences. Just amazing.
Well, they'll either think we're nuts, or they'll gain something out of it. But either way, hey.
Oh well, hey. And just to acknowledge BBS Radio Network. Yeah, you've made this conference possible, along with Portal to Ascension, because all of these guests are people that we've somehow made connections with through BBS Radio. So therefore, your work has, in effect, created this conference, the Paradigm Shift Conference, which from this point forward, who knows what will come out of it. Look at the speakers here with you two, and Bruce and Sevan and everyone coming up. I mean, this is just, I think this has been, I love this. You've given this to us. You've given this to our guests and our our other presenters and to our audience and to the world. And
your creation has allowed people to come together to share ideas. And this is all part of the paradigm shift, all part of our
this is unity.
ascension of consciousness. It's fantastic.
We're showing unity. Every presenter that's come together at this paradigm shift conference is showing unity within the spiritual community. So when people say we're splintered, I don't think that's true so much. I mean, we are coming together and we are expanding as a collective consciousness.
Well, you know, even as we continue into this journey, when you're more aware, you know how when people have an awareness experience, they come back and they say they have dark nights of the soul sometimes. You wonder why, gosh, I just gained this clarity and yet now I'm more sad sometimes. That's because when you're more aware, you see more of the opposite. So on a line, you see more polarity. So you're not only open now to more light, you're also open more to more dark. You're going to see the scale on a little bit more broad level. So if you think the Kundalini or an experience like this is going to answer everything, it'll answer a lot, but it's still not going to, you know, if you're not prepared for seeing more ugliness, then it probably won't work for you, because you will. Your heart will open up. Your mind will open up. When you start seeing more ugliness, it will affect you more. There will be darker nights of the soul. You will feel other people's energy now in ways that you didn't. So you're now more susceptible to this energy. So with plus comes minus. So let's say we die, we pass away, we're on some other journey. Do you really think the journey is going to be all roses? How can it be for us to learn and experience? In fact, I think the opposite's going to be true. It's going to be more roses and less roses as we continue to advance. You know, I think it's a learning curve, and we're going to go through these experiences on both ends of the spectrum infinitely. Let's not take away part of that spectrum. Let's not take away the dark, because then we're all like bliss on tap. We don't know the value of it. We're stuck on bliss on tap. We could be stuck there, but we wouldn't know the value of it until somebody took us off.
Right.
And we're like, geez, I want to be back on. I know the value of that. But if you were born with that and you never got pulled off that, you'd never really know.
Well, that's where individuality comes in order to understand the beautifulness of perfection and wholeness and unity, we need to live an extreme diversity.
Right. And know that even that what we think is negative in that diversity is a part of the experience and is just as beautiful.
Yeah.
And absolutely part of the paradigm shift and part of being able to ascend is being able to react in a way or not react in a way, being able to keep your center despite whatever happens. As they say, it's not what happens to you in life, it's how you react to it. And that's part of that resilience factor, that part of that ascension process, isn't it?
And with that, I also want to be mindful that we have Andrew Harvey coming up next.
All right.
But that was that was spectacular.
We love you. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you, David. You guys are fans. Big hugs. You know we're there hugging you right now. Right?
So nice to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. I look forward to many more. I really do. Thank you. Blessings to you both.
Thank you.
And all our love. All our love.
Much love. Thank you so much. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
For now.
Thank you.
That was fantastic.
What a
I
great,
loved it.
Great stories.
Yeah, wonderful personal story. So next we have Andrew Harvey. I hope he's on.
I'm
here.
Oh, okay. We can't see you.
You can't see me?
No.
You will see me in a second. I like to be mysterious in the beginning, but obviously.
Okay. Well, while we wait for your apparition to appear, we'll just introduce you. So Andrew Harvey.
Here I am.
Oh, wonderful.
Fantastic. There he is in the Wow.
So thank you for joining us today for the Paradigm Shift Conference.
My pleasure.
Andrew Harvey is founder and director of the Institute of Sacred Activism. He is a leader in the sacred activism movement. He has inspired people throughout the world in being able to transform compassion in action, which is born of a fusion of deep spiritual knowledge, courage, love and passion, and wise radical action in the world. He's an author of, I think, more than 10 books.
30.
He's been 30, sorry.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
And incredibly well.
Because God knows I'm still here. After
Oh
all
my
that.
goodness, oh my goodness.
Wow.
No,
Incredibly well-known, world-renowned mystical author. And we've spoken with you before, we've interviewed you, and we love you. We loved your...
We love your passion.
We really do. We're so
Yes,
glad to
yes.
have you. Last time you were talking about sacred activism and coming from the heart-based intention. And we're so grateful and appreciative to have you on this
Where are
conference.
you in the world?
We are in Australia, the land down under.
Australia. I wish I could
Yes.
come back soon. I've been there many times, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you waking up in Australia, or are you still?
We've been awake all night.
We started at 3 o'clock in the morning.
So it's about 7 o'clock in the morning now, and we're still going strong. But
And Andrew, whereabouts are you?
I'm in Chicago, where I
In
live.
Chicago,
I live in Oak
okay.
Park,
oh,
yeah.
and you just got back from France, I understand.
Oh my God, bits of me got back. I had the most amazing time. We have started a Chartres mystery school, and then we had a week there, and then we went to Andalusia, where we plunged into that amazing moment when Islam and Judaism and Christianity loved each other and co-fertilized each other and created works of great mystical beauty and
Wow.
great architectural and artistic beauty. So it was a huge revelation to me.
Wow.
Amazing.
And I love flamenco, so I got into the caves of Granada and saw these 3 wild women enact sacred activism in dance. My God, if the energy in that room could be canalized to transform the planet, we wouldn't have any more problems.
Oh my goodness.
Passion, 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 passion. Amazing.
I can't wait to hear more about it.
That's right.
We're just so...
But what we did want to ask, what we're asking all of our speakers, is to start off with perhaps, you know, the theme is the Paradigm Shift Conference. And we wanted to ask you what you see as a paradigm shift and how you would suggest people, what people do to enable them to go through the paradigm shift and find their role in this changing time in the world.
That is the key question. And I just finished a book called Savage Grace about this time. And in this book, I really go into the ancient teachings about Kali and Kali Yuga. And in the ancient texts, Kali's dance, the dance of the dark feminine, the destroyer creator, goes through 4 phases. The first phase is ominous, when she's starting to get wild and angry. The second stage is dangerous, when you're really, really, really seeing what she's up to and that she's really hungry to destroy all the false structures. The third stage is severe, when the crises erupt on every level and in every realm, personally and impersonally, emotionally, spiritually, socially, politically. And the fourth stage is lethal, when she destroys the whole thing. We're, I believe, in the severe stage. This is a very severe, terrifying crisis. It's a crisis of the deep spirit, the lack of conscience, the lack of real connection with the sacred that so many people are being dissociated by, the political crisis in America, which is throwing the world into ferment, the madness in the Middle East, the madness in North Korea, the ambitions of China to take over the world, the incredibly difficult and collapsing environment, and the fact that still so many people who should be awake are in la-la land, in some kind of fake spirituality, which is all about themselves and nothing to do with the genocide of the animals, nothing to do with the horror of what's afflicting the poor, nothing to do with unraveling these structures that are now part of a death machine, which is really seriously threatening the future of the human race and a great deal of nature. That's where we are. And I think it's time for people to really see and stop pretending and stop being stuck in their fancy denial or in their fancy lifestyles or in their hunger to manifest Malibu mansions or whatever bullshit that they've inherited from the so-called very new age. So that's the crisis. Even a terrible crisis like this, which we may not get through, there's no certainty that we're going to get through this. The news is bad, and as yet there aren't nearly enough people mobilized in the right way to begin to deal with the crisis. If we look, however, without any kind of denial, we can see that what the real meaning of this crisis is that it is a massive wake-up call to the entire human race to get real about the devastating systems we live in and we keep going by our collusive choices, and to get real about claiming our deep divine identity, which is real, which the mystics of all situations and traditions know, and really start putting that into action together. There is no other way out for the human race now. You know that by 2020, 2/3 of wildlife will be gone. You know that by 2049, there'll be potentially no fish in the sea. You know that the collapse of the environment is going much faster than even the doomsayers predicted. There's a huge slab of ice that has just erupted off Antarctica and that is melting. And you know that we currently have in political power the most reactionary, the most aggressive, the most drunk on power, the stupidest, the most vulgar, the most violent group of people that assemble. This is not looking good, but it's in these extreme situations, if people wake up, that the divine can show us who we really are, what we can really be, and what we can really do. So the book that I've just written is really a savage bitch slap in one sense, but it's also an invitation in the other. It's an invitation to truly understand that the spiritual path is not about only achieving your own liberation, your own happiness, your own peace of mind, your own illumination. That's actually 101. You need those and you need to do the work to get there. But if you're on an authentic spiritual path, what you're going to have to do, especially in a world like this, is to put your wisdom and your love and your realization into wise, focused, radical action with other people to get real about a real world that is really facing real extinction. Otherwise, you're just playing pat a cake in a sandpit. You're just chatting, throwing around inspiring ideas, which is fun, but is nothing to do with what's really happening. So that's my position.
That's
really say it as it is.
Yep, that's very passionate coming.
Too old and too sad and too wild and too inspired to do anything else. I don't think there's any point anymore in sugarcoating the situation. It doesn't help people and it's not loving. Real love is about ferocity as well as generosity and compassion, and real compassion has a very fierce side. So I believe that the true role of the spiritual teacher is to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable, not out of hatred or outrage, but out of the desire to really get people who have the money, who have the power, who have the realization partly, to get off their cushions and get out of their comfort zones and start feeling the heartbreak and agony and genocide and torture and madness and injustice of the world, and start truly trying to do something, realizing how late it is and realizing what enormous demands this situation places on us, but realizing too that divine grace is with us and is in the agony of the situation. Your previous guest, which I thought the last part of, talked about how important it is to embrace the dark. Well, the dark is our friend in this situation, because the growing darkness is being sent by God to show us what is going to happen if we don't change. And evolutionary change doesn't come sweetly. It doesn't just come in an ordered, sweet, organized fashion. Evolutionary shifts always occur through convulsions, enormous crises in which a lot of people, a lot of members of the species die out. We're facing massive heartbreak, massive difficulty on every level. So we've got to get prepared. And the way you get prepared is by going deep into oneself, discovering the divine strength that lives within you, really doing the practices wisely and profoundly, and really committing the whole of your life to be one of the birthers of a new world that is struggling to be born. That's it. If you're not doing that, you're collaborating with the darkness, and you're collaborating with a system that is clearly bankrupt and now on the verge of being both suicidal and matricidal. Am I making myself clear?
That's very, very powerful and very, very clear. You're not mincing words.
Oh God, why should I mince words? I can say what I want at this stage of my life. I have to. I'm not one of those teachers who needs to be flattered or to be loved. I've produced 30 books at the highest level I'm capable of, and I've known for 30 years that we were heading towards this. I've been saying this for 30 years. 15 years ago, they said I was mad. Now they're all ringing me to appear on their programs because I have seen this. And seeing this has nearly driven me mad and nearly driven me not to want to be on the earth at all. So, but I'm here, and I'm happier than I've ever been, and I'm more purposeful than I've ever been, and I'm more committed to really telling it as it is than I've ever been. Because quite honestly, I don't care what people think. What I care about is how people can be got to feel so that they can go through the transformation that will make them useful, transformative agents of change in a world that, if millions of us don't turn up like this, we will lose the world, and we will lose nature, and we will lose this fabulous and gorgeous theater that we've come to.
And you're echoing exactly what Bruce Lipton said when he first started out this conference about the sixth mass extinction of the planet. And he's
finally realized that, because for many years he was saying that I was too extreme. In fact, he once accused me of being a terrorist, but he did apologize. And I'm a tremendous work. But it's amazing how many of the light ones 10 years ago finally acknowledge it. So I'm very glad that he's saying it at last, because it's time that all the teachers get out of their metaphysical cloud down on the real earth and see the pain and see the horror and start mobilizing people to do something real about it.
And in saying that, I mean, you're also very inspiring, and I know when we've talked with you in the past, you also talk about...
That's not also. It's very inspiring when somebody tells the truth, because then you have a chance to react to it. Don't go into that dualism. Don't make somebody who gives the bad news, don't demonize them, because they are inspiring. I'm not just giving bad news. I've spent my life offering different possible solutions, different ways, different modalities. That's what I do. But those modalities are not things we play with. They're not things we entertain emotionally and mentally. They're things we need, like oxygen. That's what's inspiring. What's really inspiring is that we're divine and we have the capacity to change, but we will not change unless we have a real map of the real path, unless we're prepared to suffer and die into truth and love. That's the way that's always been charted by the great mystics. It has nothing to do with the soppy, vulgar sentimentality of New Age mysticism, which is a disgrace and real corporate inspired folly, which keeps people absolutely in a fake serenity when everything is at stake. That isn't inspiring, that's garbage. I'm not preaching garbage. I'm giving the truth as I see it, and I'm giving solutions. What I'm doing is urging people to get real, get down, and get going. That's inspiring.
It is. That's very true. And the truth that you need to speak the truth with conviction as you're doing. But you've said it in many different ways. I've heard you speak in many different, you know,
very little effect, I might say, because here we are in a situation where people are still following the old garbage. I mean, I cannot tell you how polluted the spiritual world is by materialism, by narcissism, and by false mysticism at a time when we really do need the real path more than anything. So
Andrew, do you see any hope? Do you see any hope when you talk about?
Yeah, I see hope in three ways. I see hope in the fundamental way that we are divine. That's I know. Pythagoras said, take courage, for human nature is divine. If we're divine, then we have incredible resources which we're not tapping. And if we can tap them, who knows? Miracles could happen. That's the first hope. The second hope I see is paradoxically in the extremity of the crisis, because if you're not awake now to how terrible it is, in about 2 weeks or 3 months or next year, you will wake up. And you'll either go crazy because you haven't been preparing for it and you've lived a frivolous life, or you'll really knuckle down and realize strengths and passions and truths and vitalities and intensities in you that you never glimpsed you had. I've seen all kinds of selfish, narcissistic people turn into real servants of God through extreme crisis. So that gives me great hope, because I know that extreme crisis is here and is going to get more extreme. Yes. And the third reason for my hope is that I have seen in the course of my 20 years going around the planet, talking to people, begging people to wake up, that a few people, and there's only a few doing the real work at the moment, have turned up, and they've turned up in every realm, in every part of society, and they've risked their jobs, their lives, their families, their minds, their hearts, and they're doing heroic, amazing, unpaid, unregarded work for the sheer gorgeous love of God and the sheer gorgeous love of humanity. And those people I bow to and I salute, and I do whatever I can to encourage and help. And they, my God, do they give me hope. And I see hope in the tremendous resistance that, for example, is happening in America at this moment. When Trump, this psychopath that America has chosen to elect, and he's a psychopath, don't wince, this man is crazy. He's our crazy. He's the shadow incarnate, but he's dangerous and deeply, deeply destructive. And the forces that elected him are the forces that are aligned with the dark that could destroy the planet. So that's what we're looking at. But what we're also looking at, and this is what is hopeful, is an immense uprising of ordinary people who are outraged at what he wants to do with healthcare, outraged at his withdrawal from the Paris Accord, outraged at his misogyny, outraged at his obvious, naked corruption, and who are coming together from all parts of America to really start focusing on building a nonviolent resistance movement that in the end will impeach him and will try and establish in the chaos that he has created the order that could protect just possibly the emergence of a new planet. This is amazing, and they're amazing people. And they give me hope. Not a lot of them are so-called spiritual people, which is what is dispiriting.
Fair enough. We have spiritual activists, there's spiritual warriors. We've interviewed one recently, one of the biggest. You probably know his name, but we're going to let that come up another time. But I know exactly what you're talking about. And certainly positive thoughts, I don't believe change reality. They're the foundation. But positive thoughts followed by positive action certainly does a lot in 3D reality.
Well, positive thoughts are very helpful, but you've also got to be able to really call things as they are. Positive thoughts in the face of denial of evil isn't going to help at all. You've got to be able to see the dark for what it is. And this movement that we're in is pathetically incapable of really naming darkness, and naming darkness as part of God. We've got this fancy sentimental vision of God as this pure light. That's not true. God is the absolute light, but he's working with these terrifying opposites in reality. And one of the opposites is real darkness, which we're all susceptible to and all seducible by. So positive thoughts are not going to get you through the horror of what's happening. You've got to have on the one side a very clear mind about what's really happening. You've got to have what Jesus called the wisdom of the serpent, which means a wisdom about the shadow. And you have to have the innocence of the dove, which is the positive, luminous, loving, compassionate intelligence. And they have to come together.
I think that's what I meant when I said inspiring. When I said you've been inspiring in the past, what I meant is you've got this opposite. You've got these two different ways of coming at the same issue. And it balances out very well because you're speaking with conviction. But you're also, I've heard you, I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. But you see,
yes.
To me, what's inspiring, when
I know.
The people who inspire me are not the people
I know.
who speak in soft voices and smile
Sure.
and talk about having positive thoughts and the power of positive thoughts. They don't inspire me at all, because I know that they're semi-psychotic. They don't realize what's really going on.
You might say deluded.
And Jane Goodall gets up and talks about the genocide of the animals, makes us feel the pain of that, and then by her example and by her presence and by her solutions gives us a way through.
Absolutely.
That's what inspires me about the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama inspires me by the glorious presence. But the Dalai Lama said to me last 2 years ago, he said, the human race is on the brink of extinction. What are we going to do? We're going to have to transform ourselves, and we're going to have to act. To me, that's inspiring, because I'm not being lied to. I don't like being lied to. It's disgusting. It's degrading. I want to be told the truth, and I want to be told the truth in such a way I can get it. And I want then the person who's telling the truth to show me by the presence that they have that they can face the truth and that they can really find a way out. Now that's inspiring. You know
Thank you for that. I do, I absolutely do. Thank you so much for that. That's, I mean.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Andrew, tell us, what would you suggest that people do? I know that you've talked before about...
Let's not start there. You see, that's the question that belongs to a limited consciousness. It's always in our culture, what do we do? As if everything could be solved by doing, by a fix, by a solution. The first thing that we need to be able to do is to suffer the extremity of where we are and let that suffering overwhelm us and really shake the foundations of our smugness, our complacency, our addiction to comfort, our narcissism. That's the first thing. Because without that, we will never have a hope of being real, ever, 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 ever. And actually allowing yourself to be overwhelmed in that way is terrifying, especially when you are like you two are, clearly loving people who love animals, who love the world. Why would you do the work you do? Why would I do the work we do? And to actually face the fact that we're in a world in which all of the major institutions, the religions, the political structures, the economic structures have been taken over by the forces of darkness, who are implacably wedded to power and not to love, and who are prepared to do almost anything to hold on to their power, including ignoring the advice of 98% of the world's scientists, right? When you see the madness like that, it overwhelms you. It has to overwhelm you, and you're stupid if you're not overwhelmed. You're not real until you're shattered. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you really need to take seriously the testimony of all the world's great mystics. And that testimony has three sides. It has the side that absolutely essential is the first side, which says you are divine in your inmost nature. You were born with an original blessing that is divine consciousness. Whatever, however crazy you seem to be, and however wild and dark your life, and however terrible the world, there is a divine being inside you waiting to be connected to. The second thing that the mystical traditions tell us is that you can connect to that divine being, because that divine loves you madly and wants to make contact, and all you have to do is to do some serious mystical practice, and amazing things will start to happen to you. And the third thing they tell us is that once that has begun to happen, don't wait around, start serving passionately, start pouring your gifts out, whatever they are. You have gifts of doing what you do. I have gifts of doing what I do. We're meant to just pour it out in service of divine love, and we'll be changed, and we'll change others around us. And the rest is up to God, quite honestly, because you can be Kafka, the Dalai Lama, Jesus, Muhammad, rolled into one and pour out your whole life. And if it isn't the will of God, it won't happen. Nothing will happen in the end. But nevertheless, you will have helped people. So those three things are essential to really connect with.
So the feeling deeply, the being overwhelmed, and then finding...
You have to be... Oh, I'm sorry to cut you. I'm trying to get something across, because we're not playing pat a cake now. You will not be able to find your way to any real solution if you don't first allow yourself to be overwhelmed, because otherwise you'd just be saying, oh, well, if we all pray together in a nice little place, perhaps in when we've had a nice dinner, vegetarian dinner, naturally gluten-free, and the vibrations will go out across the earth and there'll be world peace. No, there won't. There won't be world peace because you're not seeing the situation. So first you have to be overwhelmed to the point of real radical despair, where all your structures, including the ones you created about the divine, collapse. That's when you get really open to grace. And then you have to do the inner work. So we have to start with radical undoing of our conventional ways of being on every level before we can even begin to be able to find through grace any kind of solution, because any kind of solution born out of a false consciousness will be so much straw thrown into a hurricane. It won't work. It might make us feel good for an afternoon or a month. It might make us a famous guru, but it won't do anything for the real world.
And this is absolutely true from one mystic to another, which the title mystic doesn't actually mean much to me anyhow, but it's just a title that I'm using for my belief systems. But everything you say is absolutely true. I've gone through my dark night of the soul, my personal paradigm shift, and I can tell you, do not turn away from your shadow self, your inner demons, the dark side of your thoughts and your feelings and your belief systems, because once you do that, your fear will be gone and you will become the spiritual warrior that you are meant to be, and you will speak with the truth and you will not have any fear, because I experienced my spiritual death. I didn't die mortally many years ago before I came to Australia, but I was reborn. I came out the other end of the light. I experienced something that was indescribable, and I came back and I joined Lana, and as you said, here I am. Here you are. And yes, it's very true. We're doing this because we want to. We don't get paid for this. We've never gotten paid for anything we've done up to this point. And we only do it because we want to. And we're so grateful to have you with us to say everything that you've said. And we love you for that. I mean, we just
thank you. And
appreciate
you're saying, because I love you for your service. It's quite clear to me, looking at you both, that you're very sincere people, and I can see that I know that I've got so many obligations. Why would I come out to talk to you if I didn't trust you? I wouldn't. I don't spend my time anymore on anything that I don't believe in, and I believe in what you're doing.
And that's exactly what Bruce Lipton said, the same exact words. And we just appreciate you so much for being here after your long trip. And
no, God, are you kidding? No. Anybody who's trying to bring sanity to Australia, for example, is a friend of mine. How do you deal with the coma in Australia, the fantastic hedonism and materialism and lack of concern for the outside world? That's what always amazes me about Australia, this gorgeous paradise inhabited by people largely who refuse to wake up to the fact that they're connected with the rest of the world, and that their own government is doing horrific things, for example, to the indigenous Australians and to the refugees. It's a very strange place, I find, and I love it deeply. How do you deal with it?
It's hard. It is hard to deal with.
We try to just kind of be the spiritual warrior. You have to have resilience, and you just keep on, and we do what we do, and we connect with people like yourself, and we continue to live strongly and live powerfully as best we can, and we encourage everyone to do that. We try to empower others, and as we empower others, we're empowering ourselves, and we're continuing to try to live as we speak, and we're connecting, and we're trying to do this and using everything that we have and everything that we know to just do what we feel we've been born to do, or what we've been given, our mission. I don't know how to explain it.
That's it.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Because I wanted, and you gave a beautiful answer for everybody listening. That was beautiful. I think only thing that I would add to it, and this is really an offering to everybody listening who might be asking the question, what can I really do? He's asked me to be overwhelmed, and he's asked me to go into a real mystical transformation to connect with the divine strength within me. But there's one more step that I think is very important, and that is to look at the world and realize you're not being called to save the whole world single-handedly. This is not an Errol Flynn film you're starring in. You're a limited human being with divine capacities. We all are. The Dalai Lama himself cannot save this planet, right? None of us can, if it's going to go into suicidal self-destruction, which it might. But when you really begin to connect with your divine self, there's a question that you can ask which will reveal your mission. And that question, I found, is this: what of all of the causes in the world that really distress me breaks my heart the most? This is a terrifying question, because if you really ask that question to yourself, you'll uncover a part of yourself that is absolutely agonized and heartbroken about one thing in particular. When I asked that question, I was told that by a very beautiful old woman in Benares, an old tantric. She said, if you want to help people, ask this question. She was 90. And I, first of all, sat by the Ganges and asked it to myself. And I went through all the things that I was heartbroken about, and I thought I'd come to a solution. The next day I was reading the paper, and it was the Times, actually. I found it in in Benares, and I came across an article about the torture of animals, and in an abattoir. And I didn't want to read it, and I flipped the page, and suddenly I realized that the fact that I didn't want to read it is because that's what breaks my heart in a million pieces: the horrific torture and savage treatment that we are now meting out to animals and plants, the whole of nature, everywhere. We are genocidal maniacs, killing, and in the most brutal and appalling ways. So I would say to you, if you really want to find your mission, find out what almost makes you crazy with heartbreak when you even begin to think about it, and then do something real with someone else about it. And what I've done in my work is to create what I call networks of grace, groups of between 6 to 15 people who meet around a shared passion, a shared heartbreak, and then pool their resources, pool their wisdom, encourage and inspire each other, and do something real. For example, in my own community, my wonderful, incredible assistant, well, she's not an assistant, she's my collaborator and deep co-creator, Jill Angelo, has devoted herself to living with and healing abused animals. She has 10 animals in a small farmhouse. And she's creating this as a model project which is catching fire because somebody had the guts to stand up and do it. Can you imagine having 10 crazy abused animals in your home? She's doing it, and she cries every day, and they savage each other sometimes, and it's heartbreaking, but she's not going to give up because she is aflame with passionate desire to be someone who refuses to be part of the genocidal human race in its appalling treatment of animals, and to be an example of true love in action. That's what it takes. And this is amazing that there are people like her who are doing this work, and they change many people's minds. When Jill first started doing her work, her comfortable friends tried to dissuade her, said that she was arrogant, said she was a narcissist, said she was a drama queen. Now they're all supporting her because she stood up and did it. So I advise everybody out there, be overwhelmed, do the practice, and find out what your radical heartbreak is, and get together with a group of friends and get real and get going and kick ass and be radioactively mischievous and get something done.
It's amazing that you talk about the mistreatment of animals. I remember we became vegan probably about 3.5 years ago now, and for years I had been concerned about the fact that animals were being mistreated in factory farms. And I remember, you know, being confronted with the fact that pigs are in horrendous conditions, not being able to move at all. And for years, I had small children at that time. I thought, this is too hard for me to do. I want to become vegan, but I'm not sure how to do it. And, you know, I wanted to change, and people kept saying, but you need meat, you need meat. And then one day on Facebook, there was a small video about some pigs. And I thought, look, I'm going to watch this. I know it's going to break my heart, but I'm going to watch this. So I forced myself to watch it. And I became overwhelmed. I wept. It was 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. I wept. I saw the fear and the understanding in the eyes of the pig when it was seeing its fellows being slaughtered, and when it realized what fate awaited it. And I knew that I would never change, but I forced myself to go through that pain. And the next day I decided I would become vegan, and I forced this upon my children as well, forced them to look at some videos of animals being murdered, of chickens being squashed, and my daughter became really angry at me and threw this plate at me, and now they're both committed vegans.
I think I remember that.
They're committed vegans, as I am.
I love you for what you've done. That was so brave of you. Exactly what they don't tell you to. They tell you not to do. Don't frighten the kids. As if the world that they're going into isn't frightening enough. How will they ever know what they need to eat?
And then I was trying to change everybody initially, you know, like a like a smoker who'd given up smoking. And I was very committed to actually changing the world one person at a time. But I had so many knockbacks that now I'm sort of keeping more quiet about it. I'm still vegan and I'm still believing very firmly in it. But I guess I'm not confronting every person.
You're not an evangelical vegan.
No,
But we are doing this in a different way.
I guess we are.
We are reaching a larger audience. And I just want to, people came to hear Andrew Harvey present, but I just want to add one thing to this.
It's wonderful what you both said. I'm so pleased you jumped in. It's beautiful because they need to see you too. Okay. We need to meet each other nakedly. No, it's not too late for patty cake, right?
Sure. I just want to say that, you know, Lana is a psychiatrist, a mental health doctor, and I'm an investigator. I've worked in the U.S. court system for more than 25 years, and
wow. Oh my God!
In general, so I've worked with 50% of my work was in criminal defense. I know I've said this many times, and I know many of our presenters are not going to be as real and as upfront as you are about the global issues and about everything that you've said so far. This is inspiring, and I'll tell you why. Because I know, Lana, when you're dealing with someone who's going to prison or who's drinking themselves to death and is about to die, or they're doing behaviors, self-destructive behaviors that you know are going to kill them, it's not compassionate and it's not loving to try to tell that person that it's going to be okay, that they're going to be okay. You're being loving by being upfront with them and saying, you're sick and you're being self-destructive and you're going to die and you need to do something about this. Don't ask me what you need to do. You need to do something. You need to look inside yourself and figure out what you need to do to improve your situation. And that is inspiring. And you're exactly right. Sometimes I do. You caught me.
You're a nice man, and that's very dangerous. This is not a time for nice people. It's a time for absolutely lucid people who are prepared to really be offensive if necessary to get the truth through, because we don't have time. We're living on borrowed time. We're hanging by a thread. Only truth can even begin to be salvational at this moment. Only radical truth. And it can be said in many ways. It can be said softly, but we have to be prepared to say it very fiercely, because that's also love. As you know, I mean, yes. One of the things that I do is to actually work with prisoners and guys who've been in prison, black guys in Chicago. There are a lot of them who are shoved away and who join gangs. I go in and I say, first of all, I say the last thing you want is a overeducated Oxfordian fairy sitting here telling you what to do. They all scream with laughter and we get on. From that, we were blood brothers. And then I say to them, I'm not going to bullshit you. You've really, really destroyed your life potentially, but you're great people. You're very intelligent people. Let's look at this together. And they would despise me if I wasn't like that, because they've been through far too much to want the sweet talk. What they want is the real talk. because that's what inspires them. And that's where we should be as a civilization. What do we have to cheer ourselves up about? We're creating devastation everywhere. We're electing lunatics. We're allowing horrific practices to continue. We're worshipping at the shrine of a suicidal, matricidal capitalism. We're watching the animals disappear, sipping our Chardonnay, and we're mostly pursuing a completely banal, narcissistic spirituality, which is not about doing anything. There's not a lot of room for self-congratulation in that. And you need some teachers on the earth who are prepared to say, this is horseshit, this is not worthy of us, and this is extremely dangerous, especially now when there's so little time left. The window's closing, and we've got to get through in the next 7 or 8 years with really substantial shifts on every level, which can only be made by people who are both desperate enough and calm enough, both agonized enough and peaceful enough, both ecstatic enough and heartbroken enough to really step up and really do the real work. That's our last hope. And that, to me, is inspiring, because otherwise, the teachers that are just selling the same old popcorn, they're not inspiring. They're corrupt tools of a dying system.
And we do have concepts such as, not our concepts, but compassionate use of force and protective use of force that Len and I will be talking about on our radio show with guests in the near future.
Yes, a very difficult subject, that, because, you know, I believe very deeply in non-violence, but how do we know we won't get to a situation so extreme in which we'll have to employ violence? And if there is violence that needs to be employed, how will it be employed? And by whom? These are questions we have to consider. You couldn't sit around in a prayer position when the Nazis are taking the Jews, your Jewish neighbors out. A lot of people did that. They just listened to Schubert. Are we going to do that? Are we going to just cultivate our private gardens while people are slaughtered, while the animals are slaughtered? Or are we going to intervene, sometimes forcefully? These are very important questions, and nobody has the answer. We're going to have to work this out together.
If we had the answer, we wouldn't be in this situation. Quite frankly, non-action is just as dangerous or risky as taking an action many times.
Non-action is actually allowing the system of corruption to continue. Non-action is a yes to death in this situation.
Particularly in this case.
Very powerful, very confronting, and I thank you for being so confronting.
Yes, thank you for that.
Well, I thank you for allowing me to be, because quite often I go into, conversations and I realize that there's no chance of truth available, so I play the benign old elder person, and I smile and I tell jokes and I smuggle in truth. But you've allowed me, by your presence and sincerity, to be real. Thank you.
And I guess in terms of what we do after we are overwhelmed, as you said, we find our passion, we find what breaks our heart the most.
We do the work.
And we do something about it.
It's the inner work. You can't, the kind of action that I'm talking about in sacred activism is an action that's born out of radical spiritual transformation. A great sage says, the truly wise being knows the inaction in action and the action in inaction. So if you truly, truly follow what I'm saying and follow what the Gita is saying, what Jesus is saying, what the prophet's saying, what you'll discover is that if you connect with your deep inner sacred self, you will find that there's enormous dynamic power in that silence. It will not only change you, the prayers that you pray will have an amazing effect on the people you pray it for. Things will change around you just by being in that presence. So that's the action in inaction. And then when you act from that consciousness, you'll be acting in a way that is in alignment with the divine, not just with your personal agenda, and that will have the blessing of the great peace in the great doing. So it's this new form of action, which isn't new, but usually was the province of a very few evolved beings, the Lao Tzus, the Mohammeds, the Jesuses, the great saints, the great prophets, the great shamans. Now that's something we all need to cultivate, because that's our only hope. And that's the evolutionary shift. We're being pushed by the forces of evolution to go far, far beyond anything that we've ever imagined before, to trust the divine within, and to do the work, to have a path revealed to us. But if I came in to you and said, oh, it's the end of the planet potentially, and there are 5 things we can do right now, it'd be a crazy lunatic. I'd just been some other Californian guru. That's not how it works. The divine doesn't work like that. The divine shatters you with truth and humbles you and gets you to the place where you're really prepared to do the inner work, and then shows you the enormous power within you that's born from that inner work, and the enormous responsibility that you have to really act in ways that it will then guide you and inspire you. And if you don't believe me, don't worry. But if you do believe me, try it.
I love what you just said, Andrew, about being guided by spirit in this paradigm shift. And I want everybody to really internalize that part that you just said, because it's extremely important that everyone that's listening understand this. This is not an interview, and this is very valuable information.
It's crucial.
Yes.
Obviously, our consciousness is totally incapable of absolving this. We've created a nightmare, and it's closing in on us. That should alert us that we can't do anything from this consciousness that wouldn't potentially make it worse.
Yes.
You can then decide to run out into the road and lie under a truck. That would be inadvisable, because there is another way. But it means being shattered, being humbled, doing the inner work, finding out that you have the divine within, and then listening with every cell of your being to the guidance that will come, and it will come in the most astonishing ways. And this is the work of the Holy Spirit. This is the work of the Shakti. This is the work of grace. So this is the great sacred way through. And it's always been, but now it's the only way through, because humanity will be destroyed if it doesn't find this way through. If we don't evolve into an embodied divine humanity, the mother will wipe us off the face of this earth, because we are now dangerous to ourselves and every other species and every plant and every fish, and we are lethal. So our only chance is a massive transformation that results in wise divine action, guided by God on every level.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you so much. Great gratitude and appreciation.
And you, and I hope everybody else gives you a sweeter time, but I hope, of course, vainly, that it's not quite as exciting as it's been for me and for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much love.
God
Thank
bless
you so much.
God bless.
Bye for now.
Goodbye.
Okay, moving on to our next
All right.
presenter. That was really intense and exciting and powerful. Oh,
Amazing.
loved it. Oh, and now we have one of our oldest and dearest friends, and who had maybe the greatest impact on my life many years ago when I started out as an author. We have Alexandra Metters, host of Galactic Connection. She's such an amazing person, one of the greatest influences in my life, and very instrumental in bringing Lana and I together. And
Alexandra Metters is a spiritual leader, a master alchemist, a powerful intuitive who hosts Galactic Connection, and she has an amazing radio show. She's a blogger. She's influenced so many people. We call her the Galactic Queen.
Incredibly well known in the spiritual community.
That's right. And she has a divine mission of her own to open portals and help with the ascension of humanity. Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're doing great. We're still going. We're having a great time here. We've had our presenters are just so varied and so different and so amazing in their own ways, and in which they speak and how they talk about the paradigm shift. And and I know we know you very well. I've known you for many years. I'm again blessed to know all of our presenters, but particularly you have been, like I said, just
so sweet.
I mean, you've changed my life completely many years ago. You were at the very beginning of you came in at the very beginning of my spiritual awakening, and
well, I'm honored to be part of that process. That's what we're all about here. Definitely.
And you've been supportive with Lana and I and me ever since then. For many years now, you've collaborated with us on projects, and you've just been very gracious in adding your wisdom and your magic to everything we do. Even when you're not around, your presence is still felt, and you've touched many lives. So just thank you for that, and thank you for being with us. And
I know that, Alexandra, one of your focuses is to help people step out of the 3D matrix. And so what I'd like to ask you is, what do you understand by the paradigm shift? How can people go with the shift? How can they find their role? How can they move out of the matrix?
I put a lot of time into thinking about this because this is a timely event. Perpetual goosebumps right now. Just room just completely filled with creator right now. And it's a time for people to step back and recognize that this is not, we're getting close to the end because all the articles say so. It's not about we're getting close to the end because somebody channeled it. The bottom line is we need to make a decision. Are we really on board that we are at the end game? And one of the biggest realizations, I just came back from almost 2 months in a spiritual mission in Scotland and Ireland. It absolutely transformed my life. It was probably the most brutal mission and also the most fulfilling mission in my entire life. And one of the realizations that just continues to ride home every day of my life is, what are you choosing to do? And it is as simple as that. And when you work extensively with Creator, there are no magical answers. It's all simplicity and common sense. It is not you have to have a relic or you have to have a special gift. All you have to do is ask and be in a pure heart and do your work. And if you haven't been doing your work and you're like waiting around for everybody to do it for you, this is the time to get off your butt and really crank it up, because we are at the end game here. And people know me, I get a little passionate when I start talking about this stuff, but they know I put the hours in, not only with planetary work, not only with galactic connection work, but I'm busting my hump for my own personal ascending process. And as you know, all of this started in a point of origin that very few people really know about. There's a lot of things that have been written about it. Not too many, but there's some that have alluded to it. And I can say that there was a period and an anomaly that occurred that created a literal backwards vacuum, which drew in beings of light from all different worlds and drew them in to a denser vibrational space. I'm using space with parentheses. And in so doing, it was the very first instantaneous moment that we were faced with contamination, a feeling of imprisonment. And it was in that instantaneous moment that we were quantum entangled with darkness. And we didn't know what that was. We didn't really understand it. We didn't know what it felt like. It wasn't even in our equation. And we were suddenly thrown into a reality that didn't not only make sense, but was horrifically painful. I found it interesting because I came in about 10 minutes before, and I had no idea what the gentleman was going to be speaking about before. And we're on the same page when it comes to the fact that knowledge is power, from the standpoint of really understanding that we are, let's just put it this way, we have been victimized by what ended up being a hunter's game. And that is literally what we've been in. We have been either a hunter or we've been hunted. There is no in between. And as we've gone through this process, what has caused us to be where we are now today is we have developed survival skills, mechanisms, ways of interacting with people, with ourselves, with our loved ones, with our pain, tremendous pain from the fall. So over the top pain that many don't really recognize that the pain has been contained and held by Creator itself. Now, a lot of people know I refer to it as a him because that's my comfort zone, and that's how he shows up to me every minute of the day when I'm working with him. But the fact of the matter is, a great deal of pain and suffering was inflicted upon Creator itself as well from this anomaly, this anomalous event that occurred. And because of that, we have found ourselves in a predicament. Why you're doing these, these interviews today is we found ourselves in a predicament of, how do I get out of where I am? Why do I feel so stuck? Why am I so exhausted? Why do I have no hope left? Why have I bought into things that I probably shouldn't have bought into? Where's my sense of discernment? These are all questions I get from all over the world. And I see common patterns. I see commonalities in the hearts and minds of every single race on this planet. And I should say outside this planet, because there's a whole bunch of different species walking on this planet right now that are assisting us big time. So there is a level of what we call resistance that we have honed in and perfected to such a degree that now we're at a place where it's really not serving us. Okay, and there was a period of time where we had a choice. The old philosophies were divide and conquer, fight or flight, survival of the fittest. And those philosophies are so outdated because we assumed at that time, because we felt literally cut off from our divine connection. We felt that we had no way of surviving but to fight back or to flee. So you have kind of two types of people walking the planet. Or we will intermix with those philosophies from time to time, depending on how intense of an emotional experience we go through. So we have the kind of the badasses out there, the warriors that are like fearless. They're going to go right through the fire. They're going to just take it head on. And, in many cases, for all you Knights Templars out there, you're going to die. You're going to go down dying for the cause. Okay. But this is an old paradigm. Then you've got the others that have learned in the way that they survive is they flee. They get out of Dodge as fast as they can. They perfect their skills of spying, of collecting intel, and of keeping themselves hidden. So there's two totally different ways in which we've kind of dealt with being hijacked and contaminated from that fall from grace. And there was unfathomable despair, unfathomable destruction, something that this had never happened like this before. This was, it was an anomaly that was, on the one hand, it was an anomaly. On the other hand, guess what? Everyone out there, we each individually agreed to participate in this game. And I feel like that's one of the most important messages because it takes the victim out of the equation. It takes the brutality that you might feel from the surroundings out of the equation because you made the choice. Why? The number one reason we did this is because we knew we had to stop some sort of virus that had been pervading everything that we know to be life itself. Anything with the consciousness was getting affected. It had become a very, I'm going to say, emergency situation. And what ended up developing was this fall, which actually was caused by the shattered looking glass, by the way. And so with that, we learned to strike back, to combat, to thwart, to push back, to resist, to be resilient. The gentleman before you said, whoa, resilience, it's key. It is key. But now things can be and are very easy. If you just step back and stop for 1 minute and look at how radical things have changed on the planet, you will actually start noticing some amazing changes. The key here is, are you willing to let go of the patterns, the habits, and the thought that you can do it all yourself? One of the things that I have learned over and over again is I didn't ask enough. There was a part of us, there's an element within the human race where we either feel like we're going to be a pain in the butt if we ask too much, or we're weak if we ask too much, or we should know better, and so we don't ask too much. But what I've been told is no matter what it is, you ask Creator and you will receive the assistance that you need. There is no such thing as too much for Creator, because Creator loves us beyond measure, beyond our comprehension. I mean, I can't even tell you. And when you get into a place, at least where I'm at, and you actually ask, and it literally is delivered in the physical over and over and over and over again, you really get it. Like, wow, okay, it's this simple. So I'm thinking to myself when you guys put this together, and as you know, I just got back, a couple weeks ago. I thought, what is the most important thing to share in this, short snippet of time? And I have a couple of core things I'd like to go over, but it's really important for people, just that paradigm shift right there, that it's not about doing it all alone. It's not even being independent. It's not even about necessarily unifying. It's about recognizing that you're not in a hunter game any longer where you had to do it alone or you thought you did. It's not about survival anymore. And if you're feeling like you're in a place of survival, you got to step off the Ferris wheel. It's the only way to stop whatever's not working in your life is to literally make a choice. That's a very, very, very first thing. It's that simple, David and Lana, to start there. I know you asked a question. I'm not, I have so much I could say. I don't know if I should just keep going if you want to ask me questions or whatever, but it's key to simplify things. It's really key. And I want to really stress that we have developed unbelievable skill sets. Are they necessary once we go to the other side? No. But we're still standing here today having this conversation after we've been, tortured and quartered and beheaded and disemboweled, burned the steak, boiled in hot hot oil, hit by lasers and microwaves. I know there's a lot of you out there that have experienced that. So have I. Not fun. Okay. But we're still here, standing here today. You've got to step back and go, they are not the victors. We are. We are standing at the gate. And so, I have a couple of notes here, because if anybody has talked about the word empower, just the word itself is talking about authorization. Who are you authorizing to work through your life, to help you make decisions, to cause you to feel certain ways? Are you authorizing yourself? And if you are authorizing yourself, are you making decisions that you're really proud of? So there isn't this judgment that we think we're going to have, like, you're going to be put in the corner and your nose is going to be, how you, in the old days, you would have the circle drawn on the chalkboard and they would put your nose in the circle to humiliate you. Happened to me, guys. Anyway, but it's not about that. It's about you seeing whatever characteristics that you feel are a weakness, or I'm going to say a flaw, or a skill set that you developed strictly for survival. You look at it just that way. Not beating yourself up, not putting yourself down. It should just be like answering the phone. It's just part of life. That's where we're standing right now. And we truly are in the final hours here. I can't stress that enough, that if you feel like there's parts of you, and I can tell you right now, we all have that going, okay? There isn't a person on the planet, I don't care how enlightened they are, that doesn't still have some sort of clearing and work to do. Got that from upstairs, okay? So we tend to kind of go, oh, I'm going to put that person on a pedestal. Oh, that person's so much better than me because they can do this. It's totally like a open, clean slate with Creator. Nobody's better than anybody else, and it's all in the way we look at it. It's so important to see that. So, because of quantum entanglement, it's really caused so many wounds to be amplified and magnified, and it's caused us to not be who we really are. I mean, we hear that all the time, but what does it really mean? We vacillated from victimhood to being victorious in one battle after another. But in each episode, and boy, have we been doing this a long time, especially those that were here from the very beginning, like myself, we have done millenniums of loops. And in these loops, here's an FYI. If there's something that you've noticed that's happening in your life over and over and over, the only thing that's maybe changing is the people, but the same pattern still exists, then there's a really good chance that happened right at the time of the fall or shortly thereafter. And that's how long you've been carrying it, folks. And it's time to let go of it. There's some very basic things. I thought what I could do today is just give you some basic tips, at this final hour of what you want to do to repair, your broken heart, your shattered essence, because we all got that going on. And, feeling maybe less exhausted. But it's time for us to take ownership in what we caused. And this should not be looked upon as something that is terrible, embarrassing, humiliating. You know, that's exactly what we do, right? I mean, we automatically look at, oh God, you know, this is what's wrong with me. Oh, you know, I'm like this. Yeah, because I did this. Well, guess what? I mean, there isn't a person on this planet that hasn't done something. We all need to clean our closets out, and this is such an important time. Now, here's a really important piece. Whatever you do not clean up and clear and free and remove now, there will be a lot more amplification on the other side, because the energies are so finely tuned, and we will feel them even worse than we do now. So I don't know anybody out there that doesn't want to like try to clean up that stuff before they go. And here, you know, it's really, really, really important of how we participate in the game. This game is coming to an end. That's why we call it the end game.
Yes, that's right, the end game.
You know?
I've heard that.
It's coming to an end, and each one of us has played a role. You know, we've all played roles throughout the whole thing, and we've developed certain characteristics that really aren't so good because of what's happened to us. And again, we have to go back to number one, we were hunted, but we're not victims. Because believe it or not, our oversoul, our higher self, made the choice to go through this. Now, I will definitely state that we were not supposed to go on this long. Okay, the game was not supposed to be played out this much, and it was not supposed to keep going on and on and on, and it wasn't supposed to be this brutal. Okay, there were a lot of things that were slid under the table, so to speak, that we weren't aware of. But guess what? We made it. That's it's just like amazing to me. We faced at that millisecond, I think it was a 1/10 of a second. And in that 1/10 of a second, we went from knowing only love to going into a completely impure, contaminated space. Now think about that. And give yourself a break. If you're beating yourself up because you're not this, you're not that, you're not the other. Oh, I'm not clairvoyant, or oh, I'm not, you know, successful, or I nobody loves me. Oh, my husband left me, or you know, whatever. My son is disappointing me. Just let it all go. You've got to make the choice. I keep saying that over and over again, making the choice. What does making a choice mean? You wake up one day and you make a choice. You are committed to wanting to change. You don't just say it because you think that's the right thing to do. You got to want it with every core of your being. So we obviously want to focus on moving into a sovereign construct, right? We all want to be sovereign. We all want to be free to make decisions where we don't feel like we're being impeded. We don't feel like when we do something that someone's trying to thwart our success. We don't want that. So every time, and this is really key, every time that we've been in a time loop, it's really much like Groundhog's Day. And you know that old saying, David, where they say, you know, how do you define insanity, doing the same thing and expecting a different result?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what we've been doing. Okay, we've been doing that.
I've come to recognize this time loop that you've been talking about. I just realized this matrix time loop and wrote an article about it actually, but
Perfect.
I don't want to interrupt your flow, but.
No, perfect. And, you know, because we've been in a hunter game, remember that you yourself chose a role and a way in which to react to being hunted. Or you were the hunter, okay, and you chose a role of how you were going to react in hunting others. I know it sounds crazy, but that's really what it gets down to. And if you can step back and just kind of look at yourself through that lens, write down all the things that you really want to release and let go of. Maybe you're too emotional, or maybe you feel unstable, or maybe you feel overwhelmed, or maybe you get too bitchy when you're under too much stress. Whatever it is, we all got these things going, so there's no humiliation necessary. But it's time to do house cleaning. Take a piece of paper, write down all the things that you feel are blocking you and that are repetitively showing up in your life, like as if it is Groundhog's Day. So we're doing this infinity loop over and over and over and over and over. Okay, it's great to step off of it. And when I see all the emails that have come in, and how many people are feeling beaten down and, oh God, how can I get unstuck? It's because they're in a time loop. It's as simple as that. So I want to review, David, some of the core tendencies, okay, of those that have been hunted. And they should resonate with a lot of you out there. And feel free to write them down on a piece of paper, because there's a really high likelihood that many of you can relate to them. So the first one is thinking that we have to ask for permission to be free. Okay, this is just like, oh, she's wearing a leopard thing. He didn't hear me.
Welcome back. She likes your leopard shirt. So
love it. So the first thing that we think we have to ask for is permission to be free. I don't know very many people that haven't had that issue, right? I mean, we can talk all day long about the cabal and the Khazarian mafia and, the Vatican and the religion and all that other stuff. But the bottom line is, we're at an hour where if we start making different choices, things will start hopping in your life. So that's the first thing. The second thing is relinquishing the ability to ask for help from Creator. Okay? Like a lot of us have done that. I know just in the people that I've worked with and myself personally, if you get really stressed out, what's the first thing you usually do? So ask yourself that. I'm now in a place where the first thing that I do now is I go straight to Creator. And it's really a good feeling. And my life is just so smooth. The next one is relinquishing your own self-control. Now this is a biggie, because we use control as a survival network. And it was a modus operandi to feel safe and secure. Okay. But at this hour, it's like doing the opposite. Because if you're like in self-control, guess what's happening? You're thwarting all these really cool divine plans that you've made for yourself at this hour to unfold, because you're doing it through this lower dimensional reality, and it's not going to serve you. The next one is just throwing in the towel, giving up, not having the fortitude to face what you consider to be, you're just done. That's it. You can't take it anymore. That's it. Now, a lot of people have talked to me about that. And what I say to you is, we've all hit that. What are you going to do when you get up the next morning? You're going to put your pants on and face your issues? Or are you going to stay in that muck, thinking that you don't have what it takes? Because if you carry a divine spark of creator, you've got exactly what it takes, period. And the next one is playing the cornered cat, okay? Meaning you feel really cornered, you feel really like, you know, almost paranoid. You're going to come out swinging, right? You're going to swing because you're so afraid that someone's going to hurt you. The next one is playing the game. Okay, now we've heard about this game thing, but the reality is, at what point have you made the decision to stop participating in that game? Now, it's not just enough to, you know, stop paying taxes or get rid of your social security number or drop out of a corporate job. I mean, these are all the kinds of things people do when they want to drop out of the game. Okay. But I'm talking the game for you in your life. What role did you play? How have you been coping? And are you still carrying that role? Okay. Because guess what? All these roles, all these prior lifetimes, if you get like really tied in with a past life, if you get really tied in with an identity, it's going to be gone. Bam! In the blink of a millisecond once you're on the other side. Remember that. It was just a role for you to play to get through the hunter games.
So true.
Okay. The next one is developing issues of being perceived as weak. Like, I have people that they beat themselves up because they cry at the drop of the hat and they think that that makes them weak. I have people that, you know, are overly sensitive and somebody will say something to them and it really rubs them the wrong way and they've gotten to the point where they just ostracize themselves and they don't even participate in the world. Now, each and every one of these things is a response to how we felt when we were tortured and hunted. And they no longer apply if you make the choice. I'm going to say that one more time. They no longer apply if you make the choice. And the next one is driving ourselves so hard that we ignore our human bodies and our human needs. I can attest to that one. Okay, I'm going to attest to all of these basically. You know, we drive ourselves so hard, we're so passionate about certain things that we completely forget that we're in this physical shell. Okay, because the divine side of you can just do it all. And then intimidating others, not necessarily meaning to hurt them, but to actually just keep yourself safe. Maybe have boundaries put around you. That way nobody will hurt you again. Okay. I know a lot of people's safety and security is just like the hugest friggin' thing on the planet. I know it has been for me. We've trusted people that we never should have trusted before because we didn't have the discernment. Another one is not feeling stable. You feel really just, there's an instability in what do you hang on to? Let's say, like, I run into this a lot. People will write in, I just lost my house, my wife, my job. I have nothing to hang on to. Wrong. Now, when that happens, I just want you to know, there's a lot of you out there that are going through this right now. I think David can attest to this. There's a lot of people where the shit's hitting the fan in their lives. And this is directly correlated to the fact that you're finally getting on your own path. You're not on a matrix path. And it might, you know, it might be kind of painful and uncomfortable and everything else. But if you ask Creator to assist you in hanging on and dealing with the emotions that come up every single time, man, you just feel like wailing. You're at some meeting and you just feel like wailing because some horrible things have happened to you. You just go to the bathroom and ask. The next one is becoming so enraged that you're afraid of what you'll do. Anybody can relate to that one? The other one is expecting hostility from others. Gee, imagine that. We've been in a hunter game and we expect hostility from others. Okay? Another one is hibernating and isolating ourselves when things get rough. And this is, you know, I think we're all doing this because it's just made it so much easier. However, it's not, you know, unification is really right now, it's about the individual unifying all their aspects and their lineage and all their emotions and thoughts and everything else. It's about unifying from within. Feeling that we have to prove ourselves to Creator and others, that we can do it on our own and not ask for help. That's a really big one. I see that a lot. Then feeling guilty because we don't extend forgiveness to ourselves. Have you guys ever thought about that? We go into guilt, and a lot of times we forgot that maybe it's because we feel guilty we didn't give ourselves forgiveness. Because guess what? The forgiveness starts with yourself. And that's because you were in a hunter game where you were actually doing things and participating in things that were so against your divine construct. I cannot begin to stress this enough. If you really get that, it should help you kind of deal with what's going on in this reality and how you're reacting to it at this final hour. And then forgiving all participants in the game. And that's a biggie. That's where we're at right now, is forgiving all participants that have been responsible to have blood on their hands, suffering, destruction, torment. And if you can, ask, just say, I send love, forgiveness, and gratitude to X. Do it every day. Just do it. So, you know, I also wanted to point out, you know, Darwin, he's the guy that, you know, has been so well coined as stating about survival of the fittest, which is so amazingly appropriate to being in the hunter's game. And his actual statement is, quote, a natural selection of the preservation of favored races in the struggle of life, unquote. Now, I read that, I about fell off my chair because that had a lot of subliminal messages, meaning the natural selection of the preservation of favored races in the struggle of life. Well, fittest in what kind of environment, right, Lana? I mean, it's like, who wants to be participating in this environment anyway? You know, in this, you know, where there's death and destruction and war and bloodshed and, you know, poverty and stealing and lying and, you know, I mean, it's just, it's across the board, you know. And then who wants to be suited for an environment based on conquer and defeat, okay, and destruction? Who wants to be part of that? So who wants to even be the favored race that's, you know, who wants to be the favored race in the struggle for life? But that really is true, is that we were really struggling to either, you know, survive in the game or not. So my question to you is, at what point do you say, I just want to drop out of the game? I'm ready to resign. I don't want to play in this game anymore. And when you make that decision, I'm telling you right now, it's like the biggest day of your life. and it will affect a lot in your life. It will pare down a lot of things in your life. It will pare down jobs and friends and family members and all sorts of things. You're going to have to really deal, because you're going to start finding who you really are when you make that decision. It's so crucial. And also, it's like a time for all of us to really learn how to completely surrender. We talk about surrendering, we talk about praying, we talk about mantras and meditations and all sorts of things. But it's so much simpler than that. And that is, you just ask. You ask for assistance. And I have specific statements on the website. If you go to galacticconnection.com and you click on the Prime Creator Messages, it's right on the front screen. I advise you highly, if you've not read any of those or listened to those videos, to do so. They're extremely important to see what has been recommended by Creator. I also want to state, and I was asked to do this, there are Creator messages floating around. Please pay attention to how they're written and what it feels like they came from. Okay, because it's a cabal game. Just a little FYI there. So not participating, that's the number one first thing. I choose not to participate in the game. I would write it, I would state it, and I would proclaim it to Creator. I no longer am going to participate in the game. The second thing is to recognize that every time someone or something bothers you, step back instead of reacting, because that's part of the game. Okay? That's totally part of the game. If somebody triggers you, hurts you, irritates you, stop, breathe, and say, this is part of the game. There's a program running in me. I want to get rid of that program. And you ask Creator, I want to stop this program where I get triggered when someone does this. It's as simple as that.
That's right.
Okay, the third one is, well, and I want to say one thing. I've shared this statement. It is so flippin' powerful. Okay? If you do this a couple times a day, you will be receiving all the massive work that is being done for all of you without you lifting a finger. So why not take it? It's from Creator. And you say, I accept and I receive all the planetary healing work that has been done for me, all the aspects of my being, my lineage. It is done. Thank you. Okay, now a lot of people have had instantaneous changes just by doing this. I feel it every time I do it. And it's kind of like there's like stuff sitting on the top of your head. It's like a big gift with a big bow on it. And it's right above your head until you consciously make the choice. This is the key, consciously making the choice. So the third thing to do is to establish a relationship straight to the top. This is really important. I can totally relate to all of you people out there that have had extremely close relationships with archangels and ascended masters and, you know, whoever. But we are in a game, and they've all been, guess what? They've all been distorted just like we have. There is not a being in this matrix that is not distorted. And you can ask them head on. You can ask them face to face, whoever it is you work with, and they will tell you the truth. It's really important. So it's easier for you to go straight to the top where there's actual purity. I mean, 100% purity to help you remove all the programs. And it's just going to be quicker, faster, easier, and, you know, just have the commitment and have a pure heart. I mean, I think everybody that's listening to this can do this, right? It's simple. The fourth thing is having the awareness to know that Groundhog Day is here now. It's not in a week from now. It's not, oh yeah, you know, they've been saying that for years. Yeah, you know, everybody's been saying it's right around the corner. Creator never quotes dates and never will. David, Lana, do you know why?
I do know that I came out of a parallel life. I saw that parallel life, and I saw myself go through the apocalypse, and I saw everyone die in the apocalypse, and I'm still here. So I know there's a matrix time loop going on.
Okay, but do you know why Creator would not put out dates?
Because the Creator doesn't go by clocks and calendars. It's a human-made concept, for one thing.
That's number one. What's number two?
Time doesn't exist, and we live in an unlimited future possible outcomes, future outcomes. We're making that choice. We're creating the future outcomes now in this very moment. So it hasn't been determined. Although all of the infinite possible future outcomes are there, and we're pulling them in as probabilities based on
I guess it's because we have freedom of choice.
Okay, so Lana is going where I'm going, and
Okay.
and you're right. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that the number one reason why dates are never put out, if you see a date, you know it's CIA or cabal.
Oh,
okay?
that's another.
Whoever that falls under that category. A date is something that each of us who think, right? We all think. And what does thinking create? Thoughts, right? And what do thoughts do? Thoughts are actual little, you know, they're actual real deal things. We've already
Conscious beings.
Right, okay. And what's going to happen if he goes, oh, hey, we're all graduating tomorrow at 3 p.m. What does our thought system pattern do? Does it assist that when we're all distorted in this reality? We're in a distorted reality, therefore, you know, we carry bodies that are distorted. So just remember that it's more about our thoughts will derail any plans. So it's never going to be shared. So so back to Groundhog Day, you know, the main thing is this is now the time to immediately make a different choice. Now, I've been learning this, like I really thought that I got that, okay? And the other day, I was doing some work, some planetary work, and it was kind of hard. And I was like, God, what's this all about? And I realized I was breaking a pattern and a looping pattern that I had been in since the moment I fell. And I tell you what, as soon as I made a different choice, I couldn't believe the feeling of freedom. It was unbelievable. It was awesome. So keep that in mind. And it is a time for all of us to really ask for fortitude. If you're really, you know, I'm not feeling that, but I mean, there's a lot of people that have just really had it really rough lately. And there's people that are checking out, right? You got a lot of people checking out that are fulfilling their exit plans. This is all deliberate. It's time for us to have the fortitude to really face and endure the pain and struggle that we have, because the difference is when you make these different changes and choices, you really are going to start feeling and seeing shifts in your life. And I mean instantaneously. It's not like the old days, folks. It's just not. You got so much support. And I would say lastly, it's a time to decide which world you want to stand in. Now, I see this a lot, and I know this to be true, that the worlds have truly split. And the dense world has been separated from the light world. And you really need to ask yourself, are you playing in both sandboxes? This is not a time. See, a lot of people in the spiritual community feel that they have to be the bridge. And that concept is really outdated, by the way. Okay? Everybody is perfectly capable of, they came here with a plan. I mean, I don't care if you're 2 years old or you're 85. Every one of us has a plan. Every one of us has guidance. Every one of us even has a welcoming committee that's waiting for us. Okay? Everybody has help. And we don't need to be a bridge. I want to say this, and I've been told this directly from Creator, and that is, if you continue to hang on to loved ones that are not at your awareness level, or they're not, let's just say, evolved where you are, and you continue to hang on to, oh my God, what's going to happen to them? Oh my God, I got to make sure they make it. I got to make sure they're going to ascend. Okay. What do you think you're doing there? I mean, number one, you're discounting their higher self. And, you know, I mean, just because you've got a toddler that's 2 does not mean that this toddler has not been an extremely ancient old soul. They know what they're doing, folks. So it's important that each and every one of us is responsible for us, just ourselves. I mean, I'm serious. Even your children, they have been completely taken care of. They have, there's, you know, even the very, very young children, there's, you know, kind of special agreements that have been set up. And many of them came in at this time to raise the vibration so we could get this job done. So they're not even like going to struggle like some of us could or maybe will. Okay. So you don't need to worry about them, and you really need to focus on yourself. Focusing on everybody around you is a distraction, and it keeps you from really doing your own homework. So that's another thing I was asked to talk about. And the more you do now, it's a lot easier for you on the other side. I'm just going to really stress that. So, you know, think about what it feels like instead of being disempowered and hopeless and miserable and feeling stuck and in a time loop. What is it going to feel like to be balanced and solid, right? And you know, infinite and growing and assured. These are all the cool things that come from it. So I hope that helps. And I was basically, I mean, it's pretty funny. Right before I left for my final mission, I basically said, what can I do? What can I do? Because I'm an alchemist, blah, blah, you know, everybody knows that. And so I made some of the most powerful oils and essences I think I've ever made. I took them through my entire trip, and they really assisted me in a lot of the clearing work I was doing, the healing work, the planetary work, as well as my own individual personal work. I have 2 different key tools. Okay, these are definitely tools. And the first one is a kit. I hope you guys can see that. And it's 8 alchemical essences for quantum entanglement. They're really helpful, and they're simple to take. They're easy to use. You know, the first one is accessing your own personal power, like really getting our own authority. You know, the next one is loving yourself fully. The next one is recognizing the power within. The next one is finding your truth foundation. And then you have redefining security and safety. It's a very good one. You have being open to change. And the next one is being open to receive. As hunted, We didn't know what that felt like. Seriously. And the 8th one is letting go of programming. And it's really important because even if you've done a lot of clearing and everything like I have, our bodies are riddled in programming. Let me tell you. I mean, we're talking some ancient stuff. So this kit right here is normally $144. It's extremely discounted already. I'm offering a special discount for the people of your listeners, David, where they're going to get 10% off of everything. So I'm already like kind of giving it away, my prices, because that makes this, I think this is $22 each. And these are highly concentrated. Like for those of you out there that are really into alchemy, you're familiar with Bach flowers, and those are like really highly concentrated. This is the same. I went that way. And then I have my special Egyptian alchemical oils. And these puppies really rock. Man, I mean, they all do. They all do. And I really highly advise, people write me all the time and say, well, what's the difference between an oil and an essence? And really, they're both breaking different boundaries and barriers in the body. With essences, you typically take them under the tongue, but I have people put them directly onto parts of their body and it will heal stuff. So it just depends. Now, the oils are like super powerful. I have dropped the price on those intentionally because the time that is at hand. I want to help people as much as I possibly can, give them some tools that are easy for them to help them break through their patterning and their programming. So the oils, the first one is deprogramming the body. Second is assimilation of codes. The third one is boosting your energy. Boy, do I need that. And remind me to come back in that in a second. Fourth one is disconnecting from world pain. This is at an all-time high, guys. We are seeing so much truth, okay, that we wanted it. We called it out. We were like, I want this out. I want to get everything exposed. I want these guys on the carpet. But the point is, like, our internal part of us is really hurting. There's a lot of pain. We're associating ourselves with the pain. The fifth one is relaxing sleep. That is a huge issue. Everybody has very erratic sleep patterns, or they sleep like, they can't even get out of bed. The sixth one is removing stress. And this is because we're getting inundated with so many codes, frequencies, information. Did you know that when you go to sleep, you're going up on the ship and you're also being trained? Okay, you're doing this stuff around the clock, everybody. I mean, in the last 4 years, nonstop, you've been doing this. 7 is focusing on your homecoming. Great, great oil when you're feeling kind of beaten down and you just really want to focus on the end game. 8, peace and tranquility. I use that a ton. 9, grounding and focus. I want to come back to that in a minute. And 10, harmonizer. And I dropped the price on these from $66 to $44, and I'm actually offering a 10% discount for only the conference people on top of all the discounts I've already given. So it's a rocket screaming deal.
And I'm happy to say that over the last 3 years or longer, I've used your essences off and on, different types. Lana has as well, I believe. And in fact, this is an funny thing. I think I'll just say it real quick because we're sort of running out of time. But before I met Lana, which you were as instrumental in bringing us together in a certain way, spiritually, most men, give their how do I say this, prospective partner, flowers or something. I got Lana an alien implant removal process.
Very romantic.
So,
not every day a gal receives that.
I'm just giving my personal.
That's funny.
Yeah, both of us. So I'm just giving my personal testimony.
That's like the ultimate present.
Yeah.
It really is.
And here we are. We're still standing and still together in divine union.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Shifts and all.
Well, and that's great. I'm thank you again for just you know, you've used my stuff, so you know it works. I mean, it works if you participate with it, because it has a consciousness. It's going to talk to you. It's going to work with you. It's going to help you dump stuff. But I do want everyone to know, if you're dog tired, if you're just feeling really exhausted, and you just can't seem to get over that hump, don't feel alone, because it depends on what percentage of your body you're here in the here and now here. There's so many of us working on the other side, okay? Because we're really getting down to the nitty gritty here. Mm-hmm. And the other thing about grounding, I just want to really stress, when you ground, ground to your feet, not the earth. Ground to underneath your feet, to your own shell, okay? It's another key thing. So just lastly, if you go to the link of galacticconnection.com, oh my gosh, she just gave it to me, /P as in Paul, S as in Sam, promo. Okay, so P for paradigm, S for shift, promo. So it's galacticconnection.com /PS promo. And when you get that page, you just have to put in a password of shift conference. Okay, shift space conference. And you'll get that additional 10% off to gain access for that. So I am like doing anything I possibly can.
Fantastic.
And I encourage all of our listeners to go to your website. You've got one of the most well-known websites, galacticconnection.com, on the internet in the spiritual community through your own personal efforts. I congratulate you on that. I mean, and it's a very exciting website is what I'm trying to say. That's why everyone should visit it.
Full to the brim.
I mean, you know,
absolutely.
You've got everything going on, and it's just spectacular. It's so informative. That it's truly impressive.
And thank you, Alexandra, for coming on our show.
Thank you so
You've
much.
given us some very good, wonderful, practical tools.
You do. You always come in very balanced, and we've had some very, just everybody's got the same basic message, right from Bruce Lipton, who put it in a more. He's very light in his, but you know, where we're facing the fifth mass extinction of the planet, he's saying what he's very sort of, I don't know, you know, and then the gentleman before you, who's quite well known, author Andrew Harvey, is much more passionate. And I'm emotionally exhausted from this conference. I had no idea what to expect.
Well, you should ask for help from up above.
That's right.
This has been a,
and that message that message does come through. And you've given us some other really good practical tips.
Yes.
So
drop out of the game of life.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to say that right off.
That
was.
I no longer want to participate.
We're dropping out.
Yes.
The hunter's game.
There's so many things you touched upon that I wish I had time to reflect on with you, but the game of life, don't play the game of life anymore. And I can relate to everything you're saying. You know me very well, and you know, we've told these stories before in interviews, and we'll probably tell them again if we have time in the future. So. For now, I appreciate everything you had to say.
I want to thank you because I know it's a lot of work to put these things together. I totally relate. And you guys are adorable. I mean, I'm so glad to see that you guys are there. And can you do me a favor and send me the link for the recording?
Absolutely.
And also, I just want to say one last thing to everyone. How far over did I go? I tried to make it an hour.
We have a little bit of an allowance for the.
That's okay.
For the. You know,
sorry.
Thank you.
I just want to tell everybody, I cannot express enough how loved you are. It is unbelievable what has been done to help extract us out of this game. So meet Creator part way for your own sake and his, and get your work going. Get it done. Get her done.
Beautiful message, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. So much appreciation for you being here with us and always being with us and being here for everyone in the spirit, in the world. And
especially for giving that message of love. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you. You guys take care. I'll just go. See ya.
Yep.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow, powerful
Okay.
talk.
What a conference this is.
Yes, absolutely.
I had
so
no
powerful.
idea what to
So
expect.
powerful.
Okay, now we have Michelle Mache.
Our next guest.
Yes.
Michelle Mache from Awakenings, Michelle Mache Radio, is a spiritual life coach, a transcendent healer, and transpersonal therapist. Michelle facilitates seminars and retreats throughout the world. She's the author of a series of transformational audio CDs and the creator of the Alpha Theta Process 5-step emotional clearing process. She's involved in television and media as well as TV and radio. Michelle Mache, thank you for joining us.
Yes, welcome. We know you well. I know you many years ago when I was coming out with my book, The First Truth, a book of metaphysical theories, like I did with Alexandra around the same time. You welcomed me in and on your show, and Michelle Mache, here she is again. And we were on your show. You were on our show not too long ago. So wow, we're very excited to have you with us again. Again on this for your presentation.
Thank you for joining us on this very special conference, all about the paradigm shift, the changing times in the here and the now. Michelle, what's your take on the paradigm shift? What's happening to the world, to us? How can people cope with this? What can people do?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here and to share. And it's just the perfect time for this kind of conference because there is so much shifting that's happening. Just to give an overview, we used to have major shifting every 2 to 3 years. Now we're having what we call gateway portals of light every few months, okay, November through January. And that is, think of like an aperture, on a camera. What's happening is there's more light coming on the planet and it's holding it in the place where we need to shift, we need to grow, we need to move more into unity consciousness and less out of feeling separate. So what is the paradigm shift? A lot of people ask, what's this new paradigm that we're all co-creating? It's moving from an old game or an old model. Now, I work with the oversouls and the spiritual hierarchy and obviously spirit as well, but with the parts of us that are actually initiating this ascension and change into the new paradigm and playing a new game. The old game, the old paradigm, if you look at it, was based a lot, not so much on contrast or complement, but opposition. It was based on competition. It was based on scarcity. It was based on separation. So in truth, we separate out, when we go back, when we leave our body and we go back into the all that is, we're subsumed into the all that is, then we extend out vibrationally, we become, not even before thought, we're a complex of vibrational frequencies that then a soul is created that holds that design or matrix. I know that has a bad connotation these days. I don't know why, because when you look it up in the dictionary, it's just a form or a design. So what happened in the old paradigm or the old game, people thought they were separate on their own. That's why a lot of fear against the other. And so the whole game, instead about separating out and being in your uniqueness and your unique gifts, was about being a separate individual, a separate being, separate from spirit, separate from source energies, separate from each other. Now what happened around the late 80s, a harmonic convergence, we all, as the awareness of the all that is, that we are the innate intelligence of the universe, is co-creating this whole game. We created the game. We're just playing a different game now. And some people have, I know other people talked about this. We don't have to, I won't necessarily get caught in the loops of some people not wanting to release the game because there's a lot of power over and people feeling underpowered. But the bottom line is the majority of consciousness now, the majority of beings, incarnate and not incarnate, are focused on getting back into the understanding that we're separated out, but we're not separate. So what happened during the harmonic convergence was the energy shifted. And some people say it was even before the 80s. They say it was in the 60s. The energy shifted to converge, to harmonize, to move more into unity consciousness and to live more from that place, recognizing we're not separate beings or entities. We're all from the same source, but we separate out with our uniqueness. Now, what happened in 2005, we went into what's called the converging flow of this awakening. So out of the harmonic convergence, there began this awakenings. And that's why my podcast is Awakenings with Michelle Lachey. It's this succession of awakenings, getting more and more awake, more and more conscious, more and more aware, more and more interconnectedness, feeling the love, and it's not woo-woo, it's the substance of what we are. Now, what happened in the converging flow, everything happens at once. It's a convergence of the breaking down, of the building up, of the fighting, and you could see it even got exacerbated around 2011, 2012, where people started being put into categories energetically, and that all has to do with resonance. We're as soul beings, we operate by resonance, not by what we think we should do. That's why the old paradigm was so limiting. And by the way, what I understand from spirit as well as my guides, we went as far as we could feeling separate or separating out. We were on the verge of extinction. That's not going to happen now. But if we stayed with that old game of being separate in the conflict and the fighting and not connecting in unity consciousness, we had nowhere else to go, but basically through more war and blowing ourselves up. So there is right now, there is a tug of war between the old paradigm and the new paradigm. And I think I heard your guest, one of the presenters, I believe Alexandra, saying a time for decisions. Oh, and I got goosebumps. Yeah, you can't play the middle. And that's the whole thing. That's why even in a psychological level, this was never, it was an experiment, but it's not healthy to not celebrate who you are. So people are going to have to decide how am I, how do I express myself, and where do I belong? And that doesn't come from the mind, it comes from resonance. We get guided there. We get nudged there energetically. We get guided there intuitively. So I do see a lot of, unfortunately, people in the world, and especially even healers, that are trying to play this old game, still holding on, knowing that they need to move forward into the new way of playing, which is much more soul connected. It's what we call soul aligned. So what's happening now, we're in the root awakening, and there's many awakenings. We're like flower. We become more and more awake, aware, which brings more consciousness, which we are in the Aquarian age, right? The age of light. What is light? It's information. It's love, light, wisdom. So what we're finding is information, I-N, formation. Information is actually energetic. It's actually frequency. It's wavelength and frequency, and creates form. So from that energetic matrix that we all are, and everything has a design or a seed, there's information in that, and then it begins to take shape and form. It begins to have a design, whether it's a person, a plant, a tree, a system of thought. Everything is encoded with the information for it to thrive and flourish, and also for it to abort or stop, just like software does, when it no longer works, when it's no longer applicable, or it needs to be updated. So that's part of what's happening with a lot of people right now, is they're in a lot of confusion because their old programs are not, whatever they've been encoded is not working on a relationship level, relating pattern level, or even with their ideas of who and what they are. The old is no longer working. So we are in this kind of middle ground, if you will, this bridge to the new. And what is this new? It's creating a whole new game, a whole way of being that is dependent, again, on the soul, is going back to being soul connected and soul aligned and living soul connected. So living less and less and less from the ego personality. And I'm a therapist, so yes, the ego has, from an inner psyche standpoint, and Lana, of course, you would know that, it has a function, mentally, and even on an organ level for the brain. It's even if you look at the instinctual, right, brain, the medulla oblongata, where the instincts are. My understanding, though, as we ascend more, which means moving simply out of the extreme polarity plane, we'll always have duality here because there's electrical, magnetic, right? You need that. But my understanding is that we're living, as we do ascend and living more in the truth and living more transparent and living more seamlessly with the energy and the soul coming through and the soul design and the soul expression, that we will have less and less fear, and eventually the ego, there will not be. And that's what scares people. They're getting that. There will be no more ego. We need the ego now to keep the status quo and to help us feel safe. But when you're really living what I call spirit-led and soul-fueled, you have no pre-thought or forethought. You're so in the moment that the impressions of spirit energetically are coming through you. And what the messages from your soul, which is the truth of who you are, your essence, comes through. So it is really a much different game. If you look at it, it's a much different game than any of us have ever played. Many of us know of it from other dimensions, other planetary connections, but to the extent that we're going to be living it on the earth plane has never been done before. Amazing, right?
That is very exciting.
It's exciting.
I wonder, Michelle, if the ego ceases to exist, which of course my understanding is the ego is an illusion, does that not actually stop the game, perhaps?
Yes, how we played it, absolutely. If you think of psychologically, or even in Buddhist psychology, the ego, if you think of, id, ego, and superego, that is the part of you. Actually, when people are taking courses, they're updating the ego. Most people are updating the ego. They're making it healthier, but they're not yet getting to the soul level. They're not yet getting to, because you can't really articulate what's coming at the soul level. You can't really, and that's why you say the game is over. Absolutely. Because there won't be the competition. There won't be the other. There will be reflections of the same. So there's nothing to keep, a status quo about. There is no status quo. It's constant change. I mean, that's spirit, what is it? It just changes, what consciousness is, just changes shape and form. So we are consciousness made manifest. So consciousness in one level is what it is, but the forms that it takes change, over time and beyond time, actually, even. So yes, that's a very good point. That ends the game. And that's why I feel, that's why there's such a fight right now on an ego level. When you look at religion, you look at the politics, you look at, social media or mass media of icons, whatever those icons are, whether they're spiritual or sports or rock groups or bands or any kind, anybody that's in that iconic place, that is an ego, and that creates the separation. So yes, you're so right. That does, in a huge way, change the game. And that is also why there is this extreme of polarity of those that are going more into the truth of that we're all interconnected, and that those that are fighting that, and of course they're fighting that in a way that is strengthening their ego. So really good point. Really good point. Oops, you're muted. I think they muted you.
Giving up the ego allows you to gain a freedom, an amazing freedom to just connect with the divine.
Yes. One of my teachers described it as, and I agree, it's like when you're swimming and you're swimming along the side of the pool, or you swim out to shore. There's let's say you're, in the sea or the lake, and you swim out and there's nothing to hold on to. And that's what the ego has been. It's something to hold on to. It's a perception, especially the false ego, the constructed ego. It's what has seemed to, get people accepted or get acclaim, or what needs to get validated. But when you're living without that, and this is what being, soul fueled is and spirit led, is that you have no pre-thought. You're living beyond linear time. You're living more from synchronistic timing, which puts you in that condition to meet the magical helpers to help you. You don't know where the help is coming from or the connection or the next whatever. You just show up. And of course, we're not taught to do that. And that's why right now there's a lot of emotional angst right now. You see it getting played out politically, ecologically, environmentally, economically. You're seeing this angst, this interplay. And of course, a lot of people, especially empaths, are feeling, everybody. I get people that are not necessarily on a spiritual path or even looking in that, and they're feeling this angst. They're feeling the shadow material that is so up. And of course, they're feeling it to clear it in themselves. That's a big part of it. It has to be cleared. I mean, what we have right now on the planet is due to what we have astrally. And of course, the astral plane and astral body corresponds to the emotional body. So the more people can get clear and clear those limiting relating patterns that are not the truth, that are keeping one, especially if in a victim stance or feeling powered over. Because the new paradigm is about being not just empowered, but recognizing that we created the game also, that you can't have it both ways. You can't come from oneness and say, oh, but we didn't do this. So to some level, for some people it's a lot, some people it's a little. There's something in everyone's consciousness and the total consciousness that has kept this perpetuating. So just like all of nature, once these lower level or density or lower dense vibrational frequency outpicturing, I'd say, our creations or manifestations are no longer needed to live through, when there's that tipping point has been reached where it's not needed, it'll be extinct. It will be no more. And so that's why it's so important right now. I do my own inner work. I still get tripped up by patterns. Everybody, and that's another thing I want to share with everyone. What seems to be imperfection, or if you get angry or you're sad or you're upset, that doesn't have anything to do with your consciousness. It's what's being played out on the earth plane. Too many people think, oh, I'm still working on this, or something wrong with me, or I'm not that conscious. No, it's the parameters of this earth plane. Until we change it within ourselves, within each other, and within the template that's overlaid, the matrix as some call it, it will still play out, and it will find that place within you where it plays out. So the best thing that people can do right now is really clear emotionally and begin to make the decision to say, I'm going to be around those that are co-creating the new way of being and are showing up that way, and that I can be truthful with. Truth is so important right now. Honesty and truth, and not sugarcoating things, saying how it is, because the sugarcoating kept people disempowered. And we don't have the time for it anymore. It's not, we need that faster frequency that says, boom, what do you see in me? Okay, yeah, oh, I see that. Or you're doing that loop again. You're caught in that game. And that's how we help each other. That's what a true healer is. It doesn't have to be in session. It's, are we being that way with each other? Are we being honest with each other so that we create the avenues and the structure and the system for all of us to reside in? That's whole new paradigm is based on, I say it's moving out of consumerism into creativism. It's moving into being the creator being that we are, and owning that, and being comfortable and confident of how we're manifesting, how we're expressing and experiencing on this dimension, on this planet, and recognizing that we're multidimensional beings and not being shy about talking about that. So things like less censoring, really getting to the truth of the matter, understanding that on this earth plane we have emotions. They're the carrier wave, energy and motion. Nothing gets put into existence unless there's emotion there, whether it's trauma or exhilaration. Nothing, there has to be enough emotional charge or juice there to have something to manifest or and to take hold and to stay. And the less juice, the more neutrality, or the more it gets boring, the more that people don't want something or need something, it begins to dissipate. So that's a very good point for our wonderful participants, because I feel your energy. You're not just listening, you're here. Is we need to stop participating, be abreast of things that are going on, but move away from participating in what's draining you or dragging you down or isn't the truth. And to stop trying to get people to see, friends or family, that you're trying to help them, or you have the understanding, or you have the way, or if they're not there, you need to let them be, because we're encoded. Everybody's encoded with their time of waking up. And that's another thing. The awakening is not happening specifically religiously. It's within us. I get a lot of people say, well, do I have to follow a spiritual practice, or it's spiritual awakening? That's one kind of awakening. The part of the converging flow is the awakening is happening in all sectors, all systems of thought. So it's happening individually with everyone in their own time. some people are not necessarily meant to awaken or awaken fully, and they will not be in the new paradigm. They won't be in the new world. And you see that with some people, you know, and probably some of you are saying, yeah, there's, you know, my husband, my wife, my friend, my love, whatever, you know, family member, I can't be around them anymore. What I can say you will be again once your vibrational frequency is stabilized enough. For now, there's certain people that you don't have to cut off from, but you just don't engage. You don't try to help. You don't try to coax along. You let go and you see where are you being guided? Where are you spiritually being, where's your spiritual energy guiding you or nudging you? What are the flashes of insight that you're getting? What are the messages that you're getting through your dreams? That's what you need to be focused on right now. Your creative endeavors, how you want to share. Some people call it service, but you could say just share. Really on this planet, this has been the whole joke. You're not here for some learning lesson or you did something wrong. You simply were here to express and experience as soul. That's the individuated aspect of God, or the all that is the soul. So learning is a byproduct, but some people learn more than others. Some people, you know, need a lot of perhaps negative situations or non-life enhancing situations to move on from something that's no longer life enhancing. I say if you look at yourself more as nature, nature always has within it to do what is most life enhancing, which causes thriving. That's what we're meant to do. So if you make the decisions in your life right now that allow you to thrive more, allow you to celebrate your uniqueness, which is your soul and your gifts, puts you in places to share. Like I was so excited. This, my soul loves this. I was like, yes, this is part of my soul path. I love this. The more that you're doing that, the more you're going to be soul connected and align more to your soul. That alone will begin to not only change your world, but it's going to up-level your vibrational frequency. You're going to be operating more through the subtle energy and less through the denser energy of things like fear or apathy or chronic anger. But it does take listening. You have to take the time, and we hopefully have some time. I want to do an attunement process meditation so we can revel in that, step into that. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I'm loving what you're saying, because you're echoing a lot of what Alexandra Metters had just said before.
Oh, really?
And even with, and I don't know if you saw Andrew Harvey.
No, I didn't. I was in session. Oh, good.
Oh, I'm so glad that what you said, and I'm sort of interrupting your flow a bit. This is your presentation, but I just wanted to mention that he came on very straightforward and very strongly, and we had this conversation about not sugarcoating things.
Oh, yay.
And, you know, just, it's doing a disservice to people to say it's going to be okay. And at the same time, of course, it's in terms of the eternal soul or the infinite soul, it's going to be okay. But throughout this conference, what we've been hearing from Bruce Lipton is the sixth mass extinction of the planet. We've been hearing the end game, Alexander talking about the final hour, and yet, and this has been a pretty emotionally trying conference for me personally. But hearing all of these speakers and yourself, but at the same time, there's a lot of, in this, because Andrew Harvey caught me a bit when I said, you know, I know you can also be very inspiring, and he caught me and he said, I'm being inspiring by laying this flat out and saying it as it is and speaking with the truth and conviction. And everybody is giving the same message here, all of our presenters essentially, and being said in a different way, with a different tone, with a different type of passion or style or whatnot. So I just wanted to add that all in.
Oh, I'm glad you did. I love the confirmations like that. And I love when I don't hear other people were saying similar. The thing that I got from my guides, you know, a lot of people asked if we look politically, like who we have in the United States as in the presidency and what's going on there. And my guide said, it's not the people that aren't awake or awakening. This happened because the light workers were complacent. And not really doing the deep work and, you know, spiritual bypass, you could call it. And this is part of what we've going in through since 2011 is what's called the root awakening. There's, yes, I feel the end game is, obviously we all know it's the end of the world as we know it. Is there going to be, you know, cataclysmic things? Yes. Are we completely going to be decimated? No, I'm not getting that message or seeing that. But there is hardship and there is more to come. There'll be less hardship when people are choosing what's the truth or what's real for them, what's really in alignment on a soul level, what connects them to their soul. And most importantly, what is of more resonance or coherence for them. This is the reason that the heart chakra, all of it's been important, but so much research and study and more known now about the heart as an organ. You know, we were so brain focused, which is great, love the brain. But the heart receives more information and processes more than we've ever thought and more than the brain. And there's a conversation between the head and the heart, right? The brain and the heart as organs. So I would say one of the most important things everyone to do that are feeling these changes, and I'm going to go through a little bit of the signs, symptoms of shifting and you being gently nudged or pushed into the new paradigm because you signed up for it, you've been encoded into it, is loss of certain friendships, less tolerance for people, feeling very sensitive. Some people drinking a lot, needing a lot of water. Obviously anything that's causing distraction is another thing. Some people needing a lot of protein. Some people dietary. So major changes. Some people that have been vegan or vegetarian, now they're needing to eat, especially red meat. Some people that were meat eaters are not. But the biggest thing is a lot of it is sleep patterns changing. So people are having less sleep. Well, I got my psychic information on this, channeled information, but then I decided, because I like to play a little game with myself when I want to do research, that the way that we sleep, this whole 8-hour thing, came about during the Industrial Revolution to train us, the entrainment, so that we could work in the factories. And it was a 9 to 5, and it also had to do with light. As a being, as a species, if you follow the biorhythms, they're 4 to 6 hours. So the whole idea that you have to sleep a certain amount of time is just not so, and that it has to be 8 hours and a certain time period. So now you can see with technology, the internet, people connecting, you know, beyond time zones, that is a way for the all that is, the innate intelligence of the universes, to show us this is the truth of who you are. Not just multi-time zone, but multi-dimensional, multi-reality. So sleeping 4, 6 hours, 3 hours, doing what you need to do, and then going back in. Again, this is where it comes in about the soul in the new paradigm, is everyone has to see and check in with themselves what's right from themselves. You know, I remember years ago when I was first starting my Awakening podcast, and I was doing some TV work, and then I was teaching at Agape Spiritual Center. I was teaching metaphysics and some meditation courses. There were some days that, because I was so full and busy, I slept only 2 hours, and I just put the message, let me please get what I need to get done. And I was awake and aware and on target, and it was beautiful. But the help was there because I asked for the help. I mean, you know, I didn't get done until 3 or 4 in the morning, and then I had to be there at 9 a.m. to teach. So again, these belief systems, this entrainment that we've been kind of from the feudal days, if you look in Europe, we're having to release those because they've kept us in a bond. We began to think that this is who we are and how it is, instead of looking and saying, oh, this is a system that was created. This is a belief system that was created to make it more efficient. Now it's getting in the way when people are trying to hold on to these, because then they're telling themselves, oh, I didn't get enough sleep, or I need to do this amount of sleep, or this X, Y, and Z. Otherwise, I'm not healthy. Otherwise, something's wrong with me. And so that's just not true. People have to check in with themselves to see what's right. So one of the signs and symptoms of the awakenings and the shifting and ascending are your old ways of being no longer working. For some, it's also a time of wanting to spend more time communing with spirit, wanting to be more connected other dimensionally, also doing a lot of dream work, getting a lot of information from the dreams, the veils, there's, you know, many of the veils have thinned. I think since 2005, I think we had 7 or 8. So we are more psychic, you know, which comes from the Latin word soul. So there is more coming through intuitively, but that means everything comes through. Other people's pain, what they're going through. We can't have it both ways. You can't want to be open intuitively and psychically and then say, but I don't want to feel this or that. And this is why our soul tribe, our soul groups, our soul connecting is so important, because that's where we take a breath and we get our sustainability. We get to refresh, we get to nourish, we get to be felt and seen, so that when we do go out into the mainstream world or consciousness, we're replenished. Too many people, too many light workers are trying to hang out more in the mainstream and convert people and bring them over. You'll be placed by your soul, your higher self, you know, which I call the higher self, the mediating intelligence between the little self and our expanded aspect of being, or the innate intelligence of the all that is, or God, whatever term you want to use. So yes, the rude awakening that we're in, and I so agree with what you were saying that apparently Andrew Harvey said, is that it's enabling, it's codependent, it's a disservice, whatever why are we hiding our truth, right, everyone? Why are you hiding your truth? Don't hide your truth. If you're a light worker, you're a light being, you're aware, you know when someone's going through a wrong path or caught in a loop. Call it what it is. Say you're not being honest with yourself. Don't sit there and enable and say, oh, I don't want to say anything, it's not spirit, I didn't want to get into it, or I'll just pray about it. This is the time that we speak, and that is very much in the new paradigm, is the ability to be able to go to that octave, that higher octave, meaning that a lot of the inner child work is done. That third chakra, which interfaces us into the earth plane, which is essentially is us expressing individually as ourselves. When enough of that is healed, you not only speak your truth, but you live it. You're living more expressively. You are living in the way that acknowledges and affirms and confirms to you that you are a co-creator of this wonderful experience and expression. So absolutely, some of you, the intolerance is that you don't want to lie to yourself and to others anymore. And what I want to say, it might not come out nicely, but it's okay. It's better for it to come out. No more sugarcoating. Just say what it is and stand by your truth. Be in your truth. That's the oneness, is being in the truth. It's not perpetuating the lies anymore.
Standing in your power.
Yes.
Being the warrior. Yes. Yes.
That is love. That is the ultimate. That is being that warrior, is being loved, because you're right, loving yourself.
That's what we were talking about. You're being loving by telling the person that you're acting out a behavior that's destroying yourself, or the planet for that matter, which is what we're, you know, this is about the micro and the macro, your personal controversies and the controversies of the world. So we're, you know, playing it out in the world, our inner landscape. So yeah, absolutely.
And so I feel you're going to find, I think one of the questions you asked, you know, how does this change us? It changes us to be more empowered, but more authentically us, and not hide our gifts because we don't want to perceivably outshine someone or call someone on something. It is about living from that ultimate truth and transparency that, hey, I always say there's no grand poobahs, nobody's done. We're all working, you know, doing our own healing work, our own clearing work. I just know, as being more awake and aware, that it's not reflecting my consciousness of the totality of who and what I am, the macrocosm of who I am. And it's fun. It's a game. I think that's a big part of the new paradigm. It's a game, you know. That's why my new website is soulplayground.life. It's a game. See, we took it too seriously, and that things meant something. And on some level they do, and some levels they don't. We're experimenting, we're playing, we're co-creating. Some things work, some things don't. That's another thing, what I want to share for a lot of you at this point. You may be trying to hold on to dreams that really meant a lot for you, or goals or decisions that really are not life enhancing for you, and you really don't have the passion, but you don't know what else to do. You need to hang out a little bit into that void, into the feminine, not the masculine so much of doing. One of the things that's happening right now in the shift is that the earth plane, the earth is becoming more magnetic, and there's a lot of fear around that. Or rather, it's becoming more electrical. Sorry, we're becoming more magnetic. And so there was a lot of fear of that. That's why there's a lot more of the, not necessarily weather situations that are happening. So we can't stay as electrical as we were before. We need to be more magnetic as the earth is becoming less magnetic. We need to take that. And the reason being is the more that we're magnetic, the more we're opening to the impulses and the impressions of the all that is, the collective, creator, source energy. Those source energies that we're connected to, infinite source energies, the resonant fields, morphogenic fields, the resonant fields that we are. That's where we're getting our information and our insight. If we stay too electrical, then we're staying too much into the constructed ego of what's happened before, and we're more in the doing instead of being and allowing and receiving. That's one of the reasons these gateways are happening for November, and then again in May. We just came out of one that was just earth-shattering for many people. A lot of things were blown up for a lot of people, literally and figuratively. And you'll see, since 2005, we have had more events, in air, fire, wind, and water. We've had more climatical events. We've had more, shootings. We've had more, and if you look, they tend to fall right in those two gateways, because most people don't know. They're not doing their inner work. They don't know that, oh, we're getting extra energy on the planet right now, and a lot of people can't handle that. They're getting the same. More the mainstream or race consciousness is getting the same amount of energy on them through that aperture, through that gateway portal of light, and they're reacting to it. It's bringing stuff up, but they don't have the container. They don't have the processes. They don't have the understanding of what's going on. They don't have the support systems. This is why, as sensitives and light workers and those starseed, those of us that have come in, we have to move into the place of really living it, not part-time, but being it completely, living this completely, not only when we're in session or when we're with our friends, but all the time. That's what's going to really cause more of the shifting, as more of us are actually living it out, which the big part is being truthful with yourself and with others, not dimming your light. Because when we're not being truthful, we're dimming our light.
Michelle, that's such an important point. Yes. I love that you say you have to do this 24 hours a day. I love that you say that. It's just so beautiful. And living in your heart all the time, and perhaps also being mindful all the time. It's possible to go through life in a meditative way, contemplating everything from a position of heart and kindness and love.
And every presenter that's been on this conference, I believe, is living. I know, excuse me, is living from the heart in the way that they do it. And yeah.
Confirmation, goosebumps. Right? It's the heart, and that was so scary, and you couldn't really do that as much in the old paradigm. But it's so required now, because the heart is getting to the heart of the matter. The higher self comes through there with the passion. In fact, one of the things that I can share with everyone when you're making decisions to know if it's the right decision for you or right timing is your heart, your chest will actually open a little bit. The heart chakra will actually open a little bit. If you're making decisions and your voice goes down, or I know I should call, yeah, I know I should do that. And you see how I'm kind of caving in a little? And it can be, for some people, it can be quite pronounced, and some people it's very subtle. But anything that's life enhancing and alignment with your soul, connecting your soul and aligning you to your soul and your soul path, you'll feel open, and the heart will open. You'll feel it in the heart. You'll feel energized. Even if it's something scary, something new, something you haven't done before, you'll feel that openness. If you feel that you're withdrawing or getting smaller in your decisions, whether it's about a person, a relationship, a job. I had something the other day, and all the people, my team, they've all done a lot of inner work, and they've worked with me. And this was last year. I was doing some workshops, and I did one, and it was okay. There's kind of some drama with the person, but I thought, okay, they're new. I let it go. And then they wanted me to do again, and I was talking to one of my assistants about it, and apparently I was getting very monotone in my voice. And I was like, yeah, it's a good thing. And she piped right up and she says, one of my great teachers told me, if your voice starts getting low and your energy starts getting drained, that means it's not the right choice. And I went, oh my God, you're right. I felt so much better. I thought, yeah, I don't need to do this anymore. I did this in the night. I'm woo. And it was over. And since from that, some other amazing projects came in, I think even within the week. So it lowers our vibrational frequency or complex of frequency and our wavelength. It lowers us vibrationally, it lowers our resonance to our soul when we keep making choices or decisions or doing things too much that are not in alignment. You know, I mean, there's always gonna be something you don't particularly want to do, but when you're living your life more doing things that you don't want to do, that you think you should do, or someone told you should do, or you're in competition with other people or other people in competition with you, that's going to lower your vibrational frequency, and you're not going to be able to hear the messages, you know, through the higher self to get to.
And this
That's
is all
really
true.
good advice.
Yeah, and this is all true. Being an investigator, I studied nonverbal communication and body language, and what you're talking about is true. You will see this, and that's indicative of the things you're saying.
Interesting. So you would see, oh, that's interesting. So you would see it as an investigator, people kind of,
you know, opening or, you know, closing or whatnot, the lowering and raising of a person's vibration based on their body language. Yes.
Interesting.
Michelle, you told us that you wanted to do an attunement. We have a little bit less than 10 minutes left. Is that enough for us to do? I'd love for you to do that.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So what we're going to be doing is connecting in through the subtle energy, so we can feel our interconnectedness to each other and the all that is. So if you close your eyes, you can keep it open, but I'm going to close my eyes. And what I want you to do is just bring your awareness to the left side of your body, so that even though the eyes are closed, you're going to feel the left side of your body. And then you're going to extend your attention and focus to the left as far as you can. Just keep extending so that you're literally going out of the denser frequency of your physical body into the subtle energy. And you might even be able to feel some other energies or beings around you. So just take a breath. And as you release the breath, just extend your attention and focus all the way to the left as far as you can, as far as you need to, as far as you want. And now you're going to bring your attention and focus to the right side of the body. Again, feel the denser energy of the right side of the body. Call this the gross, subtle energy, slower moving. And now extend your attention and focus all the way to the right, as far as you can, as far as you need to, as far as you want. Now bring your attention and focus to the back of your body. Really connect into the back of the body, the denser physical body. And now extend your attention and focus all the way behind you, as far as you need to, as far as you want to. Extend your attention and awareness behind you, all the way behind you. Now bring your attention and focus to the lower half of the body, and extend your attention and focus down as far as you can, down and out, down into the earth, middle earth. Keep extending. And now bring your attention and focus to the top of the head. And now you're going to extend your attention and focus above you, as far as you can, as far as you need to, as far as you want to. Keep extending upward and outward. And now bring your attention and focus to the front of the body. Feel the energy there. And extend your attention and focus in front of you as far as you can, as far as you need to, as far as you want to. Keep extending. And now extend your attention and focus all around you. Just feel the subtle energy. Gently nudge, gently pull. Just extend so your attention and focus is beyond the denser physical body. Now you're going to bring your attention and focus back to the top of the head, the crown chakra. Take a breath, and as you breathe out, you're going to extend your attention and focus above 3 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet, till you feel a natural pause point. And breathe into that pause point and begin to focus there. Some of you may see an image, a star, a symbol. You might feel more light. You might feel tingling at the top of your head, the crown chakra. So you're connecting in here through the higher self to the soul self, that design, that template. The soul is the uniqueness, the individuated aspect of the all that is that you are. And you're here to live that soul design, that soul purpose, to shine bright ever in your expression and experience in the soul playground. You're here to shine your light, to share your insight, to bring your understanding, to share your unique gifts and talents with the world. Keep extending up. If you feel your energy collapsing in, take a breath. As you breathe out, extend upward and outward until you feel a natural pause point, and then center there. And breathe into that pause point where you feel the light. This is where you're going to get more undiluted energy, going into source energies that you are. You are an expression and experience of source energies in form, and that form is changing. It's from this place you understand it's beyond a place and space. You are consciousness made manifest, experiencing and expressing through the heart divine. Take a couple deep breaths, and from this place you can set your intention for what you need right now in your path, to be open to receive through the higher self, connecting to the soul, becoming more and more soul aligned, to live in perfect resonance, coherence, and harmony, to do what you came here to do easily and effortlessly. And you see, we are all interconnected. We are not apart. We are a part of each other, each reflecting a different aspect of being, each and every one of us needed and necessary at this time to draw in and birth through the energies of the new emerging consciousness, creating this new paradigm. Wow. So much love.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. That was very powerful. And I did have some imagery actually. I saw a pyramid initially, and then I saw a Christmas tree for whatever reason. And then I sort of went into some other sort of place, which was sort of just very, I don't know.
Sounds like all your Christmases came at once.
Which was kind of odd because I had put out a quote with an image of a boy with Santa Claus not about a week ago, and it said, "It's nice to believe," and it was sort of a sarcastic quote. You know, it's nice to believe. We all want to believe, and beliefs are just beliefs. But I guess maybe I was wrong. Maybe you can believe in certain things, and it's
I think so.
Maybe I'm
Beautiful.
I'm not always right. You know.
I think so. I think we can update our beliefs too, but I think to believe is beautiful. To believe in each other, to believe in spirit, to believe that we're meant to be here. I think there's definitely life-enhancing belief.
So maybe in that attunement that you just did, I was getting a little bit of correction from higher self on that particular post, when I do my posts and when I write, my writing is for myself, and so it's just a form of self-expression, not necessarily for other people, but just for me, and so I write what I write. And at that moment, that's what came up. And I said, it's nice to believe, isn't it? A little boy looking out the window with Santa Claus flying out across the moon. You know, we all like to believe in fairy tales or anything, or round earth, flat earth, hollow earth, whatever it happens to be that you like to believe. They're all beliefs. But beliefs do have their place.
Yeah. I guess. Well put. I think a lot of people needed to hear that about the believing, but it's what we believe in. You know? We believe in all of us. you know, this connecting, how important this is, has been, to connect like this.
Well, this certainly is showing unity. It's showing, you know, that everyone that's come together here, because they often talk, I've said this before, that people talk about the spiritual community being splintered, and, you know, and at least we are showing that we are unified as a collective in this place and time, which is very important.
Great show of solidarity.
Yes. And
Well, it sounds like that some of the information here is some of the more advanced, because I would agree, I think there's some old kind of information, and maybe that's not so empowering, or it's just old stuff, you know. It's just like, you know, we're updating our inner and outer software, and so we don't, not using the same stuff we did in the 80s or 90s. It was good. So I think maybe that's the shifting, is people that are being more honest and straightforward, and also saying, hey, I'm still working on myself, I still do this pattern tripped me up, you know, and we're doing this together. I think that's the separating out.
that's a good insight and comment about the paradigm shift, as what the nature of the paradigm shift part of it might be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, we don't want anybody that's arrived already and done, you know. We're still marinating, we're still unfolding, because that limits us, right?
I know I am.
I'm still unfolding. I don't want to be done. I'm unfolding, and it's getting more and more and more aware. And I think the people that feel they're done, or they made a certain level, and they're kind of boring.
And it's certainly on Portal to Ascension, we do have a lot of, you know, people, as Neil, founder, and Peter, as founder of Portal Ascension, would say, they have very sophisticated, intelligent, philosophical, an audience that's sort of done the self-help stuff of the 80s and the 90s and all the self-help books and workshops, and they're very interested in hearing it, you know, the more powerful, deeper, you know, that's been given on this conference.
Cutting edge spiritual technology.
Yes. And this conference, this has been a very successful conference as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the quality of the information that's been presented by all of you, and it's really just amazing. I'm really impressed and very thankful to you and to everyone.
I'm just pleased, blessed, and thankful that I could be a part of this, and that you asked me to. And it's a lot to organize, I know, and do something like this, but I really feel a lot of gratitude for being a part of it. I just knew it was going to be great. I just knew.
It is, you know, it's on a Tuesday, so, you know, I'm not sure about the turnout at this moment, but I can't, it, just gone, it's been excellent. It was well worth it.
Energetically, just to see you both, and to connect energetically, and to also hear. I always like the confirmations, like, oh, so and so saying a lot of the similar stuff, because I use that on my podcast. I'll be, look, I'm not the only one saying this or doing this. There's other people. You know, stop putting around, stop sugarcoating. Come on.
And it's great how it, I mean, and it's great how it all came together, because I know a lot of the presenters here don't know each other or of each other necessarily, and yet, and it's great, and it's just great, the personalities that have come on here and just said what they've had to say. And I like the diversity, because the diversity, it's not so diverse. The basic message is the same, and I didn't know, maybe I'm not sure what I expected with this conference and what I expected people to say.
We've been getting a lot of
this has been amazing for me.
Information.
Yes. This has been amazing for us.
Maybe on your page, put the what you've gotten distilled. Because to me, that's the truth. That's the new. There's some of us that are on the forefront, and we're saying some things that a lot of people aren't, you know, maybe from the past understanding, especially the truth and the sugarcoating thing. You know, when I started coming out with that, I got a lot of resistance on that, and even callers would call in the show, my energy, and I'm like, you got to say it how it is. Why are you dimming your light? That's basically what you're doing. You know, we can't be truthful with each other. How can we live together and co-create this new paradigm of truth and interconnectedness if we can't be truthful with each other? If we can't, then it's not going to work.
I'm really glad you said that, and that does seem to be a consistent message for everyone.
Yes.
You know, and it's interesting. And And I guess I felt a bit, I sometimes do feel a bit like, you know, I want to play neutral in a certain way as a radio show host. I don't, you know,
Yeah.
I have my, I do, but that's me being authentic in a certain way. I don't like negative talk about people, and that's my way. I don't think it serves me well to do that. That doesn't mean that I don't think other people should speak their mind exactly the way they feel they need to in a constructive way, you know, so.
I think there's ways to do it as just being truthful. Like, if you don't agree with something and you're like, I'll get off kind of on my little soapbox, little rants, and you know, the listeners, oh, there Michelle goes again, but they like it because it's truthful. Because I don't want people to be caught in a loop. I don't want to put out information that's disempowering, you know.
Yes.
Or having people be attacked, you know. Yes, I have tools. I have, you know, great. I love what I do. So yeah, of course. But I don't want to say that it has to be this way or that way because you know, it just doesn't. There's a lot of ways. I know there's something not to do, but.
I mean, I'm not one to knock people down. That's not my way. I don't knock people down.
Yeah,
I think people,
but
I don't want to avoid the issues either. So, you know.
And I guess that's one of the messages of this conference, is not to avoid the issues, especially the issues that are endangering the planet.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I guess, and that's what I'm saying. The truth is not to avoid the issues. And if it's on your plate or in front of you, or someone's asking your opinion, or you have to speak up, and maybe you're in a group, and the group consensus is really not being life enhancing and misinformed. The old paradigm would just kind of not say anything, kind of keep the peace. The new paradigm says, well, actually, that's not my truth, or that's not what I've seen, or you need to do research, or whatever you need to do. But I've done it in regards to some teachers too. People ask my opinion, and if I do know something particular, I don't go into detail. I'm like you. I don't want to have to put people down, but I want to make sure that people are being empowered.
And I think that's where the idea of a light spiritual warrior comes in.
Yes.
So
it's the way I choose my words. I may not say someone's a psychotic nut, but I'm certainly going to say, yes, you did murder that animal or that person. That is what you did, and you need to accept that and fix that within yourself. And you may not be able to undo that situation. But yeah, it's a lot of signaling.
But the main thing is to be truthful. And like Lana was saying, not avoid the issues.
Yes. Thank you very much, Michelle. Lovely to have you on the Paradigm Shift Conference.
Awakenings with Michelle Mache, just for clarification, because I know we say that sometimes the wrong way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Blessings to everyone.
Thank you.
Blessings. Much love.
And speaking of spiritual warriors, we have a spiritual warrior coming up now, Brad Axelrand.
All right.
All right.
Welcome, Brad.
Make sure the video is on. Sorry, guys.
We can see
look
you.
At that.
Nice.
Woohoo! So clearly.
Wow, what a great conversation that was. I'm just so honored to be listening in and to share whatever comes through and do.
Thank you, Brad. Brad is a transformational leader. He works with life coaches and consultants and visionary entrepreneurs. And his motto is to face your fear and to transform from it. And I believe your website is called Face Your Dragon.
And we know Brad well. We've met Brad personally quite a couple times and spent some time with you. And
during a transformational experience.
You are transformational. You are a really exciting person to be with. Really, I mean, you know, it's like.
Very energetic.
You're gonna, you know, when you're with Brad, it's just let's go, and we're gonna be, and it's experiential, and I love it. I love this guy. I mean, you know, and facing your dragons. This is the Paradigm Shift Conference, and I know we're gonna. That's sort of I often call it facing your demons because I talk about you're not fighting the dragons in the world anymore. We know the truth as spiritual warriors. It's about facing your shadow self. So we can dive right into this. This is what it's all about.
And so with a paradigm shift, tell us what you understand by the paradigm shift and what would you suggest people do in their journey through this time in our world?
Yeah, boy, what is this time and world that we're in? It's I think the simple answer is it's massive disruption and complete breaking down and stripping away of anything that was. Anything that is being challenged. It's being taken up for consideration and questioning. And there's a lot of people who are educated enough spiritually in all dimensions and all aspects of their being to have an answer now, or to at least be seeking something or seeking a question. I loved what you guys were saying about kind of already knowing. The ones who already know are sort of off path, right? So I think people are waking up to an awareness that there's something bigger emerging, and we're open to look for it now. Yeah. So what is this new paradigm we're living in? I think it's you guys were really speaking to it. I think it's a matter of truth, and owning a sense of truth, and not being afraid to speak up and say that we're challenged, afraid, worried, even though there's the whole law of attraction kind of quantum physics movement that I think sometimes gets mixed up in a Pollyanna state of just speak positivity and think positive and high vibrations. That's all bullshit too. I mean, it's true and it works, but there is the shadow side, as you suggested, David, that is very powerful, that can be utilized. I'm not saying to use dark energy or to tap in and, sort of use just the dark energy in the world. That's not at all what I'm suggesting. And forgive me, guys, it might be a little noisy here. I'm in my camper. I just purchased a BMW X5 and an 18-foot camper trailer. I'm traveling around the U.S. in this for the next 5 months during summer when I'm not in Costa Rica in the winter. So unfortunately, I crashed the SUV, and I'm at the body shop now. I'm parked in the camper at the body shop. I was supposed to be in the mountains earlier today. It didn't happen, so forgive me if you hear cars and stuff. I'm literally in a parking lot. So, but I just think there's an opportunity for us to understand all the layers of positivity, of negativity, of authenticity, the stripping away of the spiritual guru kind of thing, and just getting real and raw, and allowing all of it to be in our experience, and resisting none of it, and just being with it and embracing all of it, loving all of it, capitalizing on all of it, embodying all of it, and having the courage to take on all of it. Yeah. That's where we're at, I believe.
So it's all happening. We hear that a lot. And a lot of people are saying these are exciting times, and people who don't want to get overly sort of are quite in fear just say these are interesting times, to sort of just keep the status quo and not go over the edge a bit with the subject. And I'm hearing a lot from you about courage. And that's, I think, very much what you teach, isn't it? And that courage is certainly something that is just so important in life.
Yeah, and that's the key. I mean, having the courage to say, as Gay Hendricks calls it, the 10-minute sweaty conversation or sticky conversation that we're all so afraid to have sometimes. Being able to communicate the negative things like you guys were talking about before, but staying in rapport. That's something I learned when I studied NLP about 10 years ago, was that you can totally have a disagreement with somebody. Excuse me, I'm just going to stuff something in the window here. You can completely have a disagreement with somebody, but still be in rapport. But the point is having the courage to say what you need to say, and also the awareness, the sensory acuity to recognize that you can be more effective in your communication if you're aware of all of what's happening, instead of just trying to drive your point across or feel or meditate your point into yourself. Like, have it all, experience all of it, the dark, the light, and stay in rapport if you can. Yeah. Yeah.
Very
it's
true.
Not an easy thing to do. It's really not.
That's it. It's a real balancing act, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. But courage to face our fears. My philosophy is that your greatest fear and your greatest resistance are the very things that will set you free. Meaning, when you're most resisting, like for a long time, I was so anti-internet marketers. I said, oh gosh, they're just all about money, and they're about all these like minefield and tripwire and napalm bomb and like just ways to like lure people into a funnel and try to sell them somehow. And what I realized through that conversation when I was about to move to Costa Rica is that I was resisting the very thing that was going to allow me to take the biggest leap of my life, to live in the middle of nowhere where people make $4 an hour, $3 an hour happily. I mean, obviously I'm not doing that. I'm just suggesting that I was going to go there and needed to have the internet to really generate revenue. And my big leap of faith was to lean into my biggest resistance, which a lot of that was internet marketing and technology and creating, you know, mechanisms to allow me to be totally sovereign. Yeah. So what are you most resisting? I just want everybody to check in. What is it that you're most resisting? We get what we're afraid of, but what are you most resisting? Is it relationship? Is it love? Is it a move that you know you should make, or something that there's just that tension there? And it's in that tension, if we're courageous enough to sort of lean into it and just jump sometimes you got to just jump. But that tension is really sort of the quantum field at play. There's so much energy in that tension. If we can just open up and step into it and really start to kind of play with it, the good, the bad, the ugly, and it's back to the beginning of our conversation. There's all these layers and dimensions to it, crunchy and fun and playful and scary and, you know, and adventurous and harmful. I mean, all of it, but being able to take it on and absorb it all and love it all and be afraid of it all and just experience all of it as open as you possibly can. And that journey that you mentioned that we did earlier, I don't know if you want to discuss that, but I certainly do. On my podcast, I'm all in. I share everything at this point. I'm not holding nothing back. So I'll leave that up to you guys.
Are we talking about the Costa Rican experience or the LA experience?
The
LA is kind of pretty fast.
Yeah, we did a meditation there.
I might just get you to up your mic a bit.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Just a little bit too soft.
Oh, did you say up? Okay.
Yep. Just a bit. Yep.
Is that better?
Yep.
I should have mentioned that earlier,
Yep.
but
That's okay.
we can.
Is that better?
No, that's worse.
What's worse? Why the mic not picking up?
No.
Oops.
You were better before.
Oops, we're not
No.
hearing you.
Can't hear you at all.
I accidentally hit. There
Ah,
we go.
that's great. That's fantastic.
Perfect.
Okay, now how's it sound? Does it sound good?
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, when
That sounds really good.
I turned it, it hit the on-off switch.
No
Okay.
worries.
Fair enough. Yes.
So the LA experience, yeah, that was.
I think generally experiences in life are, sometimes you have some experiences that don't teach you anything. Other times you have experiences that definitely teach you things. And I think that one of the things in life is that you need to take what you can and learn what you can from it. I think in life we have to absorb everything that we experience and use it to the best possible potential. I think that's one of the tricks in life. And I know David and I have something that we've developed, a way of turning negative things into positive things. You know,
Nice.
we often joke, you know, if something awful happens, we're like, how can we use this to our advantage? And it's
thank you.
amazing. It's
Thank
amazing
you.
how many times that has happened. For instance, there was a time when we were living in some units and our neighbors didn't like our animals, and we ended up leaving, and we actually wanted to leave, but we didn't have enough impetus to leave, and this actually helped us leave. And it's just amazing how many times that can happen. So, you know, I think experiences, taking the most of experiences and thinking about how you can use those experiences to really help you learn and help you flourish and help you extend yourself.
And the other thing I'm going to say about the experiences that we've had with you is that it's a roller coaster ride. And for anyone who wants to just live life and really hit the ground running, they can look you up and go with it. Be prepared. Be the spiritual warrior. And I guess we'll leave it at that.
It takes a courageous soul to do some of the things I've done in my life. That's true.
Yeah, you remind me a bit of Jonah Bold, our other friend who runs Starseed Radio, who's a bit like that. He's very powerful and very, you know, adventurous. And I know you're very adventurous. That's what you're all about, living life to the fullest and to the max. And I appreciate that about you. I mean, I love that. I mean, you're very exciting, and your personality is very
I think you can't grow by just sitting at home.
Yeah.
You've got to seek out experiences. And obviously,
Yeah.
the more experiences you seek out, the more you're going to grow. You know, assuming the experiences that you seek out are positive experiences or, you know, not totally negative experiences.
Yeah. Yeah. But to your point before, any experience is going to create growth. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. It's, I tend to like to sort of speed it along. And I don't know if that's just simple impatience or my boyish enthusiasm. I think it's all of it, and maybe some naivety and ignorance too. But I just simply have taken life on as much as I can as possible, and you know, and that comes with the downside too. There's a dark side to that for sure. But I'm willing to experience the positive or potential positive upside of moving it along or getting into rapid growth instead of getting into a place of, you know, what is it? It's apathy. It's, as Landmark Education says, it's sort of cynical and resigned. I'd rather bust through that and blow through that than get to a state of apathy. And, you know, with that comes carnage, though. It can create some carnage. You know, I've broken many bones. I raced motocross for years and done lots of drugs and plant medicine, all the things that create rapid transformation. And you face a lot of yourself on psychedelics and other things. There's a lot of possibility there and a lot of confrontation. But with that confrontation, the other side of that comes a lot of love. So I'm a firm believer that if we self-medicate, we don't feel the pain, so we don't dip as far if we alcohol up or Valium up or Xanax or whatever it is you use to distract yourself from feeling, basically, sex, pornography, internet. We don't feel the pain, but we don't get the pleasure. We sort of stay in the middle. And I'd prefer to go months and months and months, even years of sobriety. I did a 2-year sober celibacy to feel everything. And man, I was just like on fire, right? Like my energy was so contained and I was just really powerful and clear and wasn't using any substances to feel anything. You're just like, whoa. And of course the pendulum swung the other way like it can in my life because I'm an adventure and thrill seeker, and it went the other way. And then I found balance again. But to experience that nothingness is really powerful, to then make choice of what, you know, from that place of nothing to what you want.
You just made me think of something. You put out a post about Aubrey Marcus, I think, last night, and you said something about celibacy. And I remember a comment you made quite a while back on a post about a year ago about how some of the greatest insights you've ever had about yourself came during long periods of celibacy. And Aubrey, in his Spiritual Warrior, What is a Warrior video, talks about that a warrior doesn't sort of isn't what is it, an ascetic. They say you're just
they don't
fooling
deny
yourself.
themselves.
That's right.
But sometimes they will just try to see whether they can do it, just for the sake of testing their own inner power.
Yes. So it's like you're taking the bull by the horns, and I think that's what Aubrey does. Yes.
Well, you remove all things that allow you to grab the bull by the horns, because you can't grab that thing. It's elusive as hell when you're self-medicating and self-anesthetizing, right? So now you're face to face with what I use, the dragon, and you've got this fire-breathing dragon in your face. But if you've seen Avatar or know any mythology, right? Avatar, How to Train Your Dragon, I'm just using those because a lot of people have seen those. The dragon was their greatest power once they learned to stop resisting it and stop fighting it and learn to dance with it and love it and ride it. And then now they're riding these incredible creatures. Really what we were speaking to earlier, dark side, the negative energy. Again, not saying be a witch and use negative energy. I've met some people in my life that do that. In particular, girls I've dated, I'm like, wow, they're using the dark force. Like, there is the dark out there for sure, right? And we're in that conversation. I'm sure many are in this, Bruce Lipton. And it can be very easy to use, and it can be attractive. It's very attractive. The vampire story is another very attractive way to use energy of people and suck blood from people. And you know, we've got to pull energy from source and bring it in, and get in that.
You've tried this as well, Brad, have you?
What's that?
The vampire.
Vampiring. No. Well, To come clean, it wasn't until I attracted a couple narcissists in my life that I was able to finally look at narcissism in myself and find that in myself and integrate all that disintegrated aspect of me. So great teachers along the way. Sometimes they have to suck a little blood and suck the life force from you. It's just kind of life, right?
Yeah, that is true. We do. Sometimes we have to. I think I had a teacher say we all need a little tyrant in our lives to teach us something about ourselves. But I do like what you're saying in relation to the paradigm shift about what are you resisting, and you said something about dancing with it. And it's interesting with the topic of the paradigm shift. I think what you're saying is very relevant or pertinent. I mean, there is some real meaning in there that I caught on to with that. So I have to think a little more about that.
Yeah. So tap into that resistance. Fine. I mean, like, feel it right now. Let's all just take a moment and kind of just check in. Like, what are we most resisting? Just sort of feel in your body. Where's the tension in your body? Take a couple deep breaths and just kind of ground. Just notice any resistance, even in your muscle. That's always got a message for us. What are we not thinking about, or what are we thinking about? And just notice the resistance. A lot of people carry it in their traps, up in their traps. And that's all emotional. Just kind of check in with it, and that's a really good process. But let's just pause there and actually kind of bring this resonance back in, open-eyed though. Let's try to bring it into the world as we're in this meditative state, present. Sometimes I think we want to always keep our eyes closed to be in that place. Let's keep that resonance now in a walking awareness, a walking meditation, and notice the resistance again. See if you can feel it as much instead of having to close your eyes to get there. See if you can actually feel the resistance. And then also kind of check in the field of resistance. Where is this resistance outside of you? For me, it was internet marketing. It was public speaking. I was mortified to public speak, but that was my highest gift to humanity. That was my breakout. That got me on NBC Nightly News, PBS Television, USC, LA Times, Orange County Register, a founding member of the Association of Transformational Leaders. Yeah, all of those things came from me leaning into my greatest resistance and fear.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
There's so much going through my mind with that, because we have been sitting through this all day or all night in Australia through all our presenters with all this intense information. I'm so glad we have you at the end of this show, because I'm now smiling and laughing.
Good.
After going through, I feel like I've been through another spiritual awakening.
Yes, or something, brother. Putting these things on, like she was saying before. Was it Michelle? Michelle,
yeah. I mean,
intense to put things on like this. I commend you guys as well.
Having all of you going through all of this all in one day is like an alchemical process in and of itself. It's a whole transformational. I feel like I've gone through, gone in one end and out the other.
That's right.
Have you guys been nonstop? Have you been literally back to back for how many hours?
We have, back to back. Absolutely.
How many hours?
I think we're getting to 7 hours, something like that.
No food, no drink. You're just.
No, we've had a few cups of tea.
I mean,
we're just being sort of going on the energy.
I mean, these were meant to be presentations. You're presenting, but I mean, we did interview Bruce Lipton, and we're sort of hosting.
But look, it's been absolutely wonderful. And look, the idea of trying to feel where your resistance it's brilliant.
It is.
The other thing, though, I believe that you focus on a lot when you lead groups is talking about finding your unique genius, your voice and your passion.
Oh, I love that.
And that's almost the opposite of resistance. Or is it the same? Because you said that with you, being a speaker was both your resistance and your genius.
Well, it's masked right on the other side of it, right? The saying of, what is that saying? I just blanked on it. Your possibility or whatever's on the other side of fear, right? So essentially your greatest service and your moneymaker and your genius is right on the other side of your fear.
Oh,
it's
really?
It's wrapped in your resistance. So
Oh, okay.
So if you can lean right into that and use exposure therapy, just whatever it is for you, there's so much power in it. It's just we're so afraid of it, and that fear is where the power is. That's all the energy. That's your dragon. That's just this incredible, beautiful, powerful being that's breathing fire on you until you make nice with it, pet it, love it, and jump on the back of it, and then you're powerful beyond measure. Right?
It's real alchemy,
It is.
isn't
It's
it?
exposure therapy. I want to say, if people are interested in exposure therapy and being very in your, you know, like you're saying, you're the person to lead them through the fire and through the hell or whatever.
It's
I mean,
really interesting, though, that you
yes.
take fear and you turn it around, and that fear actually has energy in it.
yeah, fear is its own energy and its own consciousness and
And
its
you're
own
turning it
purpose.
around. Amazing.
Well, it does, but think about this. Every emotion has a payoff, but also every emotion has a biochemical experience with it, right? So fear creates adrenaline. No, adrenaline is a harsh chemical. We don't want to live in an adrenalized state. That's not healthy. But what I'm suggesting is, the founder of Gestalt therapy, fear is excitement without the breath. So if we're not breathing, it tends to be sort of like adrenaline. But if we're breathing, it can be this powerful sort of dopamine and serotonin and all the other things that we can tap into if we can just reframe it enough to recognize that it has this power. If we can, and we don't want to control it. I'm not saying that. We want to dance with it, like you were saying. I said, David, we want to be able to like dance. There's this push and pull in relationship with yourself, relationship with your energy, with your fears, with your thoughts, with everything, you know. And I'm sort of moving into it, just remembering, as I've been a little tense the last couple of weeks, this has been a big leap for me jumping into the camper. But why I'm saying that is this fear that I'm experiencing. Oh my God, I'm, you know, all this learning curve of learning to live out of an SUV and a camper will set me free on a million levels if I can just keep leaning in and keep breathing and try to not get too frustrated. But the last couple of days, I've lost my center and lost my cool. And you know what? Don't make that shit wrong. I think so many people in the community are like, oh, I was off center. Like, you know what? Fuck that. We all lose our center sometimes. Don't make it wrong. And screw that whole there is no right or wrong shit. Yes, there is. There's you know, there is things that are bad or wrong, and there is things that are good or bad or nice or not nice. I mean, I sometimes the transformational space, I think, gets their ego. There's an intellectual sort of spiritualism or an egoic spiritualism that gets wrapped into this stuff, and it's all horseshit. It's more ego just layered on with cool words and a cool scarf. Like, get over it. You know, you can't sage that away. It's real. It's all part of our reality. Own it all. We should own all of it and not make it anything. It just is. There's no positive or negative. It is. And sometimes things are bad or wrong, and we can look at it that way.
Interesting.
So
that's been a consistent message with each presenter throughout this conference.
Really?
Yes.
Authenticity,
Yes,
not sugarcoating things. And, you know,
good.
Saying it
being
like
able
it
to
is. And
accept the good with the bad, and
Yeah.
you know, being able to be frightened and being
it's
able
interesting
to
that everybody's
fall.
reiterating each other, and not all of our presenters necessarily even know each other. It's
That's
an
right.
interesting mix of people. I don't know how all these speakers even came onto this conference. It was sort of almost, you know, I don't know how it all, but
Well, you made it happen, David.
well,
Yeah,
I'm just
buddy.
saying
Yeah,
that.
come on, give yourself some credit, brother.
Yeah.
I've produced
Well, that was
200 live events. I know what it takes, and you've been working your butt off, I'm
You
sure.
really have. It's been a wonderful.
But
effort.
I do want to go back to what you said though about fear, because the paradigm shift is certainly about an aspect of fear, and we've been
It's
hearing this
frightening.
message of, again, I'm going to just say it again, Bruce Lipton talking about the sixth mass extinction of the planet, the end game, and
Oh,
I
wow.
don't know, on and on, you know. So, and you're talking about breathing through the fear, and that's an interesting concept that I'd never thought of, because I know we always talk about fear is a lie, fear is this and that, and in the spiritual community, and we've heard this on our radio show, and this is, I guess, are we talking about fear in a different way? And this is very relevant to the paradigm shift.
Yeah,
There's so
good
much
question.
fear around this.
Well, what's that saying? It was nothing to fear but fear itself. And
Churchill.
everything is paradox. I think what you're saying has all this paradoxical experience. So let's talk about paradox for a second. I think fear is it's important, as Don Miguel Ruiz mentioned on my first podcast, #1, the Face Your Dragon podcast, the Four Agreements author. He said, fear is completely normal in his Latin voice. Fear is completely normal. It's irrational fear that is the problem. And he's right. So fear is part of our experience. It keeps us alive. It keeps us running from the tiger. Like, that's never going to go away. I think the whole spiritual bypass or spiritualisms of, of leapfrogging fear, or you're not evolved if you have fear, that's horseshit. We all have fear. It's part of our experience. Like, stop making it something that it isn't. How are we, spiritual bypass is one of my biggest triggers. I think it's just such crap. We really need to get real. And that's what you're saying, back to your authenticity thing. Like, let's freaking be real. I'm scared. I was scared before I got on this thing, but that's fun.
And that's been another consistent message throughout this entire conference is we need to be real with ourselves and others. It's been said in different ways by the presenters in this conference, but these messages, these basic messages, these fundamental messages are fairly consistent. At least that's what I'm getting out of this. Yeah. So, thank you.
Cool. What else, guys?
Yeah, I mean, we had our fears about, and
of course
we've done hundreds of interviews, and this is a brand new thing, and this is even new for Portal to Ascension in terms of their collaboration with us on this and everything, and we're concerned about how's this going to go and everything else. It's been tremendous. This has been a tremendously successful conference in my mind.
But it's
hopefully for everyone else.
It's still scary. You were still scared. Fear is a normal part of our experience. So my only recommendation there would be to be like, well, what am I afraid of? Check in with that a little bit. What am I really afraid of? Try to name it, try to own it, and then just channel it. Don't bypass it. Don't leapfrog it. Don't bury it. Don't conquer it. You're not going to conquer fear. You're not going to remove fear. I mean, sometimes you can remove some of the blocks or remove some of it, but it's never going to go away completely. It's always going to be part of our experience. Thankfully, we have it. It's very important to get adrenaline in our body sometimes when a car accident happens in front of you, God forbid, and you have to run and lift a car off of somebody. I mean, that's freaking great.
So with some of the other earlier speakers, we're talking about, climate change and global militarization.
You guys are going that way, there.
I mean, that's, that's of concern. And everybody's said that's more than that. I mean, I've said a lot more than that.
Planetary changes.
So the fear is there. Absolutely. And I have not had one person on a radio show yet say, we've got stuff to deal with, and it's in a very intense way, so.
Well, I just want to challenge that a little bit. I love the saying, think big, work small. I think sometimes our ego can get wrapped into these big things because our egos, whatever you want to call it, our wounded self. I had John Joliffe on my podcast as Jim Carrey's executive director for 30 years of his philanthropic organization. He was my guest a couple episodes ago. And one of the things he sort of course corrected was that it's not ego, but it's more just the wounded aspect of yourself. And I agree with that. And, the wounded part of ourselves sometimes latches on, I think, to these big things so that it doesn't really have to, so that it can stay alive, first of all, right? That it can perpetuate itself. Mm-hmm. I think what I really mean here is that how can we, as single people or units of people or larger units of people, create an actual impact instead of sitting on the sidelines studying all of these things and just getting in these spirals, these intellectual spirals of knowledge, but not actually creating any real impact. It just becomes oftentimes complaining, and that doesn't serve anybody. We're just knowledge, we're parroting knowledge. So how can we think big, be aware of these large experiences that are happening in the world and in our inner personal experiences, but actually create some sort of transformation?
Well, we've been hearing that as well. It does us very little good to sit here and be positive thinkers on the chair and on the sidelines. We need to be right out, bang, right out there. taking action.
Yeah,
you know,
and taking your licks too. Yeah, I mean that's part of it. You got to be willing to get hurt, whatever that looks like, intellectually,
we've heard a lot of that.
Emotionally.
And a lot of our speakers have been talking about divine or the universe and allowing that inside you, allowing yourself to be guided by a higher power.
Yeah, I mean that's all great too. You know, we need to have a spiritual component. We have an intellect. We have our physical body. We have our emotional self. There's many elements to us. I think oftentimes folks will be too closed in some areas of their chakras and not completely integrated in all of them. And they're, you know, I live in Costa Rica, and lots of folks are out in the clouds up here, man. They are just out here, woo, which is great. That's an important piece. Many folks, for example, in contrast, are in Orange County, California, are in their lower chakras. They're just money, cars, you know, women. So again, how do we integrate all of them and be a fully integrated, fully self-actualized spiritual person who's blasted out and tapped into the afterlife, the ethers, the auric field, all of it, or ascended masters, but also grounded in reality and speak from a place of transformed, self-actualized practicality instead of, you know, just one or the other. There's a balance.
Yeah, I mean, you come out of the, you know, the life coaching industry. I know you know all the great names, and you know, thoughts create reality, etc. Yes, but I know damn well you're not out there just wishing things into existence. You're doing it.
Well, I love T. Harv Eker at Millionaire Mind. He said, you can't just meditate all day and a bag of money is going to fall on your head. We need, you know, we are in this physical world. We need to be in action as well as in meditation and all the other things that plant medicine, whatever you use to create an integrated component of yourself. I think it's important. We should do it all.
Yeah, anything you're passionate about, you're going to be out there doing it and taking the licks, as you said. Nothing's going to change without that energy being put into it, that work being put into it. And
inertia.
You and I had some conversations about this even before when I came up with the concept for this conference and everything. And here we are. Yeah,
for sure. We did. And it just makes me think of the interview I did with JP Sears, Ultra Spiritual. You guys know he is the ultra spiritual guy. Is 250 million views in the last like 2 or 3 years. He's just hit gold, and he's amazing. But one of the things we joked about was exactly what we're talking about here, and that's his whole thing. You know, how do you be ultra spiritual? And you aren't actually are spiritual, because we don't know what that actually means. That's his joke.
Very true.
But he said to be ultra spiritual means you actually look spiritual, and he just rips on all of the spiritualisms from a really brilliant. He's very, very evolved, and we talked in the podcast about all the different nuances of how we sort of stonewall each other and close down and manipulate through our like weaponize our language, meaning weaponizing our technology, weaponizing our transformation, leadership, and using it as a weapon. Like, it was just so brilliant to look at all sides of it and find the beauty and the horrible yuckiness in all of this, you know?
Boy, you just said a whole big weaponizing our language. That's awesome.
Well, let me reframe that. Weaponizing your transformational language, meaning you've gone to Landmark and now you take Landmark education and bring it back in your relationship and like weaponize it. Like, that's not what it's for. It's meant to be part of your internal transformation, not outwardly projected. So lots of folks, myself included, sometimes get wrapped up in that. We just need to be mindful of that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
We do get wrapped up in a lot of our stuff, and then you almost step out of it and you go, what was that all about?
Yeah, well, we simply just trance back to 7 or 8 years old, and we're talking to mommy or daddy. We go into positive or negative transference, right? Negative transference is, I'm triggered, I'm now gone, I'm tranced out, and I'm superimposing mommy or daddy on somebody else. And I'm seeing dad at age 8 yelling at me, and I'm just in this state, whatever it is, some sort of fight, flight, or freeze moment. And of course, the positive transference, which I've done a lot of and come to terms with in recent years, is how I'll pedestal somebody and be not present again, and in this state of trance, and I'm superimposing all the positive attributes of mommy or daddy onto them, and I'm just completely wooing them from this state of non-presence at all. And then, of course, there's nowhere for them to go but down when I've pedestaled them. So, of course, I'm setting them up to, for me to be, my expectations will get hurt, of course, or not met over and over and over again. So, yeah, we could talk for hours about
being able to be self-aware of your own projections. That's part of cutting through the illusion of, you know, the world that we live in. We do live in an illusion all the time.
I was just thank you so much for saying that. I do have a comment on that, because I never do that, do I? You know, what I was going to say is the triggering and whatnot. This is interesting because a couple of times this has come to me, this insight about what you just said. This certainly relates to the paradigm shift. When you're talking to another person, especially when you're in an argument with them, oftentimes you're not actually talking to the person. You think you're talking to their normal personality, and you're not even they're not necessarily arguing with you about the issue that you're arguing with them about.
Yes.
They've regressed to some state or some past life or some other existence or some earlier time in their life with some negative memory or something. You're actually arguing with that experience.
You're actually talking to their memories.
Yes.
100%.
So it's almost a futile effort, especially when somebody's angry. You may just be arguing with some past experience rather than the person you think you're talking to and the issue that you're talking about or arguing about. So,
well, it's so true. And in recent years, and I'm dating somebody new right now, and we're beautifully triggering a lot of all of our old wounds, but thankfully she's done the work for a long time, and we've got lots of language. I'm smiling and laughing because it's been weaponized a couple times, I think, on our sides already.
I'm glad
we're owning it. We're owning it, and but the point is this, like how can we just laugh at our humanity and just get the fuck over ourselves and just like, hey, my God, we're human. Okay, back to okay, out of fight, flight, or freeze. I'm now out of this adrenalized state. Did I hear you correctly? What were you saying? You know, what were you meaning? This was I'm experiencing.
Well, just reminds me, humor is the great balance.
I know. Look, we've been through an intense experience. I mean, you know, I'm so glad that we're now laughing about this because it is a nice ending to a very intense conference. Conference. And this is one of the things that I love about you, Brad, is that when people are with you, there's often a great intenseness that they go through, that roller coaster ride. But I remember laughing my ass off like I never had before with you. I mean, honestly, I was just outside of myself with
it's great,
laughing, you know, and it's like.
And you know, laughter is one of the great tools we can also use in the paradigm shift. You know,
so when the nuclear bombs are launched, we can all stand there and laugh.
The funny side of things.
Well, you know, we might all not be here within a year or two, so we might as well just enjoy our time while we got it. It's pretty crazy.
Well, always look on the bright side of life.
Yeah, we just saw that spam a lot.
I love that. I'm a little bit more of a pragmatist. I'm just like, well, if that was our time, our time was up. I'm still amazed I'm literally here having, you know, about 10 street bikes, crotch rocket motorcycles and dirt bikes and all the other. I'm amazed I'm still here. So
many of the presenters are amazing that humanity is still here in general.
We made it.
We're still here. And I said that earlier. I've been saying that. I said that earlier with some of our other speakers. I said, I'm still here. I mean, I'm a past life regressionist. And I had visions of myself. I've even gone through an apocalypse in a parallel life. I know I have. And I said, geez, I'm still here, oddly enough. So spiritual death and all, I'm still here.
Yeah. Or what you think is you is here. And that's where this could all be. We could all be dead right now in a dream. This might, you know, it's obviously stated that it's all a giant holodeck. This could be heaven or hell for all we know. We have no idea. So that's what gets interesting. I think when people, I'll pick on Christians or any sort of religion, they already know where they came from and where they're going. And I don't know how much time we have left, but very simply.
About 10 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay. So I just simply think that, back to that ego or wounded child self really latches on, because then it can rest in oh wow, I know that I came from whatever, and I know that I'm going to whatever. And there's both positive and negative to that, right? There's the light and the dark and everything. The paradox of it is that, or at least in my experience of the paradox of religion, is that if that allows X many hundreds of millions of humans to be reverberating or vibrating out at a higher frequency of positivity and rest, then we're all better off for it. The dark side of that is that there's just as many people who are in fear and leveraging and wielding religion as fear, and wielding dogma and everything else and doctrine that all comes with it to create that negative vibration. So great paradox of religion.
Life is a paradox in general. I always see the paradoxes.
Certainly.
So,
what else?
Whoa.
What else you want to talk about?
Well,
well, life is a paradox. I guess kind of sums it up. I don't know. If you have anything you want to add, or
yeah, paradox. I'd love to speak to that. I didn't really speak to that too much. It's in the moments that I can recognize the sweetness in holding both. The space between, the vacuum, the gap, that moment between stimulus and response, if I can just capture it even once a day, if I can slow down long enough, even in frenetic energy when lots is going on and I'm angry or frustrated or whatever it is. And yes, I lose my shit sometimes, like we all do. Okay, whatever. Point being, we're human. And in our humanity, if we can find the grace in that split second of gap and just come back to, it's not even gratitude, it's just awareness. It's just like a moment of presence of gap and noticing the paradox. That to me is the beauty of life. We just stay busy. We keep busy. We keep anesthetized. We try to control a lot. We try to steer things. We, the power versus force philosophy, right? How can we find the grace in our humanity and the grace in the breakdown, and just be with it and just sit with it? That's all.
And not judge it. I wish I could have written all that down. That was amazing. That was an amazing comment that you just made.
Well, it's all recorded.
I've heard so many great ones throughout the show that I've been trying to write down on the side during this conference. I've been trying to write down on the side. I've heard our presenters say so many great things, and I often pick up on them. Being a writer, you hear just these great.
Certainly, the wisdom of just staying with it, and as Andrew Harvey was saying, you need not be frightened about being completely overwhelmed and broken down. You stay with it. You ask for grace, the divine grace, and you contain it. And just by observing it, you are existing. There's really neither good nor bad. There just is.
And once again, you just sort of reinforced what Andrew Harvey and others have said in this conference.
Really, really good. I just got more present hearing you say that. And one thing that helps me get more present is saying I'm experiencing a softening in my body. This is kind of a form of authentic relating. I'm experiencing
I'm feeling it too.
Yeah, attention went away. I'm experiencing a state of, I'm experiencing like a lightness in my chest, experiencing peace in my thoughts. I'm experiencing gratitude and being present, and grateful for you guys to invite me on this. You could have chosen many people, and I'm very, very honored to be here. I'm experiencing, as I said that, I am experiencing a lump in my throat happen as I shared that. I'm experiencing of judgment that I felt inauthentic as I shared that. I'm experiencing, right? So there's so much power. My friend Gabriel Nosovich led me through this in the master's course. I'm experiencing, you go through a process, experiencing, and eventually you just pop open and you're just gone. You have a direct experience of the divine. And
what a way to end the conference. I was feeling that calmness too. And, and I have to admit, there was some points during this conference where I was almost brought to tears, hearing Alexandra say, this is the final hour, etc. And I don't think she meant it exactly that way, where we're eternal souls. But, there's this, there is an understanding. This was, when you keep saying, I'm experiencing. This was a very experiential conference for anybody who's been through the whole thing. And of course, we being the hosts have experienced it throughout more than anyone, I guess. You know, so.
And there's been a depth and authenticity and
genuineness,
and genuineness,
rawness, yes,
with all of the speakers. And I guess the paradigm shift is frightening.
About that.
It's exciting, but it's frightening as well. But we're all in it together as souls. And that's going to bring us even more together. And I think it's very important for the spiritual community to be as connected as we can and to keep on being connected through whatever tough times lie ahead.
Yeah, everything you just said is what this conference was about and what the paradigm shift is all about, the rawness and everything. And I loved having you here in this conference with us and closing this out. I mean, I loved this conference. I really loved doing this conference.
Really touched the heart of.
It did. You were all fantastic, incredibly powerful speakers.
Well, I'm taking it in, brother.
Loved it.
That's another thing as to what I'm experiencing you sharing right now is your raw appreciation for the hard work that you put in, and also my experience of having the willingness to breathe in what you're saying from a place of, you're right, I did share some good stuff, and not minimize it oh, whatever, it was okay, I'm sure Bruce was a lot better than me or whoever else, but having the courage to own that I'm worthy to have you share that I shared good stuff. Yeah.
Everybody had their own way of sharing. Bruce had his own way of sharing, and everyone, and it was perfect. Each person was perfect in the delivery of their presentation, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't know what the attendance was and what the future impact of this conference will be in recording, but I'm very happy.
I think it was beautiful.
And very touched by everyone, and just thank you and everyone who came on this conference.
And look, I thank you very much, Brad, for coming on, and I want to give a big thanks to my beautiful partner David for organising this conference. The number of hours that went towards organising this was absolutely awesome. So,
and obviously Portal to Ascension and
Neil
and Peter,
Gore, thank you very much
for giving us the opportunity and the platform to do this. I thought we might have an opportunity for Neil to come on, but
Neil, are you going to come on?
He doesn't have a camera apparently, but we're gonna.
He's got a really cool image up there, though. I like that image.
Yeah, Neil's a great guy. We just so thankful for him for being on this conference and excuse me, for producing this conference and allowing us the opportunity to have everyone here at this time.
All right, so we're going to say goodbye from Universal Solar. Thank you for everyone for attending the Paradigm Shift Conference. Thank you to Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension. Thank you to all our wonderful speakers. And until the next Paradigm Shift Conference, which we may host, goodbye. Lots of love. Big hugs.
Thank you, Brad Axelrad. Goodbye for now.